reportedly buckling and in danger of complete collapse. Meantime, Attorney General John Ashcroft has announced that investigators now know the identities of all the hijackers, a total of 18 men, and have released their pictures. And a breakthrough in the Pennsylvania crash site where the flight recorder, the so-called black box, has been recovered and is now on its way to Washington. This morning, President Bush described the fight against terrorism as the first war of the 21st century. And the Deputy Secretary of Defense said our retaliation would not consist of a single strike, but rather a sustained military campaign. And as the planning for that campaign continues, limited commercial air travel over the country resumed this afternoon with new security precautions. But the nation remains spooked, and the day was marked by several evacuations at airports and public spaces from coast to coast, including the U.S. Capitol. Vice President Dick Cheney has been moved to Camp David as a precautionary measure. Tonight, we're going to get the latest on the rescue effort, the investigation, and the military planning, and we'll continue to ask, how could this have happened? We begin with NBC's Monica Novotny, who's in Lower Manhattan. Monica, fill us in on what's happened today down there at the site.
Well, Chris, we are just a few blocks from Ground Zero, and this is where much of the rescue and cleanup work begins. If you can take a look over here to my right, all afternoon we have been seeing firefighters, police, rescue teams all suiting up here, getting into their teams, getting into their vehicles, and when it's time, they head straight down that road to their destination. If you can pan up just a little bit, you can see that thick cloud of smoke. That is where they are going. That is Ground Zero. And the concern now is that things may get much worse. The reason is that that building, if you can just see it on your left through the smoke's gotten a little bit worse in the last hour or so, but you can see just the corner of it on the left-hand side of the top of your screen. That is One Liberty Plaza, and officials here now are concerned that that may too come down. They have evacuated the area. There were rescue workers, of course, nearby, triage teams, doctors helping the rescue workers do their work. All have been evacuated. There's a 2-block radius now, and at this point, those of us on the outside are simply waiting. Now, let me get you updated on the latest numbers that we have. These numbers have not changed much throughout the day. The number dead confirmed now in New York, 4,763 confirmed missing. Of the confirmed dead, 164. 46 of those have been identified. Now, if you can look for a glimmer of hope, it is in that search and rescue. There's been a little bit of that today. So far, we have confirmed 2 people, 2 firefighters, have been pulled from the rubble. Now, just a little while ago, I spoke with Jody Farabella. Jody Farabella. He's in his 20s. He came down here. He was working since 11 o'clock last night. He was digging with his hands, he and his partner. They come from New Jersey. They're police. They just wanted to help. Well, 25 yards away from them, they heard a shout, and the rescue happened for one of those firefighters. Let me show you some of that tape and let Jody describe the scene.
It's like a mountain of debris, and there's crevices in it, and there's people all over the piles. And one of the firemen found him. Out of it? Well, after some digging, and he was able to get out. I guess he was kind of trapped, and just with a little the guys' help, he got out.
Was he calling for help, or did people find him? Was there any indication from these guys that they were trapped?
Oh yeah, the people here today found him.
But I mean, were they guys inside the truck? Were they calling for help? The guys who were trapped?
Well, like I said, it's so noisy, all the machinery. You have to stop every once in a while. We have listening devices, and everything gets quiet, and they try to listen.
Describe for us what he looked like when he actually came out.
Look wore out.
Chris, the gentleman there, Jody, and one of his teammates also told me that when they pulled the firefighter out as he walked away, the entire group of rescue workers surrounding them started chanting, USA, USA. So a little bit of good news, a small glimmer of hope on what has been a very difficult day.
Monica, you mentioned there are 4,600 people missing. Are they presumed to be their bodies, or if they're live people under that rubble you're with now?
Everyone that I ask, Chris, no one wants to give up hope. The rescue workers on the scene tell me what they're seeing is very disturbing. They are pulling bodies, and I'm sorry to say this, it's graphic, but they say they're also pulling body parts. That is a lot of what they're seeing, but none of them want to give up hope. They all believe that there still could be pockets where people are alive and waiting to be rescued. That is certainly the hope.
What seems horrible about this is that there seem to be so few injuries. People were killed.
Chris, you're absolutely right. I spent the day yesterday at Bellevue with doctors. I also spoke with some doctors this afternoon who came out of those triage units that were just up next to what remains of the World Trade Center. And they tell me that this is very difficult for them because immediately after all of this happened, their adrenaline was up and they were ready to go. Their adrenaline, sorry, it's been a long day. They were ready to go. They wanted to help people and they were expecting masses by the hundreds, perhaps by the thousands, and they were really hoping that they could help. Over here on the west side, they set up Chelsea Piers just for that purpose. And the doctors today are telling me that it is so devastating for them because Chelsea Piers, they really don't need that facility. They said it looks like this mass war hospital. They said the mobilization was incredible. They were ready for it, and it didn't come. And for them, that has been the most difficult part.
I can understand that. Monica Novotny with NBC, thank you. At the site itself, for the latest on the investigation and what it's turned up so far, we go to NBC's Dan Abrams. Dan, give us the update on these men arrested in Hamburg and also the 4 men dressed up in uniform at JFK in New York.
Well, Chris, certainly most importantly is that 2 people were arrested in Hamburg, Germany, according to a government official telling NBC News, in connection with the bombings. One of them, an American, a 32-year-old American of Yemeni origin by the name of Adel Mohammed Ali, stopped at the airport in Hamburg, Germany, with a passport showing multiple destinations in Europe, meaning he had been going around Europe. We don't know the exact dates, but we do know that he had multiple destinations in Europe in his passport. He was also found with 2 doctored French passports, meaning they were real passports with his picture placed into the passport. Also,
what's his connection to the bombing?
We don't know. Don't know. This is all we know right now. Also know that he had thousands of pounds of British sterling with him, meaning thousands of pounds of British money. Pounds, of course, being the British equivalent of a dollar. And someone else was arrested with him. We don't know anything else about that individual. But one thing is clear, Chris, from this investigation is they took the names of those people who were on those planes, and they've known for a day now exactly who the hijackers were. They went back. They found out already. They found their cars. They found their homes. They've been going up and down the East Coast, really from Canada all the way down to southern Florida, going in, searching homes. They made a couple of other arrests on the way, trying to get as much information as they can, and now it seems making a number of arrests. And remember, while there may have been 18 hijackers, meaning the Fed's saying at this point that there were likely 5 hijackers on 2 of the planes, 4 hijackers on the other 2 planes, but they believe there may have been 50 people involved in this. So there are a lot of potential people to arrest here, a lot of work to be done. And, this is one of those cases, Chris, where if they find out that someone even had any inkling that this was going to happen, and they, fed the guy a meal, they will make some sort of serious federal crime out of it.
Let me ask you, is it your sense that these 18 names came off of a usual suspects list?
My sense is that the 18 names came off of the passenger lists from the planes. I think that they matched them. I know that they matched them with some names of people who they'd been looking for.
What caught their attention? The fact that they may have had Arabic names or Middle Eastern sounding names, or did they know something about these people ahead of time as individuals?
That's a good question. We know that they knew some of their names. We know that they knew, with regard to some of them, that they were people that they'd been looking for. There'd been warnings out about them. I don't know the answer with regard to all of the 18. That's all the information we have at this point. Fed's being really quiet about the details of exactly how they're going about this investigation and about what information they have.
Let's run through a couple of the locations where there's been developing information in this investigation. Dan, tell us what we know about Boston and those who entered the plane or aborted the plane at Logan Airport.
Well, remember, Boston was the origin of a couple of these flights. They found in a parking lot there some what seemed to be incriminating information, Arabic flight manuals in a car in the Boston Logan Airport. They also yesterday actually went to a hotel, and it turned out they had the wrong people. Right. They made some arrests at a Boston hotel. It turns out those, in fact, weren't people related in any way.
What about this guy that had a badge to get on the ramp that he could go right down to the airplane itself without going through much security check?
Yeah, that's about all we know. But keep in mind, Chris, that when we talk about, there have been a number of stories about, as you pointed out, about people getting access or possibly getting access to the airports. Some stories, reports about stolen uniforms and people who, could have gotten access. But remember, it seems that all 18 of the people, the hijackers or the suspected hijackers, were people who were on the passenger list.
Right.
It seems that as a result that's not as relevant, that this really may not be a question of people sneaking onto the plane, and may have been people who just bought tickets. And look,
right.
that's the way they've been finding them, meaning...
Let's talk about this other hot story, the black box that's coming back from the crash site in Pennsylvania. How long will it take us to get that recording made public?
Usually it takes a few days. Look, the question is, when are they going to release it? They may view this as evidence, and it could take months and months, and they may not release it at all. But now that they've recovered it, and again, this is not one of those cases where the data recorder, meaning the device that assesses exactly where the plane was, what its altitude was, that's not as important in this case as simply the voices, as you point out, the black box.
Sure.
And it's really going to be up to the investigators as to whether they're going to release that. I would think that what they would likely do would be to disclose the information as to what they had assessed from that black box, although it is possible in this type of case that they would release the actual audio tape much sooner than in an ordinary investigation.
Has anybody at the White House or at the FBI or anywhere explained to us how they knew at the White House that the president's plane was being targeted or the White House was being targeted on Tuesday morning?
No. And, look, there have been a lot of questions, of course, and specifically about Air Force One. Was it a target? The White House saying that both the White House and Air Force One were potential targets. And as you know, they're actually stating that the White House was the intended target of the plane that ultimately hit the Pentagon. We're not getting any details. Again, when these questions are asked, they are saying we simply cannot give up those kind of details.
Do we know why Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States, has been shipped off to Camp David?
No, I don't.
Let me, just to clean up a matter I mentioned at the beginning, the four gentlemen picked up at the at JFK Airport in New York, they're cleared, right?
Yes.
That they were wearing uniforms, somebody said they shouldn't have been?
Chris, I've been, to be totally honest, I've been following this Hamburg story for the last hour, so I don't have any more information than that.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dan Abrams of NBC News. We go right now to Mary Schiavo, who served as Inspector General for the Department of Transportation with the FAA, and we've got Congressman Don Young, who's Chairman of the House Committee on Transportation. Let's go to Mary first of all. Mary, why would 4 airplanes be able to fly off their routes, dramatically off the routes, aiming towards locations like the Pentagon and, of course, the World Trade Towers without anybody blowing the whistle?
Well, because we have no way to do that. If you'll recall, after the Egypt air tragedy, the NTSB said we need cockpit videos, so all the air traffic, and we didn't get them. The FAA objected and the pilots objected. So here, all the air traffic controllers could know is one report that got through of a hijacking, and that the planes were veering off course, and the transponders were pulled so they didn't know the altitude.
Would the FAA know if that plane hit the World Trade Center if somebody didn't tell them? I mean, would they have known it? If somebody hadn't told them and had somebody's watching television and they say, oh, by the way, one of the planes you're supposedly tracking just ran into the World Trade Center, would they know it otherwise?
No, all they would know is that the blip on the screen disappeared.
They wouldn't know where the plane was?
Only that the blip had left the screen.
What about the fact that it hit an airplane, a commercial airliner, went directly into the Pentagon, probably the most sensitive site in the country? Would they have known that?
No, again, once they turn off the transponder, they don't know the altitude. They know where it is. They can see the display on the screen. They have lost some information. They wouldn't know the altitude. They would know that the green, literally the blip on the screen, disappeared when it hit the target.
But would they know that any airplane, I guess as an amateur I keep saying I can't understand how a plane can cross the Hudson River and go directly toward the World Trade Towers and nobody say, my God, there's a plane going towards the World Trade Towers.
And with a space of over an hour between the first and the last, which again points to the fact that we have precious little information about what's going on in a plane, and the fact that, you know, and the fact that some people object to knowing what is going on in that cockpit, to me, is absolutely astonishing. But for example, on
well, it wasn't an hour. It was about 18 minutes, I think, between the first and second collision. But go ahead.
Oh, I meant the last one, the one in Pittsburgh.
Right.
We did have chances, perhaps, for the later ones. But even in regular operations, for example, many times the planes themselves, if we were just talking about a near midair, the planes in many cases have taken aversive action because of collision avoidance, and the air traffic controllers have not been able to pick that up. Sometimes the airplanes are more sensitive, obviously.
Mary, let me take a break here and go to the chairman of the House Transportation Committee. Sir, oversight responsibilities. Are you surprised that the FAA can't track an airplane that just crashed into the World Trade Center without somebody calling them up and say, turn on your TV?
No, I'm not surprised at all. They have a very poor system. In fact, we call today, if an instance like this would happen, what would happen, say, like in Minneapolis?
Right.
They call the Chicago FAA, and then what do? They call the FAA here in Herndon, Virginia. Yeah. In the meantime, there could be a tremendous tragic incident.
Okay, let me go back to square one. I thought when a pilot wanted to change attitude because of weather conditions, he's trying to avoid turbulence or whatever, he has to check in with somebody and say, I'm going down 10,000 feet or up 3,000 feet. I'm going off a different course because I'm trying to go around this damn thunderstorm. Doesn't all that have to be cleared with ground control?
Oh, yeah, they do that. But what happened, you're dealing with hijackers right now.
Right.
And they, in fact, disconnected the transponder. The young lady is correct. They could still see the airplane on the screen, but they couldn't communicate with it or know exactly where it was going. And that's the real problem we have. She's right about the cameras in the cockpit. They probably will be reinstalled. There is an objection to that. We have other instances that we're going to try to make sure that the airplane is secure.
Right.
I do believe that this is so well planned out, as the gentleman mentioned. These people bought tickets and got on board. They are dedicated to bringing their cause to a conclusion.
Right.
Most hijackers and most people are trained, if the plane is hijacked, not to be disruptive and not to cause an incident and try to get to the destination the plane is going. These people had another mission on mind, and that was
they also apparently knew the MO of the pilots because they knew that the pilots wouldn't fight them. Well, apparently some civilians
I'm not sure they didn't
brought the plane down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm not sure the pilots had a chance to fight them.
Right.
My information is that they attacked the stewardess. As they attacked the stewardess, they bought the pilots, the co-pilot out of the cabin, and he was taken over, and then they took the pilot, and then they flew the plane.
As a man who has oversight and is the top political person in the country on this issue, do you think we should lock that door between the cabin where the crew is, the pilot and the co-pilot and the navigator, cut them off like almost like a drop safe in a convenience store? You can't get at them?
I have two suggestions. One is we have what I call a door that can't be broached at all, period. Even with firearms or explosives, they can be done. Then I'd have a second door so that they could take and open that door and go to the bathroom and get their food, whatever is necessary. But there's no reason why they, actually with two-plane cockpit or two pilots in a plane, that they have to have the vulnerability, which they do now. And I do think you'll find this happening in the future.
Okay, let me go back to Mary on this question. Mary, it seems to me that these gentlemen got on the plane up in Boston at Logan Airport. We don't know where they came from. They may have come across the border. They flashed a United Arab Emirates license, a driver's license, and one of them was carrying a Saudi passport. How does the government of the United States keep an eye on people who are wanted or on the watch list as terrorists who get flight training in Florida, then just hop on any plane they want to? Is there anything stopping these guys from doing this tomorrow morning again?
No, because it's a domestic flight. Again, we pay far more attention to international flights, but consider two people that go to Boston Logan Airport. One's going to Paris, one's going to L.A. Same vulnerabilities for the plane and the people, but the one going to Paris gets about 3 times the security of the one going to LAX. The fact that these people were on lists known to the government, and the government was even looking for them, but domestic civilian aviation had no protection against them, is absolutely outrageous. But in fact, that's the way it is. We do not limit people from our planes based on citizenship.
Well, what do you think we should do?
I think we should have, even on domestic flights, the same kind of security for international. And if we have a watch list for people that the FBI are watching, particularly for terrorist activities, they should not blithely be able to buy tickets and board civilian planes. They must be required, the airlines have to be required to check. This is truly outrageous.
Are you surprised that the FBI was so lickety-split in having pictures of these guys within 24 hours or so, 48 hours, as if they, oh yeah, we know that guy, yeah, we know that joker, yeah, we know him. It's as if these are on the usual suspects list, and they, oh yeah, we've been watching that guy, yeah. Doesn't that bother you, the familiarity and the ease with which they pick these guys' names up in their pictures? You may have wondered, like I have wondered, if they knew them before, why didn't they do something before? Why aren't they watching them?
Well, they probably are for a couple of reasons. One, if you're watching somebody, and by the way, they have to watch them legally, so they have to have a court order to do it, and court-ordered surveillance, etc.
What do you mean? Wait a minute. We had surveillance guys. We had we had the United States Communist Party packed with FBI agents. We didn't need court orders. Why can't we go in there and infiltrate?
No, they get them. You just don't know about that. The Justice Department does that, and unfortunately, they can't just list those people for the public to know because they actually violate some national security laws in doing so, and that's probably what they will say when this is said and done as to why they didn't tell us all who they were looking for.
Let's go back to the chairman of the committee. You've got oversight on this committee. Do you think there ought to be a law that says a guy who's on the watch list for terrorism shouldn't be able to jump aboard a plane in Boston and fly wherever he wants to? Or should he be able to?
If I have my way, they'll not only be watched, we'll also have marshals on the airplane like we had up to 1995.
Absolutely.
I think this is crucially important. Remember, if we had marshals on board the airplane, 2 marshals, the co-pilot would not have to come out of that cockpit. Would not have to try to rescue the.
But isn't that a big waste of money? And why don't you target
not
the people?
A waste of
How
money.
many people in the world are terrorists? Why don't you go after the terrorists and stop wasting money with all this nickel and dime stuff? You know you don't have a problem with 99% of the people in the airplanes. You have a problem with the Arab terrorists.
Chris, you have to keep on one thing. You have the ACLU. You do have the Constitution protecting people.
Okay, let me ask you, what's the Constitution? How does the Constitution protect the guy from a conspiracy?
If you want to stop this issue, you go after Afghanistan and you go after bin Laden. You go after the people that harbor them and that has funded this program. You go after that. You go after that area, and you can eliminate this problem. Because remember, you can do it very quickly, and I hope this president does it and does it correctly.
Okay, let me ask you. It seems to me that we've all grown up knowing that organized crime, the mafia, the United States Communist Party when it was active, we knew how to get surveillance on all these people, and we watched them to the point where people made jokes about it. We knew so much about them, right?
That's right.
Why don't we do that?
And times have changed, as you well know. A lot of things that occurred in the past cannot occur now. If they have not broken the law, if they're within the law themselves, yet are dedicated to committing what these people did, a mass act of war, you're not going to be able to stop them by just watching them.
Let's use
if you want to export, if you want to export them, fine, we can do that.
Right, I wish you could export them too. But yeah, 18 people involved. You have to assume there's a multiple of the 18 people who committed suicide by hijacking. All those people were able to keep this a secret with great synchronization. Does that surprise you? Doesn't it suggest that maybe they could have been infiltrated with that many numbers of people involved?
Yes, it does. It's a very large conspiracy, actually. And by the way, I used to be on the Organized Crime and Racketeering Strike Force and also worked on counterintelligence surveillance orders. And you can do that, and you do surveil them. And I'm not so sure that you know, just from the speed at which they've been able to do that, maybe they were tracking them. We wouldn't know. I wouldn't automatically assume that they weren't doing that and the FBI wasn't trying very hard to do that. But it does surprise me that a conspiracy this large was able to succeed. Ordinarily, conspiracies do break down rather rapidly.
Congressman, you've been around long enough to know that we had every one of the communist embassies in this town tapped.
That's right.
Every one of them. I had a phone call with one guy next day. An old friend of mine from the FBI calls up and talks about that conversation. So this was going on. How come we can't tap all the phones of all these people? We know they're involved. They're on the watch list. Everybody says, oh, yeah, I know that guy.
If they're on the watch list and they are suspicious of acting, I think, against the United States, then they should be removed from the United States. And that's very clear. I have no arguments with that. Right. But we have to be a little bit careful when it comes to putting everybody in the same sack.
No. Don't jump into don't try to out-liberal me. Let me just ask you a question here. A guy's on the watch list is taking flight training down in goddamn Florida, and nobody notices it?
Then you're right. They should have been noticed, and they should have been, at that time, relieved of the occupation of this country.
I would put 2 and 2 together, and I'd say trouble. What would you say, Mary?
Absolutely, and this is a very big loophole that we can do the flight training. By the way, years and years ago, there was I believe one federal prison camp that they discovered was actually giving flight training. You could take flight lessons as a federal prison camp inmate. That was years and years ago, but it's the same thing. We allow these things to go on, and then we're astonished. Once you become a pilot and work for an airline, everything you do, your career and what you do is tracked.
Everybody's worried about protecting freedom. We've lost 5,000 people. For all I know, I can't drive my car down Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House. I used to enjoy that freedom because I wanted to blow my horn to get Nixon to resign too, okay? So everybody's worried about losing freedom here. Some people are going to lose their freedom out of this, I can tell you. All right? And I think it should be the people who are involved in conspiracy. So let's talk about how we stop this from happening again. Chairman of the committee, Chairman of the Oversight Committee on FAA, right?
Right.
Congressman, how do you stop this from happening again?
We're going to
do the exact same thing.
We're going to put the double doors in. The FBI will be working with the CIA. The scrutiny of those people are questionable. Again, we'll export them from this country.
Okay, a guy gets on a plane with a knife and he starts cutting the throats of stewardesses in the back of the plane. The pilot's supposed to do what?
Well, we're going to have the marshals on board.
Oh.
That's what's going to happen. Number one, they should have been on there to begin with.
Every plane?
Every plane, as far as I'm concerned.
Every New York shuttle?
Every New York shuttle? Remember, these are not missiles, and they're fully loaded with fuel. That's why they picked the ones that were going to the West Coast.
So you would say the intercontinental, the
transcontinental, intercontinental, those that have the large quantity of fuel on board. And very frankly, again, I do think there was a slip of the FBI and the CIA.
Every morning from 7 o'clock, starting around 6 in the morning, they're at 6:30 on the half hour. There's Delta on the half hour and the USA on the hour. They go right past the buildings in New York we're talking about. What's to stop this from happening on any one of those shuttles tomorrow? Right now, what's to stop a guy from grabbing a knife and saying, I'm going to kill everybody?
Well, actually, my point is, and I've been arguing this for years, is nothing. We have just simply taken the attitude that it can't happen here. Right. It has been voiced very succinctly by the government because we did not have a domestic terroristic attack against aviation. They said no.
Give us your three-point op-ed piece right now. What should be done?
First of all, the first failure in every case that we studied was the human factor. You can have all the laws in the world, but the fact is we have 400 different security plans at 400 different airports around the country, and if you have a weak link in Boston, security is going to fail anywhere in the system because once you're behind secure areas in Boston, you're in secure areas.
Your FAA rules that you enforced allowed you to carry a 5-inch knife on the plane. What rules do you think were broken here? What, 3-inch knife? 4-inch knife. If you could have a 4-inch knife, you didn't have to have anybody break a rule. The rules allowed it.
Well, that's right. That's another of the ridiculous
Well, what are you talking about a security breach for?
Pardon?
What are you talking about a security breach for? You didn't have to breach the rules. The rules allowed you to have a 4-inch knife on an airplane.
That's right, and I agree. I think that's absolutely absurd. We stop people for scissors, but we allow knives. And the reason we did that is because people complained that their Swiss Army knives were being taken away. It's utterly absurd. I couldn't agree with you more.
But let's keep in mind, Chris, if a person wants to hijack an airplane, you can get a weapon on that airplane. That is not, absolutely.
Shouldn't.
You can, though. And I keep saying one of the problems we have is the security itself at the airport. They're undertrained, underpaid. Most of them are very quick turnovers.
Thanks a lot, Congressman Don Young, Chairman of the Transportation Committee. Mary Schiavo, formerly with the FAA and the Department of Transportation. In a moment, we're going to check in with NBC's Ashley Banfield down in Manhattan. After this, from CNBC headquarters.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ted David. Stocks. The stock markets will reopen on Monday after the longest shutdown of trading since World War I. The NYSE, the NASDAQ, and the American Stock Exchange will remain closed tomorrow, then test their vast web of equipment on Saturday. And if all goes well, trading will resume Monday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Meantime, U.S. Treasuries resumed trading today after a 2-day hiatus following those terrorist attacks. And as you can see, the 10-year note and the 30-year bond each lower on the trading session. Let's go live now to Mark Laude, Sydney Bureau Chief for CNBC Asia. Mark, what kind of session is shaping up?
Ted, sideways is the one-word answer to that question. We're having a slight declines in Australia and New Zealand, the first markets to open. Also, the Korean Kospi is down 1.3% after gaining strongly yesterday. The Bombay Index is also expected to open lower, as is the Nikkei in Tokyo. Essentially, after falls, then gains, now are leveling out. We're waiting for direction from the US. Consumer sentiment data out from the US yesterday does not bode well for Asian exporters, particularly some of the consumer product stocks in Tokyo. But we are seeing gold stocks and green grocers, for example, stocks like Woolworths moving higher today. The banks are mixed. We're really seeing a directionless trade, investors not knowing whether to pick stocks or what. Essentially, they're just looking for some quality and some assurance, some certainty, and oil and gold stocks are essentially giving that to them today.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Mark Laude, CNBC Australia. Trading opens in a few minutes in Tokyo. In the next half hour, we'll take you live to the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Here's a look at what's coming up for the remainder of the evening live on CNBC following Rivera Live. and the news with Brian Williams. We'll keep you posted on overseas markets with the action starting with CNBC Asia. We'll carry that live for you. Then we'll take you to CNBC Europe. Today's business starts its usual time at 5 a.m. Eastern Time from 5 to 7 a.m. And then Squawk Box with Mark Haynes begins at 7 a.m. Eastern Time as we continue what we call in the business our wall-to-wall coverage of this tragedy and its aftermath, as well as market reaction overseas. And we get you ready for market trading, which is due to begin coming up on Monday. We'll see you in a half hour.
We go right now to Rahima Ellis, who's downtown in Manhattan, right near the crash, the bombing scene. Rahima, tell us about this man who's with you right now.
It's an incredible story. I have a woman on this cell phone. Her name is Tracy. A co-worker's friend called that co-worker this morning from inside the rubble. He had been on the 104th floor. Tracy, what is his name again? His name is Leonard, and what's his last name? Okay. Again, this is a friend of her co-worker who was relating the story to her, and that phone call came in this morning. And Tracy, he told you that he is, of course, alive, but didn't tell you what kind of condition that he's in. This is amazing, Chris. The phone call said, Tracy, I'm going to put the phone down for a second. The phone call said simply that he is alive. He's buried under the rubble. He was going to hang up and try and contact the emergency rescue workers so he could try and give them some indication as to where he is. How he's going to do that, I have no idea, but it is an extremely hopeful sign. And through the miracles of cell phones and its technological miracle, I guess, maybe somebody else is going to be pulled from that rubble.
Well, it's an amazing thought that a man could fall 100 and some floors and still be alive.
It's absolutely incredible, but there are all kinds of stories that people are telling, and they're hopeful now that once there was a story of a firefighter who was able to walk out of that rubble today. That has given a lot of hope to thousands of people who have come down to the corner of 26 and Lexington on the east side of Manhattan. There's an armory here, which is called the Grief Center. This is where families are coming to give information to the police and those from the medical examiner's office so they can have forensic information so they can identify people who are brought out of the building. A headline, Chris, more than 2,000 people have been processed alive. Their names are on a list. Once the family members go inside this building and register very detailed information, they then go to another room and look through this huge book of names, seeing if they can find someone in their family, one of their loved ones, and match it up with a name.
Raymond, we have 5,000 people missing. We have 5,000 people missing. 5,000 New Yorkers who are eliminated from the earth, as far as we know. You say some may be underneath that rubble. Do we know how long it will take for the engineers and the firemen to get to the bottom of that rubble? Is that even feasible to estimate?
I couldn't even begin to estimate, and I have been down there right in ground zero, and I asked the firemen that very same question. Can you give me a guess of days, weeks, months? They said they don't know, Chris. Honest and truly, they just can't begin to estimate because it is such a tragedy that is so enormous. Most of us can't even comprehend what it looks like down there. The pictures will show you an incredible picture, what you see on videotape. But I've been in the middle of it, and it does not begin to describe what it's like when you're down there. And two buildings, towers that were 110 stories high have completely collapsed. They're not there anymore.
Rahima, you have someone with you right now. Tell us about that person.
I do have several people with me. This man, it's your friend.
It's my best friend. His name's Larry Polich, and he was also on the 104th floor. So that was my friend Tracy you're on the phone with, and that gives me some hope that maybe he's still alive.
Tell me about him. What kind of guy is he?
And like all the other people out there, he's an unbelievable person. He's the nicest person to everyone. He cared about everyone. Everyone had great stories.
And this is his
him,
picture.
Larry Polich, the nicest guy in the world. He's about 6'2", just shaved his head, so he's very proud of that. And we just want to find out if there's John Doe's in any particular hospitals. We'd really like to know so that we can try and locate him.
And you're going everywhere, just as this man is, and you're looking for your brother.
My brother, Scott Saber.
When did you talk to him last?
the night before, and the last communication we heard from him was at 9:10, and he called his secretary, told her they were being evacuated, and told her to make sure to pick up the phone so my mother wouldn't worry.
So your mother wouldn't worry. And you're the big brother.
Yeah, that's my little brother Scott with my youngest daughter. Oh, if anyone spoke to anybody who was up on the 106th floor at the Waters Conference, please call me, Bruce Saber, at 737-1589.
Our prayers are with you and your family. Chris, if we can do just one other man who's been standing here, and you're looking for John.
Yeah, John's my brother-in-law, John Bocci, and he was on the 105th floor. And, you know, who knows? I mean, he's a good guy. He's strong. He's hard-headed, so if a beam hit him on the head, we know that wasn't going to knock him out. And, you know, I put down the number here. It's 973-889-0921. That's in New Jersey. I also put his cell phone number because I don't know if the rescue guys were taking a list of cell phone numbers and maybe calling people inside.
Everybody here is being extremely detailed about this. This woman, let me see if I can get her in as the last one.
Sure.
Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for my brother, Craig Staub. He was on the 89th floor of tower number 2. He's recently married. He's expecting his first child this week.
And did he talk to his wife sometime on Tuesday?
His last communication was a phone message that he left for her while she was in the shower after the first plane hit the first tower. He wanted to let her know that he was okay, but he didn't say that he was evacuating immediately, and that's what's worrying us the most. Not to mention that he was probably the last to evacuate because he was probably busy helping everyone. That's what he did in the first bombing because he was there for that.
He was in the 1993. Your family had to be very apprehensive, or were they, about him being back in the World Trade Towers after 1993?
Yes, but you figure lightning isn't going to strike twice in the same place.
Okay. Our best to you. Chris, again, there are stories like this all over this city of people looking for someone that they love.
Well, thank you very much, Rahima Ellis of NBC News, who's in Lower Manhattan. Let's go right now to Nora O'Donnell, who's at the Pentagon. Nora, the president uses the word... Oh, we can't go to Nora. We're going to have to go to our guest right now. It's not too bad. We're going to go to the former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska. Let me ask you first, gentlemen. I'm just going to do it free form here. What do you think should be done here?
Well, I think everything the president is doing and the administration is doing is right, and that's to look at it as a long-term, multifaceted, highly integrated operation that's political, economic, intelligence-related, and militarily related. And this is not one of those slap-on-the-wrist things that we've done in the past, and have really embolden the enemy to do more.
Who is the enemy here? Because if you declare war, you have to know against whom. Who is the enemy? Define the people we're going to try to kill right now.
The Islamic fundamentalist movement.
The whole thing?
The whole thing, and it's global. And it is not going to be confined to just a few weeks or months, or even perhaps a year or two.
If it's bin Laden, and we're getting reports that it is bin Laden, I mean, we've been hearing this for a couple days now, why do you go after anybody but Ben? Why don't you just nail this gang, kill everybody in the gang, or bring in the justice, and leave it at that? But you say you should do more.
They have to do more. My God, if you kill bin Laden tomorrow, and I wish we could, and I would, he'll be back in another phase. Believe me, this is Iraq. This is Syria.
Senator Hagel.
Well, General Haig is correct. The network of terrorists in the world today is more than bin Laden. General Haig is correct. The al-Qaeda network includes many cells all over the world. There are 5 or 6 very clearly identifiable terrorist groups in the world today, right. All very active. Many, if not most, been trained through the bin Laden
schools. Who killed our 5,000 people?
We don't know yet. We are getting the facts.
How can you declare war on somebody you don't know who they are?
We aren't going to declare war on anybody until we know who it is. I don't think we will be declaring war. We are going to pass a resolution which will be appropriate and focused, and will give the president the resources he needs to get to the bottom of this.
Gentlemen, let's get a report from Nora O'Donnell at the Pentagon. Nora, what is the president planning to do right now?
Well, first, let me tell you this, Chris. Government sources tell NBC News that the Bush administration has concluded that Osama bin Laden is directly responsible for the attacks on the United States. What is the military planning to do? We got the clearest signal to date today from the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Paul Wolfowitz, who said that the U.S. will be engaged in sustained military attacks. He said that they will destroy the roots of terrorism. We also heard in a Pentagon briefing today that they are planning to use air, sea, and land forces. Of course, the size of our forces are doubled in the Arabian Peninsula at this time. Both the USS Enterprise and the USS Carl Vinson are both there. Each of those battleships has 75 warplanes on board. They are able to launch, of course, also long-range cruise missiles. There are submarines with them as well. So the forces are there in part. They are not talking about any type of timetable for this. The Associated Press at this hour is reporting that the Bush administration is pressuring Pakistan to close its borders to allow overflights of U.S. air flights. However, this was a report also that was talked about earlier today in the White House with the press. Secretary Ari Fleischer, who refused to confirm that or even confirm those types of conversation with Pakistan, of course, citing confidentiality if, in fact, any types of airstrikes were to occur. Chris?
Okay, thank you very much. Nora O'Donnell, who's at the Pentagon with NBC News. General Haig, you say you're going to go after all the terrorists who have attacked us in the past, all the ones that have attacked Israel in the past, have attacked all the other countries of the world. How do you narrow this down?
Well, look, first,
just Arab terrorists, by the way. That's what we're talking about. We're not going after the IRA, are we?
Yeah, first thing, Chris, let's not equate Israel and the United States in this. It's the United States who was attacked. We are the prime enemy of these groups, and they're out to destroy our system. And that means our European friends are equally involved, because if they got rid of us, they'd be after them. Just as they'll be after these so-called moderate Arab states, who will be the first to go if they succeed. So what we're dealing with here is a global problem that's going to require a multifaceted global approach and solutions. And that includes very extensive military. But let me tell you, it's not going to be a cruise missile job. It's not going to be an airstrike. And we've learned, if we've learned anything in Bosnia and Kosovo and elsewhere, they are not the decisive solutions to these problems. The man on the ground who digs out that fellow and gets him is the fellow that's going to do it ultimately. So
you're going to have to send in SEAL units? I mean, who are you going to send in to do this kind of job? We have to go in and go in guys, slit their throats.
Well, no, we're going to have to go in. We may have to go in with airborne troops, with Marines who are all mobile. It could be a number of things. But you're just not going to get rid of this problem by taking one facet of it out. It'll be back.
Let's just try to narrow this down, Senator Hagel. We've been victim to Arab terrorism for years now. The West Berlin nightclub where 2 of our service people were killed on purpose, the Lockerbie 103, the Pan Am 103, the World Trade Tower the first time, 93, this horrible one which outblows them all away in terms of human disaster. Are those the list of terrorist attacks we're going to get even for and eradicate the people who did them? Or are we going to go beyond that and say people we even think might be thinking about doing it?
This cannot be seen as a get-even project. What this is about, and General Haig again is right, is bringing together an international coalition of the civilized world to drive a stake through the heart of terrorism. That's what this is about. Not ricocheting from crisis to crisis, not getting even, but a massive blow, a massive force, and it will be a long time. And don't believe that this is going to be over in a month or 2 months. That's the kind of commitment that must be made in the leadership by the United States and the civilized world to deal with this. That's how big it is, Chris.
Well, let me go through the countries. We know that Libya has supported terrorism. We know that Syria has supported terrorism. We certainly know Iraq has, right? Are we going to war with those countries? Because the French always have a little tiptoe deal with those people, too. You know, we always have European allies who are pretty good allies, but they always like to get along with the Arab states. And some of these Arab states are terrorist-supporting states. And how do you get the coalition to work against Syria, against Libya, against Gaddafi? How do you work against that coalition?
Chris, nations like individuals will always respond in their own self-interest. Yeah. This could happen just as easily in Paris, in Bonn, in Berlin, in London. And what must occur here, just as the president said in his speech the other night, and by the way, I thought he did it exactly right, said it exactly right, those nations are culpable who have housed these terrorists in any way, sponsored them, whether directly or indirectly. And what has to happen here in our initial response must be so massive and so punishing that it will send a message. It will shake the world about how serious the civilized world is.
You start dropping ordnance on villages, compounds, tent cities. You kill a lot of people, kids and old people and non-combatants. The entire world comes out against you. How do you avoid doing that?
Well, that's not what we're going to do, Chris.
Okay, you go in an Entebbe-style raid or a Desert One type of situation. You expose your personnel to tremendous risk. They could be surrounded, tortured on national, international television like we saw in Somalia. It's not so easy. Jimmy Carter tried to go in and rescue those hostages. We had the helicopter accidents, the C-5As hit the helicopters. You're laughing, but it was horrendous. How do we avoid those kind of situations?
Horrendously muffed, horrendously badly done. Listen, I was figuratively in command of that. I didn't know it was happening in my own command.
Right.
And it was a disaster the way it was done. The helicopters were in bad shape. The people weren't properly trained. Their tactics were sick. And I tell you, somebody should have gone to jail for that one.
Right. But that was where we lost a lot of our guys.
Of course. And anytime you do anything wrong, you're going to lose people. That's why we can't be impatient and demanding action now, action now. I hear some of these pundits. It's a nauseating thing to think these people think there's a 24-hour solution to this problem. It's been 10 years in the making, and we've ignored it for 10 years. Leadership that was afraid to confront the reality of what we were
Let's
facing.
go back to my favorite saw here. The FBI has been excellent in the last 48 hours. They've got the names and pictures of these guys. It's like they've been wanted posters. They went down to the post office and found their pictures. They knew them. Oh, yeah, I know that guy. How come they didn't know him 2 hours before this happened? How come they didn't know this guy was on the watch list? How come these guys are taking flying lessons? For what? They're going to become Bob Cummings commercial pilots? I mean, you think they're regular guys? These guys are terrorists.
Well, I think we have to understand this is a large universe of dynamics that has been responsible
How many
for getting us
suspects
here.
do we have on the bin Laden list, for example?
Well,
How long could it be?
Well, I don't know that, but they're working on it. They will get the facts, and we will know.
Why didn't we do it
respond.
beforehand? Doesn't it bother you as a senator that we are so quick at coming out with the usual suspects when it's too late?
Well, let's back up for a minute here. Al Haig said something that's very important. This just didn't happen. This is the result on Tuesday of a lot of essentially looking the other way and dismantling our human intelligence over the last 25 years and our military.
Absolutely.
Well, lack of courageous leadership, deferring the tough decisions. We do it all the time in this country. And that has, together, and allowing a lot of these things to be dismissed. Don Young talked about them earlier in the show. Accumulation of those factors have led us to this point. Now, we must unwind that, find out what happened and why, and all the things are going to go into this. This is the point that we're trying to make here, Chris. This isn't going to be done overnight, tomorrow, next week. This is a long term. This is intelligence, it's courageous leadership, it's coalition building,
right
it's all the things.
But it comes to execution. What would stop one of these characters from doing exactly what they did on Tuesday, next Tuesday? I still haven't heard anybody tell me why a guy can't get on a plane. I don't care where he's from, the United Arab Emirates. He's carrying a driver's license, international driver's license. He hitchhiked across the Canadian border. He gets on a plane in Logan. Nobody's going to stop him right now, by the way. If there's a flight tonight, he's on it. Nobody's going to stop him. And he's going to have his little pen knife or his little carton opener or his Swiss Army knife. And he does the same exact thing over again. What's to stop people from doing this? I still don't get it. We're open. We're open to attack. Aren't we?
Chris, you talk the bottle half empty. I'd like to talk it half full.
Okay.
We have a very competent team now working. And I'm impressed with our new Attorney General.
We lost 5,000 people on their watch.
And within 48 hours, they have already got the leads that you and I had hoped they would have.
Right.
And they ought to be complimented for that and not criticized. And we shouldn't be undercutting the faith and confidence of the American people in their government, who they just put in office.
Well,
we
let me ask you this. Would you be so kind if this was a Democratic crowd running the country right now?
You bet I would, and I have.
And do you believe that an FBI that lets this happen in a country is doing its job?
Well, now, don't talk to the FBI. These are dedicated men. Talk to the people who fund them, who set the policies, the restrictions, the interlocking committees on the Hill. My God, if you're in the CIA today, you spend 90% of your time testifying before the various committees. We have got to sort this zoo out up on the legislature. And I thank God we've got a man up there that's dedicated to that kind of thing.
In his speech, the presidential candidate last time around, George W. Bush made a point of saying he was against any kind of profiling of Arab people getting on airplanes, had Middle Eastern features or whatever. He made a big deal he was going to do that, and that probably got him a few votes. And I cheered him at the time. I said, that's great. But is there a little bit of a chilling factor here among our agents not to bother a guy because he may have an accent or have a certain look or certain kind of passport or driver's license? Is there a little bit of, oh, we better not ask him about that. That's kind of offensive. Is there some of that going on?
Well, Chris, let's realize what we are.
All these guys got on a plane the same day, by the way.
Chris, let's realize, first of all, who we are and what we are for over 200 years. We're a nation of laws that respects life, and we respect individuals. We have laws, privacy. We're an open society, the most open society in the history of mankind. That invites this kind of terrorism. That's a reality. Now, that's number one. Number two, then how do we address what happened on Tuesday to ensure, as best we can, not 100%, none will ever be 100%, that doesn't happen again. Balance between the civil liberties and rights in this country and security.
But when you know that all the trouble comes from one little part of the world, why don't you keep an eye on these people?
Well, we're going to have to do better and more.
You know, this civil liberties answer is not going to work with a couple more of these disasters. By the way, 5,000 people are dead because we're big liberals, okay? Anyway, Chuck Hagel, Senator from Nebraska, Alexander Haig, he's had every job in the world. Let's hear right now what former President Clinton has to say about this.
Oh, God. We have to improve our defenses, and we have to let people know that there will be a strong sanction for this. And I believe America, if we stay together, if the people will stay together and keep their spirits strong, I believe the president will find out what happened. I think it'll do the right thing.
This President Clinton, if you were president, what you will do now?
Well, the important thing is that I'm not president. I'm a citizen, and I'm going to support the president, and that's what I want every American to do. They know what they have to do. They have to find the facts, and then they have to take appropriate action. I can tell you this, having been there, it may or may not be simple, easy, and quick. It may be complicated, difficult, and protracted. And we have to be willing to pay the price of fighting a very different kind of adversary. But we've got to stay together. And those of us who are citizens and not in positions of responsibility, we need to work with the mayor here, the governor, all these fabulous fire, police, guards people, all these relief workers. We need to support them, and we need to help the victims and those who didn't survive, their families, and we need to rebuild the city. That's what we need to do, and we need not to show fear and not to give in, and we need to prove them wrong by how we respond to this, so we can do this.
Well, that was former President Clinton down at the area meeting the people and their casualties. You know, he is pretty good at that, isn't he, Chad?
Yeah. It's terrific.
He knows how to get in there and show some sympathy.
Yeah,
do you think the president's been a little slow getting to the scene?
Well,
or getting back to Washington?
My first reaction watching it on TV was, oh, I want him to come back. I remember Margaret Thatcher had the bomb attack on her hotel room, and she was right there. But in talking to the White House friends, and I don't want to mention names, there were some very serious threats at the White House, to the White House. So
you're sure of those reports? You're sure of those guys?
Yeah, are we ever sure?
Yeah.
But I think the president definitely wanted to be back here. He is here.
But you know it looked bad.
Oh,
I'm not going to push this any further. But isn't it kind of odd that Dick Cheney's squirreled away in Camp David right now?
Look, we don't know. We don't know. I just saw, I'm sitting in my office across kitty corner from EOB and the White House, watching helicopters circling the White House, watching Hummer Army vehicles in the streets, police cordoning off all of the streets. Something was up, and the Senate, they had to evacuate the U.S. Senate.
But everybody's kind of spooked. Right?
Well,
every time you call up, you call 911 and say there's a bomb, everybody runs.
But if you didn't evacuate, you'd be guilty of. So I think we just have to. We shouldn't rush to judgment. Yeah. Do you want your president out there shaking hands? I don't know. Yeah, but on the other hand, you also want him protected. This has changed. The country has changed. This is more than Pearl Harbor. This is a call to arms. I think Al Haig is right. We have to launch an international effort.
Yeah.
We empower America.
Because the Japanese didn't blow up the Empire State Building. This is closer to home. This is right
absolutely.
In the country.
I think
this is an inside job almost.
Yeah, inside job, right? They were trained in Florida, as you pointed out.
They used our fuel, our airplanes as weapons.
Absolutely.
All they had were penknives.
It's a giant intelligence failure, by the way. Yeah,
okay, fine. Let's just talk about the way American politics works. And it isn't theoretical, it's practical. We are a very practical people. We like civil liberties, but we're practical. 5,000 missing, probably dead in many cases, in that rubble there, because somebody wanted to kill them. They did it on purpose and they got away with it. We have a civil liberties value system in this country. It goes back to the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights.
Thank God.
How does the FBI operate within that respect for civil liberties and capture guys who are on watch lists, who are associated with bin Laden, and yet they're getting flight testing?
Yeah,
training?
in Florida.
How's that work? How do they get on
hitchhiking across the border? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I watched the show before. On the other hand, this is a wake-up call, an incredible wake-up call. The American people will, in my opinion, want to do what is necessary. I noticed the other day that El Al has never had a hijacked plane in 50 years.
We talked about why.
I think the American people are going to begin to understand what it's like to be an Israeli living in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jaffa.
You've taken El Al, so you know why. Because they have a 45-minute interview to get on the plane.
Absolutely.
Would an American put up with that? Would you put up with that?
Yeah.
Every flight you
right
got on.
now, you bet.
Would you take a 45-minute interview? Okay, let's talk about politics. When something goes wrong and 5,000 people are missing, presumed dead in many cases, I'll say it. It looks pretty bad for these guys. They may be down in that rubble. Here's the question. Whose fault is it?
Well,
because if it's nobody's fault, then it can happen again. Somebody did something or didn't do something. No, what's the sin of omission here?
Well, there's a intelligence failure of unbelievable proportions.
FBI.
We have DIA, NSA, CIA, FBI,
CIA does overseas.
police.
FBI is responsible for counterterrorism.
We are so loose at airports, it is incredible. We have no idea what it is like to be able to just walk through an airport and get on a plane with, as you pointed out earlier, a 5-inch knife or a 4-inch knife. There's going to have to be, it's a new day. Life will never be the same for any American subsequent to the 11th of this month.
But doesn't it, you travel so much, I travel a lot, and I think we pretend, we kid ourselves about safety. We ask these stupid questions when we get on airplanes. Has anybody given anything to carry? Well, these guys know what the answer is.
Of course
no.
Yeah.
Have you watched your possession? I sure have. I've been putting this stuff
Guarded them with my life.
Yeah, well, isn't that a joke?
It is a joke.
Okay.
But it won't happen
what about those metal detectors? They say you can have a 4-inch knife if you want to go on an airplane. What do you need a metal detector for? Oh, by the knives, bringing the knives through.
Let me take it to another level. I was talking to Jean Kirkpatrick, and she and I and Bill Bennett suggested strongly that the country should declare war on this worldwide Islamic jihad. 95% of people who practice Islam are peace-loving and God-fearing. But there is a fringe element of radical fundamentalist Islam that has to be rooted out, because reading the papers and having a Muslim say how disgusted they are, how dangerous the moment is, how bricks are being thrown through a mosque. The scapegoating, we must be very careful not to blame every
I know that's the right answer, Jack. Look, I watched television the last 10 days.
We've got to get
all those people cheering on the West Bank.
Terrorism.
You say they're not all active agents or terrorists, but there's a lot of people over there cheering the loss of our lives.
Sad.
What about all those pictures of those people?
Yeah.
You can't root them out.
Well, Ben Laden declared war on the United States in 1988. He said every God-fearing Muslim should kill an American and take their possessions. At that point, we have now seen the USS Cole. We have seen 2 attacks on our embassies in Africa, and this unbelievable, horrific act in New York and Washington. It is time to get serious. I think a declaration of war is called for.
Against Ben Laden?
Absolutely.
Who else?
Absolutely. Anyone who supports his network of Al-Qaeda, the base. And that is something that the American people have to know about. We've taken it for granted.
Al Haig says to go after all Arab terrorists.
Well, we have to go against terrorists, whether they are Arab or whatever.
But we're not going after the IRA, are we?
Well, if they launch a war on the United States,
that's right. That's a big F. Jack Kemp, thank you very much. Rivera Live's up next with more on the attack on America after this update from CNBC News headquarters.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, everybody. From CNBC World Headquarters, I'm Ted David. The news out today from the SEC, the NYSE, and the NASDAQ. Regular trading will resume on Monday. In the meantime, another session is about to begin in the Pacific Rim. We go live now to the Tokyo Stock Exchange and CNBC Asia Pacific Tokyo Bureau Chief Kaori Njoji. We saw a tame session yesterday, Kaori. How is it shaping up today?
Well, Ted, much more sense of normalcy and calm here in Tokyo. It's the third trading day after the tragedy in the U.S. The market is a little bit choppy, but sticking very close to yesterday's closing levels. The Nikkei 225, the benchmark, is up 50 points currently at 9,662. The broader Topix index is also managing to hold on to gains this morning, up by 11 points at 1014. The central bank, the Bank of Japan, has maintained excess liquidity in the money market system, showing its resolve to keep ample supply in the market to prevent rates from shooting up. There is mounting speculation that the central bank, the Bank of Japan, may move to ease further when its policy board meeting meets next week for 2 days. So there is a sense of normalcy here, but many businesses have canceled events and news conferences that were scheduled today to pay their respects to the U.S. Back to you, Ted.
All right, Kaori, thank you. We'll talk to you later on. Kaori and Joji in Tokyo. Meanwhile, in Australia, the All Ordinaries Index is currently trading on the downside by about 9 points at 30.6060 for a loss of about 0.25%. Now, later tonight, our global market coverage will continue. We have CNBC Asia up from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. here. Then from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. all times Eastern, CNBC Europe to give you a feel for how the markets are trading there. And as you know, they have been rather tame. Coming up at 5 a.m. Eastern time, as always, we'll have Today's Business, Liz Klayman and Bob Sellers for you. And at 7 a.m. Eastern time, Mark Haynes and the gang with Squawk Box. Again, trading to resume here in the United States on the equities markets starting on Monday. They are looking to do some dry runs or dress rehearsals a la Y2K, if you'll recall. They'll do those over the weekend. The bond market, however, traded today, closed lower. Up next, Rivera Live.
Tonight, another fast-breaking day of highly dramatic developments with the U.S. Capitol building being evacuated because of a bomb scare, Vice President Dick Cheney being taken to Camp David as a precautionary measure, and New York City's newly reopened airports closed down again due to FBI activity. Reportedly, the arrests at JFK and LaGuardia airports of 7 or 8 Middle Eastern men attempting to get on transcontinental flights with tickets originally booked for this past Tuesday. 3 reportedly produced counterfeit pilots' licenses. There were also arrests in Germany of people suspected of being involved in the plot to terrorize America, one of them a U.S. citizen. Meanwhile, the Defense Department says it is prepared for a sustained military campaign against the perpetrators of Tuesday's atrocities, a large-scale attack including land, sea, and air forces. And at the Pentagon and in lower Manhattan, courageous and exhausted rescue workers continue to risk their lives in the fading hope that anyone is still alive. As you'll see in a bit, they've received, just in the last couple of hours, a surprise visit of encouragement from former President Bill Clinton. We'll have all that plus an exclusive interview with someone who earlier today received an intriguing call from a key aide to the world's most wanted man. Yes, Osama bin Laden. All that is right now on Rivera Live.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and I just wanted you to know that I love you always. Bye.
I did the natural thing was after I spoke with her father was to turn on the TV. Immediately I saw the North Tower billowing smoke, and you can only imagine my thoughts and fears, and then to hear my wife's message. I immediately tried to call her on her cell phone and it wouldn't go through. I later went to voicemail, and still to this point her voicemail is full.
Sharon Hughes speaking of that heart-wrenching message left on his answering machine by his wife Melissa, who was attending a meeting on the 101st floor of One World Trade Center. Melissa Hughes visiting from San Francisco now, one of the nearly 5,000 people officially listed as missing, a number that may rise in the days to come. New York's Mayor Giuliani, in fact, has requested 11,000 body bags to be ready in case it comes to that, as his shell-shocked, debris-strewn, and grief-stricken city remains on high alert. Hi, I'm Geraldo Rivera, still stuck in L.A. 60 hours later, the air still carries the stink of the sneak attack that began the first American war of the 21st century. The mountain of still smoldering rubble in downtown Manhattan said now to contain the crushed and shattered remains of more than 4,700 victims. It's grudgingly yielding the occasional miracle of life. Several firefighters feared lost have been found alive today. But the digging, clawing, increasingly desperate search effort does not now seem destined to end the pain and suffering for most of the tens of thousands of grieving relatives waiting for word of loved ones unheard from since the flying murderers destroyed the Trade Center and perhaps our comfortable, confident way of life. And nerves are compounding grief. New York and Washington are rattled, shaken, edgy. Police action and perverse false bomb threats are causing frequent closings of institutions of various kinds, from the private school across the street from my girls' home in Manhattan to the Capitol building, the White House itself in D.C. Buildings are opened only to be closed. Commercial flights are started only to be stopped. Sirens pierce air still filled with the dust of disaster, and our anger brims at the bastards who have wrought this awful travail. And the head bastard, to no one's surprise, is Osama bin Laden. Tonight, U.S. government sources tell NBC News that based on overwhelming evidence, the Bush administration has determined that bin Laden, the master terrorist, is directly responsible for Tuesday's devastation. Federal investigators also say tonight they believe 18 hijackers were involved in the attacks. The FBI says all their names are known, a fact that provides the biggest leads in this rapidly moving investigation. They figure about 50 now total people involved in the conspiracy. And as NBC's Pete Williams reports, it is an investigation now on two fronts, identifying who carried out the attacks and those who survived, those who helped them. Here's Pete.
New details tonight about how the hijackers spread out to take over the 4 planes that crashed Tuesday. 5 each, the FBI says, on the 2 planes that left Boston and flew into the World Trade Center towers. And 4 on each of the other 2, the one from Washington Dulles that crashed into the Pentagon and the plane that left Newark and crash-landed in Pennsylvania. 18 hijackers in all. Tonight, the Justice Department plans to release the names of all 18, along with pictures of those for which the FBI can find confirmed photographs. Federal officials tell NBC News they now believe the suicide flights were at least 2 years in the planning. A picture emerging as tips come flooding in.
The FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips.
Federal agents are now investigating whether some of the hijackers got jet training at this flight school in Minneapolis. Government officials tell NBC News that just last month, a man of Middle Eastern descent was detained there on immigration charges after instructors at the school became suspicious when the man offered a large sum of cash in return for training in the school's jet flight simulator. Agents also rushed to a flight school in western Michigan to see whether any of the hijackers might have trained there. In Boston, investigators find an airport employee tarmac pass in that car driven by 2 of the suspected hijackers, generating new questions for the FBI about whether the hijackers had any inside help. The FBI's new director says finding associates of the hijackers is a top priority for federal agents.
They are, where necessary, obtaining search warrants, obtaining grand jury subpoenas, and whatever is necessary to obtain the evidence to identify more particularly identify the particular hijackers and anyone associated with them.
A sign today that the investigation is truly worldwide, as German authorities, acting on a tip from the FBI, detain an American at the Hamburg airport for questioning. U.S. officials tell NBC News the man, originally from Yemen, carried an airline ticket for destinations in cities throughout Europe.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you. We're now informed, a little update, that the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, has decided not to release those photos just yet. The second they do, I swear to God, folks, we'll get them to you. Commissioner Raymond Kelly, former police commissioner of New York City, former commissioner of U.S. Customs. What the hell do you make of the 7 to 8 Middle Eastern gentlemen, apparently with tickets purchased on Tuesday, 3 of them with counterfeit pilots' licenses being seized reportedly at LaGuardia and JFK?
Well, of course, we need more information, but it looks like the FBI was on the job, was alert, and quite possibly prevented another tragedy. I mean, what is so shocking here is so many people have volunteered, if you will. They're going to give up their lives to to hurt America in such a dastardly way. So,
but what a long shot, Commish. I mean, let's face it. Didn't they think we'd be watching? If in fact this report pans out to be true, didn't they think we'd be watching? Did they really think that they could take Tuesday's ticket and say, "Let me on board. I want to die like my brothers did"?
Well, it shows that apparently they have much regard for our security efforts, and again, they did very little. The ones who died, to cover up their tracks. I mean, these are zealots, and they're going to try. And I think this is a wake-up call for us, an opportunity to do a whole rethinking of how we gather intelligence, how we defend ourselves, how we protect ourselves at airports. I think we have to use this as an opportunity.
Let me introduce all my guests. In New York City, this, of course, the city's former police commissioner, Raymond Kelly. He later served as U.S. Customs Commissioner, as I said. Commissioner Kelly's leadership as New York's top cop was considered critical in the successful investigation of the first World Trade Center bombing back in '93. Nearby the commish, one of my best buddies, retired Brigadier General Pete Dawkins, a Rhodes Scholar, Heisman Trophy winner, war hero. The general's currently a Wall Street exec. In Boston tonight, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, the prolific author whose latest highly praised bestseller, Supreme Injustice. The professor is currently working on a book about balancing civil liberties with terrorism prevention. He's also a consultant in the appeal of the conviction of one of the Libyans who bombed Pan Am Flight 103 in 1988 over Scotland. In Washington, Neil Livingston, the terrorism and crisis management expert who's authored 9 books on terrorism, security, and foreign policy. Dr. Livingston, whose wife works in the Pentagon but miraculously escaped injury on Tuesday as chairman and CEO of the global options firm. We welcome for the first time retired FBI Special Agent Christopher Whitcomb, an expert in terrorism and mass destruction attacks, who participated in every major federal investigation over the past decade, including the first WTC bombing. He's the author of Cold Zero, Inside the FBI's Hostage Rescue Team. And I must mention that both Agent Whitcomb and Dr. Livingston lost a close friend on Tuesday, a man named John O'Neill. Chris, tell us about John O'Neill.
Well, John O'Neill, I met and got to know really during the USS Cole investigation about a year ago when we went to Yemen. He spearheaded, or he ran that investigation in Yemen. Went through an awful lot there, and I thought it was gravely ironic that he ended up in this disaster at the World Trade Center right after retiring from the FBI.
So he did the Cole investigation, he retired. 3 days later, he's working security at the World Trade Center.
Yeah, just started on the job and ends up in this disaster.
What is that? You know, this thing, Christopher, has gotten Americans. There's flags coming out of every window now. You know, it's such an emotional moment for all of the United States. What happens to a guy like you who gets a friend taken out? I mean, what's that gut shot like?
Well, I mean, there's no end to this tragedy. I mean, you can talk to anyone across the country. I've talked to relatives in California, all over the country. Almost everyone knows someone or has a relative or someone is affected by this thing. It's just, you know, this struck me when John went down in that tower, that someone could devote their life to fighting this, retire from the FBI, and then fall victim to it just a few days later. There's no end to the stories of tragedy in this thing.
You know, General Dawkins, you're used to fighting an enemy who presumably, however heroic, wants to survive. Now we're facing people who, if these airport arrests turn out to be true, that not only were they kamikazes last Tuesday, but they're still trying to sacrifice, even when the odds are nil to nothing. You know, how do you fight an enemy like this?
Well, they are kamikazes, and they're zealots, and they're crazed, and what they perpetrated was mass murder. And it's a heinous crime, and it's you know, and we're outraged as a nation about it, as we should be, and I hope filled with an increased amount of determination to take a stand and take aggressive action about it. And I'll tell you, Geraldo, it's not just something out there. It's very personal. My daughter, who you know well, was 6 blocks away when the first plane hit. Had a film crew out, actually took some film of the second plane hitting. I had to order her out of the area because she was going to stay in there. And I'll tell you another ironic piece of this, why it hits everyone so in their own personal way. 30 years ago during Vietnam, my wife and I spent time counseling the families of soldiers who'd been killed in Vietnam and having to go visit with them. Just this week, in our hometown of Rumson, Geraldo, where you and I shared many, many times together, we're once again on the vigil of going out to meet with neighbors and friends, and never did I conceive that we would be back in that mode again. This is a terrible moment.
15 parents from my girls' old school there said to be among the missing, presumed dead. Neil Livingston, your wife, lucky, just lucky.
She was very lucky. She was in what is known as the death zone in the reports today, giving a speech. She said she took one final question, and if she hadn't taken that question, she would have been in the hallway, which was impacted immediately. She was in a room that had recently been reconstructed with new beams that were designed to last 15 minutes in the event of a major bomb blast, and they held just that long. The room no longer exists, and there was flame everywhere. All of their exits were blocked by flame. And she said there were a couple of real heroes. There was smoke everywhere, the lights were out, the sprinklers weren't working, and someone kept yelling, this way, and at peril to his own life. And another man lay on the floor where the air was good and helped people along the way. And she said if it hadn't been for that, she wouldn't have made it.
Let me ask Alan Dershowitz. You've consulted Canada. It seems that that leaky border is part of the problem here. I'm not putting any blame on the Canadians. I don't think anyone could have prevented a suicide attack of this magnitude. But how do we stop this?
Well, we have to use calibrated, rational, smart approaches, unemotional. We're all emotional. We all feel very strongly about this. The first thing to do is catch the sons of bitches, put them on trial fairly, make sure they're convicted. I am volunteering today my services to put together a team of experienced defense lawyers to work with the Justice Department prosecutors to help them anticipate the kinds of arguments that other defense lawyers will make so that we can avoid making the kinds of mistakes that prosecutors have made in the past. We all are in this together, and we have to be smart. We have to look to rational approaches. We have to make sure we don't lump together all Muslims or Arabs. On the other hand, we have to understand this was not just bin Laden or one group. There is a culture of hate among many, not most, but many Islamic fundamentalists who have taught their children to hate America, to hate Jews, to hate Christians. And this is something that we have to root out. You know, this makes possible far worse things. Until, yes, the other day, none of us imagined 10,000 or so people perhaps could be killed. Now we can imagine nuclear disaster, biological disaster. We have to understand this is essentially a state of emergency, but we don't have to eliminate civil liberties in order to smartly put an end to this. But this is a long-term issue that we have to be prepared to confront.
Officials in Washington, ladies and gentlemen, say that the Bush administration is pressuring Pakistan to close its borders with Afghanistan, stop supplying Afghanistan's Taliban government, and perhaps most controversially, to allow flights over Pakistani airspace in the event of an American strike against the terrorist Osama bin Laden and his cronies in neighboring Afghanistan. We're joined now on the telephone from Pakistan by Hussein Haqqani. He's a Karachi-based political analyst and columnist. Mr. Haqqani is a former advisor to two Pakistani prime ministers. He is himself a former ambassador from the nation of Pakistan. He is a friend of mine. Ambassador Haqqani, welcome. Please tell me about this call you received today from this associate of Osama bin Laden. First of all, who is this guy?
Well, Geraldo, this is a guy who was involved in the anti-Soviet resistance in Afghanistan at one point when volunteers from all over the world were coming into Afghanistan to fight the Soviet occupation. And at that time, of course, many in the West considered these people their allies. But this man then went off on a tangent. He has spawned a mindset among the Muslims of hate, of terrorism. He justifies that. And even if, I mean, people are talking about finding a smoking gun in this particular instance, but even if they don't find a smoking gun, linking Osama bin Laden to these particular attacks, which may be difficult because his organization is not like a structured organization. It's not like a New York-based company which has a chief executive officer with paper and a paper trail. No. These are cells which are independently organized, which attack with ferocity in various parts of the world. But the most important point is that Osama bin Laden is a man who has inspired terrorism among Muslims, and he has always argued that even civilians are legitimate targets. He seems to be a little scared now.
Well, tell me about that, Mr. Ambassador. Tell me about his fear. Is the saber rattling over here being heard over there?
It is definitely being heard. Osama apparently is in touch with the world with a modern communication system. Even
so wait, hold it right there, Ambassador. The Taliban government in Afghanistan maintains to all the world that they have cut off Osama bin Laden's communications to the outside world. Are you saying that's a lie?
Well, we cannot say for sure what is the status, but there is a presumption among people in Pakistan who, by the way, share the grief and anger of the Americans. Most Pakistanis, and there have been Pakistani casualties in this incident. There are many Pakistanis, there are many Muslims in the United States, and a lot of us share the grief, share the anger of the American people. Now, most people believe that there are contradictions in the Taliban statements. The Taliban, on the one hand, say that there are no communications available to Osama and his aides, but then there are also news reports in the Pakistani media of these aides calling up journalists and media people.
Someone called you.
These people.
He called you.
One of these people called me. Of course, I had made his acquaintance. He was also a journalist covering the Afghan war, as I was during the anti-Soviet resistance. And he called me. And he, of course, was trying to make the point that Osama may not be directly linked, that it may be difficult to prove. And the point I made to him was that it's not about proving. It's not like a normal kidnapping or murder case in downtown New York. It's about a mass murder in which basically what we are looking at is the whole pattern and his contribution to creating a mindset which basically is totally incompatible even with the values of Islam. That mindset is what is spawning all of this.
But let me ask you this. But Hussein, let me ask you very directly. What makes you think Osama bin Laden is afraid?
Well, this man actually said that of all the things that we've contemplated, we have never contemplated direct war with the United States. Now, let me explain that to you. The United States in the past has used...
Hello? Hussein? Oh,
Afghanistan is...
Okay, here he is, here he is. Go ahead, Ambassador. We lost you for a time. Go ahead.
Okay. Afghanistan has territory in which it's very easy to hide. So far, these people always thought that if there are cruise missile attacks, etc., and Osama keeps moving, he may not be hit. This time, there is a possibility of more sophisticated operations. People are talking about airstrikes, but there might even be a ground invasion. And there might be more sophisticated involvement of Pakistan. Pakistan is already under pressure, although Pakistan has not cooperated to the extent that the United States has wanted in the past. But now Pakistan's intelligence chief is in Washington as we speak, and he's being told by the Americans that we want all your intelligence on Afghanistan and on Osama bin Laden. Now, if that comes about, then of course the fear that he will either be apprehended or identified or taken out becomes very rare. These guys have always thought that they will strike terror inside the United States or at American targets outside the United States, but they have never thought of coming under attack in a very major way, with the whole world coming down on them, the way that they face now.
Okay,
So
hang in there, Mr. Ambassador. Let me go right to General Dawkins and say, what's it take, General?
Well, I think the ambassador's right. This is a new circumstance, and I think we need to pursue it forcefully. What it will take, it's not easy, Geraldo, you know, it's tremendously difficult. We've got to make the case. I think that's being done right now. We've got to get a lot of people in support of us. NATO, which appears to be in case, the stands, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, all the stands need to be there for air bases. We do need Pakistan because it has that common border. It has railroads coming in. If we're going to have manned aircraft attacks, if we're going to insert commando units, if we are going to go after, hunt down, and destroy not only Osama bin Laden but his group, we've got to have a lot of support. We've got to have the Russian support, not only in willingness of things they'll let us do, but in things they need to do. And if we can marshal that kind of pattern of support and go at this, to go in, destroy the organization and move out, then I believe we have the capacity to do it. It's very tough, but I believe what the ambassador said is the key to it. We've got to change the rules. We've got to not give them sanctuary where they can just stand back and create these kinds of travesties upon us.
Geraldo, one way we have to think about changing the rules, and this is going to sound strange coming from a civil libertarian, we have to seriously think about going back to targeted, preventive assassination of known terrorists who are in the process of preparing for ongoing terrorist activities. We knew that bin Laden was training pilots not far from Kabul. We knew the kinds of planes he was using to train pilots. If we had moved in preventively, surgically, and smartly to stop this from happening, we could have saved thousands of lives. Instead, now we're thinking of retaliation. Retaliation is necessary, but it's only second best to prevention. So we have to think about changing the statutes, but having very carefully defined circumstances under which this is permitted.
I agree with all that. Let me just go to Commissioner Kelly on this prevention notion. Aren't you grievously disappointed with airport security that 4 commercial aircraft, God knows, let me just say this in fairness, God knows how many teams they tried to insert into how many aircraft, but they did succeed in getting on board 4 commercial airliners, all leaving at about the same time from 2 major northeastern hubs, you know, 3 to 5 or 6 thugs per aircraft. True, they all had carpet knives, but you know, if you have 6 Arab guys with carpet knives getting on the plane, shouldn't some relatively astute person say, hey, wait a second, maybe they're not laying carpet in California?
As far as I can see, they were 4 for 4. They were 100% successful. And you know, in the 70s when we first started monitoring who was going on aircraft using magnetometers, we had law enforcement personnel doing that. That's long since died and dissipated. We now have people who mean well, but they're entry-level personnel. The turnover is tremendous. We know that the FAA tests regularly these airport sites, and they fail consistently, and yet nothing really has been done about it. And again, maybe this is the wake-up call, the opportunity to change that. We can't go on the way we've been going. That's for sure.
We're looking. There's a live picture. There's a live picture, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at a live picture. Those men and women, the rescue workers, the vast majority of them volunteers, some from all over the country. I know there are 3 teams in there from California alone. They're from all over. New Jersey has responded. They're crawling all over that wreckage. They did pull the 3 firemen out of there. I just get this tape CC ready. I just want familiar face down there cheering people up. President Clinton, in a surprise, he took a military flight. I spoke to his aide earlier. I hope the president himself will call. Here it is. Charisma unmatched. They're welcoming him back. You know, I saw him giving that patented Clinton hug to many of the devastated relatives, trying to give them some assurance, even though the situation, obviously, as you know, folks, as every minute passes, increasingly grim, that any of the original victims will be dug out alive. I understand the firemen rescued today were caught in a blast, in a collapse of a building much later, maybe even just this morning. But 11,000 body bags in New York, it's just beyond belief. Christopher Whitcomb, now you have a situation where it's not so much the CIA as it is the national security apparatus and the armed forces of the United States. Do you have a position? Do you advocate? Do you have a quantity, a quality of appropriate response in mind?
Well, I think it's fascinating that we're sitting here tonight talking about the possibility of assassination. It's always baffled me how we can send a cruise missile into a city, how we can use target bombing, things like that, and suffer losses with women and children, and yet we can't stomach the idea that we could move in and sort of proactively take out the one person that's responsible for this. And I think we can look at many examples in the past 5 years where we had an opportunity really to do something like this. I mean, you go back to the Gulf War with Saddam Hussein. He's really the only one that survived that war. And you look at Osama bin Laden, one man accountable for incredible amounts of misery. and we're in a place now where we have to look at bombing Afghanistan. We're really changing the way we think about things in this country, and I think the overriding...
Well, what do you think about the fact that what happened on Tuesday has changed America? I firmly believe that what was will no longer be. Obviously, what's best in the country will survive, but there will be, as I said last night, an erosion, an inevitable erosion of civil liberties. If indeed we now we turn loose, and I agree with the whole idea of turning loose sniper squadrons to try and take out the devils who perpetrated this mass murder, but things will never be. My daughter afraid that a plane will crash through the damn ceiling in Manhattan. Pete, imagine that. Simone telling me on the telephone that she's afraid, Daddy, a plane's going to come through the elevator in the building.
That's where we are, Geraldo, and the world is different now. You know, we are a great country, a strong country. The future is bright. We will survive this, but the world will never be the same. And Alan Dershowitz, I was fascinated by and encouraged by what you said, Alan, about the fact of prevention. I don't think you're talking about prevention, though. I think you're talking about preemption, which is going to be the critical part of this, to be able, when you have obvious confidence that a crime is going to take place, a heinous crime is going to take place, even if it hasn't yet, to then take assertive action preemptively. That's the change that I believe is going to have to take place.
And I think the important thing is, you know, this is, oh, excuse me.
If I may add something, preemption will...
Go ahead, this is Ambassador Hussein Haqqani. Go ahead, Ambassador.
I was saying that preemption would require active participation of Arabs and Muslims who, even though they are upset about American foreign policy and some elements of it, but they do not like this terror. I think that the American people have to understand that they have to enroll all of them as their allies. We have to be involved, a lot of us who feel the rage, and we have to be involved in this effort because it's people quite outside of the United States who perpetrate these acts. So only people who are outside the United States and feel your pain who will be able to support you in locating these elements who are responsible for this.
Well, let me ask, hang on, Mr. Ambassador, Neil Livingston, there is no doubt you're not going to be able to put a crew-cut Marine or Delta Force guy into Afghanistan and hope that he's going to stay hidden. You're going to need someone who speaks the lingo, who knows the territory. It's close to the bad guys as you can get. Is Pakistan right now, in your opinion, also in the crosshairs? If they don't, and we have, bearing in mind, we have the ambassador, albeit from the former government, when there was still a democracy in Pakistan, are we going to threaten Pakistan, cooperate, or else?
Well, I think that we're having very serious talks with a number of nations, both in the Middle East, nations like Pakistan, and some of our allies who have in the past allowed this climate of terror to propagate. You know, some of those very same countries that are supposed to be our NATO allies are the ones that are doing commercial transactions with terrorist sponsoring countries that are selling them precursor chemicals for chemical weapons and so on. So we are trying to use every leverage that we have right now with other nations, and that means that if certain countries don't cooperate, I think the Congress and the American people are going to retaliate in some way, certainly not a military retaliation, but in terms of diplomatic and other efforts in the future. As far as putting troops in there, I just came from the border of Afghanistan. I was in Uzbekistan. It's a terribly mountainous area, even though bin Laden's people are more to the south. It's one of the most rugged terrains in the world. His people live in caves, if we put troops in, we're going to have to put a lot of troops in, because where he is, even other Afghans, if they're from the outside, they're regarded as strangers and potentially enemies. So if we go in there, it will be with significant amount of force, not a few isolated special operations.
You're talking armies. You're not talking even brigade strength. You're talking armies. You're talking a Persian Gulf type operation.
I'm not sure I'm talking a Persian Gulf type of operation, but I think that it will be very difficult for a few small special operations units to, very far from logistical support and so on, to operate there. So I think we are talking about occupying perhaps some areas of Afghanistan.
Let me go to Jim Miklashevsky's got a report on the military options. I think this is an appropriate time to roll that. Here's Jim Miklashevsky.
Today's determination that bin Laden is the mastermind behind the devastating terrorist attacks means the U.S. will now go after bin Laden with all of America's might. In the kind of rhetoric not heard since the Gulf Wars, Secretary of State Colin Powell put whomever's responsible on notice.
We will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up.
But the U.S. won't stop there, intent apparently on also going after Afghanistan's ruling party, the Taliban, which provides sanctuary for bin Laden.
It's not just simply a matter of capturing people and holding them accountable, but removing the sanctuaries, removing the support systems, ending states who sponsor terrorism.
U.S. officials tell NBC News while no decisions have been made, all options for military strikes are on the table, including an all-out invasion. Option 1. The quickest response, airstrikes, using cruise missiles and long-range B-52 bombers. The U.S. launched a missile attack in 1998, but the elusive bin Laden escaped unharmed. 2. A sustained campaign of airstrikes launched from aircraft carriers and Allied bases in the region. 3. An airborne assault, infantry paratroopers backed by Apache attack helicopters.
I think one thing is clear is that you don't do it with just a single military strike, no matter how dramatic.
As in the days leading up to the Gulf War, the Bush administration is lining up lots of help. In a historic decision, all NATO nations will permit the U.S. military to launch airstrikes from their bases. In the Persian Gulf, Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar have also opened their bases to American warplanes. Even Russia, with wartime experience in Afghanistan, is offering military and intelligence assistance, as well as Uzbekistan. U.S. airborne troops have conducted military exercises with both Russia and Uzbekistan for several years. But military action is not the only option. In a broad-based assault, the Bush administration will push hard for diplomatic and economic sanctions against any terrorist state.
Chairman Klishevsky, thank you. Ambassador Hussein Haqqani, will Pakistan allow not only U.S. overflights, but Pakistani military bases to be used by an alliance, an anti-bin Laden alliance?
Well, my understanding is that General Musharraf's military regime is considering what can be done. They have assured the United States that they will cooperate, but what will be the exact nature of the cooperation is something that I believe is being discussed right now. The Pakistani intelligence chief is in Washington, D.C. He's discussing it presumably with all his counterparts there. And General Musharraf received the American ambassador in Islamabad. And I've understood that he assured her that we will support. Now, how that support manifests itself will depend on a number of factors. It has been argued in the past that there are extremists within Pakistan. So the United States will have to assure Pakistan that since Pakistan is all of this is closer to home to Pakistan, that Pakistan will not become the target of terrorist reprisals, because after these guys are taken out in Afghanistan, they will still have elements left around. And then we have to contend with the basic issue. How did all of this happen? How did these people become terrorists? Well, a lot of them are people who are angry.
Yes, I agree.
Who are angry about foreign policy issues. And so the United States will also have to offer some reassurance.
I hear you. Okay, let me go to Alan Dershowitz on that point. You know, yesterday, in the rare moment of discord on the program, there was a debate over whether or not what is at the heart of this this rage in the Arab/Muslim world isn't Israel and U.S. unequivocal support over the years for the state of Israel. Is there a danger that Israel and Jews will become scapegoated in this?
Well, it's already happening in Europe. I was on some radio talk shows in Europe where Israel is being scapegoated. Look, this thing was in the planning stage for years. Even if Israel and the Palestinians had made peace pursuant to the Camp David Accords, where Israel offered back much of what Palestinians wanted, this terrorist act would have gone on. Osama bin Laden is interested in destabilizing moderate Arab countries and destabilizing American democracy. Israel is the excuse. But can I make a very important proposal? You know, I think Americans have to remain united here. This is bipartisanship, and we can't get into a situation where civil libertarians are seen as the enemy, or the people who are trying to prosecute are seen as the enemy by civil libertarians. I want to propose that we do what Canada did. When it imposed the War Measures Act back in 1970, it put together a group of prominent and distinguished civil libertarians. I was invited from America to be part of that group, to advise and consult with the government together, to work together, to plan activities which would satisfy civil libertarian concerns and also be smart and effective. We're going to have to make compromises with civil liberties. It's far better to do it with civil libertarians in the tent than outside the tent. So I think we ought to, in the spirit of bipartisanship, the Justice Department ought to invite some civil libertarians to sit down and talk to them and plan for the future so that we're all in this together and we're not in an adversarial position.
Well, let me ask, I want to go back to Ambassador Hussein Haqqani. You know, imagine if you and Farah, who used to be my producer, your beloved wife, were in the United States right now. You know how people might be looking at you. What if you had to travel through an airport right now? You know, aren't you, in a way, glad you're not in the United States? Don't you fear for the hundreds of thousands, millions of American Muslims, particularly those who look more Semitic than others, that they will be harassed? Some words of harassment already coming down the pike.
Geraldo, we would have felt exactly the way the Americans feel about these terrorists. I mean, it's not fair to racially profile people. It's not fair to assume that all Muslims and Arabs, many of whom feel the rage, many of whom may actually be actively cooperating with the United States effort, and many of whom would be assets, very important assets in any effort to deal with these terrorists. And in fact, the kind of little incidents that one has heard about of people taking out their rage on average Arab Americans or average Muslim Americans, I think that is only going to spoil the chances of being able to isolate the terrorists and their supporters.
Geraldo, could I make a point?
I think we should get a...
Just add one quick point.
Go ahead,
one
Ambassador.
quick point. I think that what the American government and the American media in particular now have to realize that the American people have probably become very aware. Now, in my various travels to the United States, I have felt that the average American doesn't take much of an interest in international affairs because they think it's all very remote. Well, now they have graphic images of what happens far away from the United States can have repercussions inside the United States. So I think American foreign policy has to become more important, and the Americans have to start addressing issues that they have not addressed in the past.
I think you're right. General Dawkins?
Yeah, Geraldo, I think we can make a distinction here that would maybe be helpful to everybody. We're talking about this being the face of war in the 21st century, the first war of this country in the 21st century, and I believe it is exactly that. But let me just make one quick distinction. We have been attacked. We need to attack back. That is part of a battle, and this war will have a number of battles. On the other hand, a war is an extended campaign. When Alan Dershowitz talks about getting civil libertarians immobilized and partners, that's very important. Another piece of this that's going to be very critical is the whole intelligence structure. People have asked the question, is this an intelligence failure? Well, yes, it is. We should have known. But one of the problems is that we've moved the balance between human intelligence and technical intelligence, in my judgment, too far toward technical intelligence.
Too much reliance on satellites and not enough people on the ground.
Exactly, and we are going to have to rebuild that balance in our intelligence structure. We're going to have to be in this for a very long campaign.
I hope some of this $20 billion gets spent on exactly that. I wonder, Commissioner Kelly, did you ever, in your long and distinguished career, when you've done so much to make the cities of Boston and New York safe, when you worked your ass off at Customs, did you ever expect an enemy to come in the form of an American domestic airliner filled with innocent people that came flying down the Hudson River and collided into the, this colossal symbol of American capitalism?
Never. After the 1993 bombing, of course, where the terrorists failed to topple the World Trade Center, that's what they tried to do in '93. We thought that that building, and there was a lot of talk in this regard, that was almost invulnerable. You could never take that building down. And to see that site on Tuesday where 2 aircraft up 80 stories high demolished those 2 buildings, it was just incredible. It was beyond anyone's imagination. Certainly anyone, I think, in law enforcement could never envision that. So again, it has changed our world tremendously. We'll probably never be the same, but it is an opportunity now for us to rethink so many things. As General Dawkins said, intelligence. I think that's where we have put all our eggs virtually in the intelligence basket, and it failed us. We need to rethink how we've done it. Not so much in resources. I think there's been plenty of resources. It's philosophy. It's approach to how we do business.
Let me go right now live to Dan Lothian, our colleague from NBC News at LAX. I know New York shut down, Dan. What's the state of the rest of the airport and the rest of the flights?
Well, Geraldo, you know, the past couple of days here, it's been a virtual ghost town, but today some life into the airport. But officials telling us that they're not really running on all cylinders. In fact, they don't expect things to be up and going at least even to 50% until this weekend, and then 100% by the end of next week. Now, take a look behind me. We're here at the American Airlines gate or terminal area, and a few people showing up here. And then over here to my left, the board that we always look to find out where our flights are going. A lot of red on that board. There are some flights that aren't in red, but probably won't be going anywhere tonight. Officials telling us that they'll have to take some small steps to make sure that everything is online, that everything is as the FAA would like it to be before they put those airplanes into the sky.
What's it like there? What's it like with the cops and everything? Yeah.
You know, when you're here, you see a lot of cops circling around the airport. Every few minutes, you'll see them go by on motorcycles. They're at just about every door here, and certainly all the restrictions that you've been hearing so much about. You can no longer check in at curbside. If you don't have a ticket, you can't go to the gate. You can't go past the security area. So certainly the restrictions are tight. In fact, if you're coming to the airport, unless you're taking a taxi cab or coming by one of those town cars or by a shuttle bus, you cannot just come and drive up here like you could on Monday. You have to go to a parking lot on the perimeter, catch that shuttle bus or that cab, and then come here to the airport.
Dan, it's going to be a mess, at least until the weekend, probably not until Monday. I don't think travel is going to be anything near normal. If they've got police investigations going on at the 3 New York airports now, you can imagine what a mess it's going to be.
That's true, but you know, one thing is that as you talk to the passengers who have been able to come in here today, many of them are saying, well, yeah, it's a bit frustrating that they now have to pay this price for what these terrorists have done here in our country, but nonetheless, they feel that this is the right thing to do, so they can feel safe.
I agree, and I really do believe, and you know, I don't want to make a speech here, ladies and gentlemen, but I really do believe that this is the time for all of us to do what Congress did, join ranks, shoulder to shoulder, Republican, Democrat, rich, poor, black, white, stand shoulder to shoulder, get the American flags out, sing God Bless America, give blood, donate. I heard General Electric's going to give $10 million, Microsoft $10 million, other companies are saying they'll match any contribution their employees make to help these victims ease the awful transition. Most of the people killed, obviously breadwinners for their families. This is going to be a real test, not just of the armed forces of the United States, and my God, you know that's going to be a mighty, mighty test. They will be sorely, sorely tested by a very, very difficult military situation. But the test really falls on all of our shoulders now, to put aside the partisan rancor, to forget about labels like liberal and conservative, and just stand together as proud citizens of the world's shining beacon right there. Right there, that symbol that stands. They didn't take down the Statue of Liberty. That still stands in New York Harbor. All of us have to be together now and face this enemy and defeat them with our confidence. But you know something? I'm telling you, Christopher Whitcomb, I spent a lot of time in Lebanon, the Bekaa Valley, right outside Beirut. I was in Beirut with the IDF. I was in Beirut after they blew up the Marine Corps barracks, took out 200 of our people there. The Bekaa was only, you know, a couple of score miles away. They're still there. The rat terrorists are still in the Bekaa. You know, what makes it any more likely that we're going to take them out of Afghanistan if we couldn't get them out of the Bekaa, which is, you know, a stone's throw away?
Well, you know, I think one thing we haven't talked about, Geraldo, is we have a history of doing this in the past. We've gone after people before, and we've brought them back to justice in the United States. And we're really breaking this down now between a military campaign and a civilian law enforcement operation to bring these people back to justice. We went after Fawaz Yunus in the mid-1980s. We've gone after Miramal Khanzi and Ramzi Youssef. We've gone after many people, found them in foreign countries who reached out all over the world and brought them back to justice in the United States. So I think before we give up entirely on the justice aspect of this thing and go strictly in the military, we have to look at the options. I mean, we can go out, reach out, try to find people around Osama bin Laden, perhaps even moving toward him, and bring them back to justice in the United States, or we can punish in place with the military. It's two dramatically different avenues that we're taking here. Maybe the solution is bringing all of them together, working with the intelligence community.
I'm reminded of Teddy Roosevelt when an American woman was kidnapped in northern Africa by a brigand and taken into the mountains. He said he wanted the woman alive or the bandit dead. And you know, I would love to have Osama bin Laden head as a paperweight on my desk.
But Geraldo, it's so important that we not take the argument that we have to understand these terrorists, we have to give in to their anger, we have to change our foreign policy because of terrorism. These are people who hate, and we do not have to accede to their hatred. The very good thing that was said today by our Secretary of State and our Undersecretary of Defense is that Hezbollah and Hamas are also terrorist organizations which are supported by Syria and Iraq and other such countries, and no longer can we tolerate, as we have for 30 years, terrorism as a tactic if we or some people approve of the ends it's intended to serve. I think it would be a terrible mistake to change our foreign policy as the result of terrorism. That will only encourage more terrorism. You stand up to terrorists, you don't give in to terrorists, you change foreign policies only on the merits of the foreign policy.
Let me go back to Ambassador Haqqani. I have to ask you a question. I just am now recalling what you said, that the Osama bin Laden aide told you, don't bother taking out Osama because even if you do succeed, there are all these other cells around. Is that basically his argument? Don't kill this cockroach because even if you do, there's lots of other cockroaches around?
Well, his real argument is that he may not directly be involved, and yes,
you buy that? You buy that, Ambassador?
Well, I don't think that there is a distinction has to be made between direct involvement and inspiration. If nothing else, he's definitely the inspiration for all these cells, even though they may plan and execute their plans independently. But he does bankroll them, and he has conceptualized all of this. Let me just say that just as they attacked the symbols of American power, taking him out or attacking him would be an attack on the symbol of their power and the symbol of their spiritual or whatever motivation that they have. So therefore, I think there's a symbolism involved in there as well.
That's a great point. That's a great point. So it doesn't matter that we don't have to kill the whole species of cockroach. You can kill the king cockroach. They took out our tallest buildings. They took out a tick in our financial heart. But they didn't kill us. It was a symbolic attack, so we'll do that too. Take out Osama bin Laden. At the very least, it is a great symbolic victory.
But he's planning other activities as we speak, and these other activities may be more serious, and that's why we must target him and get him now.
Geraldo, if I could add to that, I think.
Go ahead, Neil. Go ahead.
I think you're going to see that on the contingency planning right now, I would suspect that many more than just the Afghan targets are on the target list. Because Osama bin Laden is basically, his organization is spread out over perhaps as many as a dozen countries. And you may see some of those organizations like Hamas and Islamic Jihad in the crosshairs right now as well, including their training camps in the Bekaa and other places.
Let me ask General Dawkins, you know, during the war in Southeast Asia, I remember, like, my friend Vic Furio, a decorated Marine who was at Quezon, but he was also with in the bush, hiding in the trees, going with locals to try and ferret out the Viet Cong leadership, or, you know, their officers that we went. Have we totally walked away from that? I mean, do we have any any substantial numbers of our people on the ground trying to blend in, trying to get close?
Well, certainly not in Afghanistan at this stage, but as a principle, we haven't relinquished that at all. But I think there's a mistake, Geraldo, in comparing this with with Vietnam. Vietnam was a campaign in itself. It was a war. I believe very strongly that what we need to do is we need to attack bin Laden's organization as a battle, get in, punish, and then get back out, and initiate a much more broadly based campaign against this worldwide phenomenon of hate and terrorism. And you were asking, what are the things that we have to do differently if our world has changed? And I come back again to that matter of preemption. I can't underscore too much how important that is. That we cannot sit back on our haunches and wait till something happens and react. We have got to understand this phenomenon, understand their motivation, understand their determination, and be prepared to go out and preempt them from doing things that we know they're going to try to do before we give them a chance to do it.
Absolutely.
Just recapping, 18 hijackers now, according to the Department of Justice, on the aircraft, as many as 50 total involved. Flight training received in at least 2 locations now, 7 or 8 Middle Eastern men posing, some of them as pilots, seized reportedly at 2 New York airports. Alan Dershowitz, you're Mr. Constitution. You know, I honor your expertise in the area of that great document, above all others living. You know, I put Fred Friendly, you know, he's probably the only one of your peer, and he's gone now. So, okay, there you are. Should we, unlike Vietnam, unlike Korea, unlike many other actions, Panama, you know, and many others, should we, in this case, the president has said we are at war. Commentators ranging from General Dawkins to the Vice President of the United States have suggested this is the first war in the 21st century for the United States of America. Should the president convene the joint houses of Congress and ask, as the Constitution mandates, for a declaration of war against Osama bin Laden and others named and unnamed?
Well, we have a precedent for this. We did declare war against the Barbary pirates in the 19th century. There is a common law tradition of pirates being outlaws. Terrorists are simply 21st century pirates. I think it would bring America together if we had a joint declaration of Congress, if we authorized the president to do it. It would eliminate any claims of constitutional issues such as bothered civil libertarians during the Vietnam War. So I see no good reason for not at least having hearings and considering that as a realistic option. Again, it's another example of civil libertarians working together with the other parts of the government to bring about a resolution that brings us together instead of divides us into adversaries, as in the Vietnam War. We do not want another experience such as that during the Vietnam War. We must remain united this time.
I send my, my firm embrace to the President of the United States, George W. Bush. When he cried today, it made me cry. His wife, a noble woman, standing bravely by his side. Whatever minor missteps he made in the hours after the initial assault, I don't blame him at all. That's the Secret Service reaction. They took over when perhaps they should not have. But this is the time again when we're all going to stand together. But I want to go to Commissioner Raymond Kelly and ask you this. All right, here's what we got, Commish. We've got new rules at the airport. They're not even going to have cutlery. They're not even going to have knives served with your meals on the aircraft. They're not going to allow even the Swiss Army knives or rug cutters. They've abolished curbside check-in. But don't you think, given that this is a free and open society, given the fact that these rules are now promulgated near and far on programs like this one, that the terrorists are watching CNN or CNBC or Fox or MSNBC, and they're saying, okay, that's what we won't do. Next time we'll do something. You know, it's so easy. They could have had a vessel, for instance, packed full of plastique or one of these diesel fuel bombs and parked it at the base of the train. You know what I mean? Isn't there, won't there always in an open and free society be vulnerabilities?
Yes, yes, there will. I think we have to bring our best minds together to continually think about these issues. We've let it drift. Let's face it, terrorism basically is something that happened away from our shores. Now it's hit home in this dramatic, terrible fashion. We've got to consistently look at this, use our best minds to continue to watch it as it evolves. You're right, they're smart. These are not dumb people that we're dealing with. They're going to be on top of all of these issues.
You know, Pete, I just want to say this. You know, it is now very apparent to everyone, General Dawkins, that we have suffered twice the casualties that the Japanese inflicted on us in the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. As a military hero, your response to the carnage, the scope, the depth of what we have suffered.
Well, it's a massive thing, Geraldo. Not only is it larger than Pearl Harbor, it matches the largest single-day loss, if it were a military operation, of military forces in history. It was the day at Antietam. It's an extraordinary dimension. But I'd like to just add one dimension to this, if I could, Geraldo.
Okay.
You mentioned it in an editorial you wrote this week. You know, we not only have to fight this campaign, wage this war, but you talk about symbolism. We also need to rebuild. We need to demonstrate to ourselves and to the world, adversaries and allies alike, that we're not going to stand for this. We're going to build it back bigger, brighter, better than ever. We're going to do it together. And that, as much as anything else, is part of the strength of what we need to bring to this extensive campaign in what is America's first war.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of our guests. We're out of time. I want to give you a heads up. We usually aren't on the air on Friday night. We're going to stay on the air. We'll be here tomorrow night. We'll be covering this just as vigorously as we can, trying to be as helpful as we can be. I want to thank you very much for watching. God bless America. In a moment, the news with Brian Williams. But right now, I'd like to go, you know, this is a business story also, as much as it is a human story. So we have a special business news update from CNBC's Ted David. Here's Ted. Thank you for watching.
All right, Geraldo, thank you. Good evening. After a test this weekend, stock markets here in the United States will reopen on Monday. Today, the bond market was open after being closed for 2 days. And when all was said and done today, the 10-year note was down, as you can see, as was the 30-year bond. Let's take a look at stock markets, which are open for trading on the other side of the world, where it is already Friday morning. We start off with Tokyo, the Nikkei, currently up 123 points, and the Straits Times Index at this hour, let's take a quick look, is currently down 12 points on the trading session. Of course, as this tragedy continues to play out, the dead and the injured remain prominent in our hearts and minds, and we leave you this hour with these very special thoughts.
I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York.
Reports today are accurate, and therefore, how worried should the country be?
I think that there will be and are people who will attempt to continue to get at the country. I do not believe that the prospect of that occurring is very high for two reasons. One, I think you're talking about, in effect, the second team. And secondly, I think that the focus is increasingly on how these folks basically, in effect, get out of town. So I do think there's some concern. And I think you're, in addition to that, Peter, going to get an awful lot of the screwballs who aren't any part of any organization, doing everything from something crazy aboard an aircraft, or, for example, we evacuated the darn Capitol today. We evacuated based on a bomb scare. And so I think you're going to see a lot of that for a while.
What leads you, Senator, to say that these arrests at Kennedy and LaGuardia today may have been the second team?
I don't think I can respond to that.
Did you mean to infer by the second team that these were the sort of second-rank characters?
I think it's less organized, less lethal, less capable.
You base that?
I'm really on kind of thin ice here, and I'm concerned about making sure that I don't say anything that leads someone as bright as you to ask me the next question and put me in a spot of potentially revealing things I shouldn't reveal.
Well, in fairness, Senator, we're all on thin ice around here, and I think we both appreciate that. And secondly, I think it should be pointed out that in detaining these people at these two airports tonight, the security apparatus indeed appears to have worked in this instance. I would like to know whether or not you were briefed about this as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee before you got to hear it in the press.
No.
Okay. Do you have confidence currently in the intelligence services of the United States?
Yes, to the extent that, let me back up.
Okay.
I think we are woefully underfunded the intelligence community. We have woefully underfunded and focused on the human intelligence. And I have been a pain in the neck to everybody around here, along with Senator Graham of Florida and a few others, arguing that we should be putting considerably more resources into the intelligence side and the human side of this. But I think the intelligence community, as strapped as they are in relative terms, is doing a pretty good job. It's not sufficient.
I understand that, sir, and I don't for a second wish to be melodramatic. But do you believe that the United States tonight may be, in some form, still under attack?
I do not believe it's still under attack.
And did you believe...
In the same sense that we were under attack on the 11th.
Do you know, sir, why Vice President Cheney was removed to Camp David?
No.
Do you believe that the airlines in the United States should be flying tonight? And I ask that question in the context of the reports that we told you about tonight from Kennedy and LaGuardia.
Based on the reports, as well as the subsequent briefings that I've had, I think they probably should. What is being done is prudent. That is, those who are flying, it is prudent, and I think that it is prudent to continue to escalate the number of flights that are available to be in the air.
But you do believe, sir, that the United States is not under attack and this crisis, in this immediate sense, is over?
I do believe that.
Anything else you want to say, sir?
No, except to suggest that I think we're going to have to make some significant changes, as you've been speaking to, and everything from, I think, for example, it's inevitable we're going to have air marshals on planes. I think we're inevitable we're going to have reinforced doors in cockpits. I think it's inevitable that we're going to have pay people more money who check your baggage, because we have to hire quality people who have more of an interest in it. So I do think you're going to see those kinds of changes, and we are going to be slowed up.
Senator Biden, thank you very much for joining us. I know it's an uncomfortable topic for all of us. Senator Joe Biden,
thank you.
Democratic chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from Washington. I just want to ask our control room whether or not Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent, is not available. Well, if he is somewhere where he's adjacent to a telephone, I'd be perfectly happy to hear him on the telephone. And I think that I indeed want to talk to Claire Shipman outside the White House again tonight. Claire, are you still there? Okay. Yeah, I guess what I'd like to know at the moment from the people who cover the White House for us, just because I can't talk to them doesn't mean they're not working. I'd like to know from our people at the White House whether we can get a response from the White House in an official sense from this, and from the Justice Department and the FBI. And we are completely mindful this evening, as we have been made mindful by the Attorney General earlier today, that they do not wish to discuss security operations. But with the number of planes in the sky over the United States and these two incidents tonight, one might venture the opinion, delicately, that some kind of governmental comment or reassurance might be in order. John, anything to add to this? I'm sorry, I apologize. We do have Claire Shipman at the moment. Claire, have you, when you've called up the White House, as you have done, I assume, in the last few minutes, and asked for somebody to comment on the questions we raised tonight, do you get any answers?
No, nothing in terms of a public comment at all, Peter. And in fact, most of the information I've been getting has been coming less from the political advisors at the White House, obviously, than security sources and law enforcement sources. But this is not something that they're eager to comment on right now. And frankly, I think that there were many people, law enforcement people, who were publicly critical of the White House for talking about what might have been a target, what might not have been a target, and I think I've seen a lot more reluctance to jump into this right now publicly.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. We'll come back to you. And I also want to point out that we offered Secretary Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, an opportunity just a couple of hours ago to observe to us, if he wished, whether or not the news organizations in the country were contributing in any way, shape, or form to the sense of instability in the country. He didn't take that opportunity, but he did indeed say on that occasion, as he said yesterday in the briefing room at the Pentagon, that he believed there were people in the military establishment who were violating the rules of confidentiality and talking to, didn't even mention the press specifically. He just said there were members of the military establishment who were risking violating the criminal laws of the United States by talking about classified information. John, you're looking at me like you have something to add.
Two relatively new wrinkles. Of the men arrested tonight at Kennedy Airport, they had tickets for the United Airlines flight from New York to Los Angeles on Tuesday morning, the time when all of this havoc began. But their flight was canceled as a result of the New York City police ordering Kennedy Airport shut down at the same time that the second plane hit the World Trade Center, so they never got off the ground. Those were the tickets they were trying to use tonight. This from Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department for us. They're now investigating if one of the other teams, the LaGuardia group, were the same individuals who also on Tuesday morning had tried to clear security, but knives and weapons were detected, and they simply backed out and walked away very quickly.
Okay, let me talk to Pierre Thomas directly. Pierre Thomas, who covers the Justice Department for us, is in the Washington Bureau. Pierre, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, Peter, exactly what one of my sources told me is that on Tuesday, 4 of these men showed up at JFK, attempted to board one of the flights, and were challenged at the ticket counter, according to my source. When they were challenged, they decided to leave and left very quickly. They left before the FBI could get there. Again, that's 4 of the men showing up on Tuesday morning, Peter.
Okay, I just want to add, Terry Moran is indeed making some calls, and he'll be with us very shortly. And I think we all know, given the orders of the Attorney General and the Secretary of Transportation about creating an instantly new, more severe process for security at the nation's airports and on the nation's airplanes is extremely difficult. You just recall that among the orders were there'd be no baggage checked in at the curb. I may not remember them all. There would be no baggage allowed to be checked in at airport. Passengers only with proper identification and proper tickets would be allowed into passenger zones. There would be increased heightened security in the airplane areas. No aircraft would take off until the airport and the aircraft themselves had been subjected to a security search. What have I missed on that? Do you remember, John?
The only additional thing I remember was that there would be no stopping cars or going into terminals or anything.
No, that's right. The parking lots at the various airports would be given additional scrutiny, and vehicles would be required to park farther away from airports than they were at the moment. And it is with that burden in mind, and it is a burden to go from 0 to 60 with an operation like this, but it is with that in mind, perhaps, that 3 Northwest Airlines employees, I'm not quoting the Associated Press, 3 Northwest Airlines employees intentionally breached a security checkpoint tonight at Sky Harbor International Airport. 2 ground crew employees cleared the checkpoint with a pocket knife and a corkscrew, while a pilot passed without proper identification. This is according to the airport spokeswoman. And once they did that, they turned around and said, hey, look at what we did. The strain on the system is enormous, and there is no question about this. It's probably a good thing, I think, for us to regroup now and remind ourselves that what is going on here in New York City tonight is the most intense effort to see whether or not there are people surviving under the rubble of the trade tower. Mayor Giuliani told us earlier today here that 4,760 some people were still listed as missing, and it has not been very encouraging today. It is true that some firemen were rescued, but they were not among those who'd been buried in the rubble at the outset. And so let's go back to the street and talk to Cynthia McFadden and see if we can get a state of the crime scene tonight from her vantage point. Cynthia?
Well, Peter, it has now been 46 hours since anyone who was actually in the collapse of the buildings has been rescued. But two very brave men are joining me here. These are brothers, Colin and Kyle Carew, who were down at Ground Zero working on the rescue. They are volunteers, and volunteers are not supposed to be going down to Ground Zero, but these two men were determined to try to do something to help, and they have a report from down there tonight. Why did you decide to go down?
Honestly, because it's so hard to watch the television and to see people helping, and you really want to. Also, it's just like even watching from the television, you just feel like I was looking at certain spots in there, and I just had the feeling like, okay, you should like dig over there, or you know, why don't you search over there, or lift that up, or something like that. You just, you know, you really want to like be there more and do more. And the day of it, I volunteered with St. Vincent's before, and I went down, and I really wanted to get closer. But of course, you needed to have ID and all of these things. So I thought about it for a little while before whether or not.
Now, the two of you don't live in this neighborhood, but you come from uptown?
I live in Park Slope, Brooklyn. I volunteer at a Methodist hospital in pediatrics.
So both of you are hospital volunteers. Let's show what you found when you were down there digging.
There was a point when I was pulling debris out of the area, and I found this first picture of this little boy. And everyone was working really hard for a while, and it kind of froze me because I just stood there watching the picture for a while, thinking about the child and thinking about the parents, and coming to the realization that this child's lost his parents. You know, his father or his mother or both. And what do you say?
Or perhaps they're trapped down there.
Yeah, or perhaps they're still alive. And then these two little boys here. I mean, if these kids or the parents or the relatives or whoever is with them right now can see these pictures, you know, I hope to God that your parents or your loved ones are alive, that they can be found, because there are a lot of things that you have to talk to these kids about, you know.
You were down there today for 9-10 hours. People digging with their hands, people frantically digging. Tell us about the rescue effort.
One of the things that was interesting to see, and I'll keep saying this, the firemen and the police officers, the strength that they were using just to move things. It was amazing. It was like there were pieces of concrete and pieces of marble that they were moving. I saw this one firefighter just like picked up this huge piece of concrete and threw it. And there was another piece, and I tried to pick it up, and I couldn't. It was so heavy, you know, and it could have been just a difference in strength, but their determination was so powerful. You can feel it, you know, and you can see it in their eyes.
There have been bomb scares all over the city today, and Carl, you were telling me that there were, in fact, a bomb threat downtown when you were evacuated.
I think around like 4:30 this afternoon, we were getting most of the stuff out of the debris. And the National Guards, they told everyone to move away from the space, and they said there was a bomb threat. They found some suspicious item like sitting down there in front of, I think it was in front of the Marriott Hotel.
They moved the line back?
Everything, yeah, they cleared everyone out. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us and bringing us those pictures, and if the people who are attached to those children want to get in touch with us, we'd be happy to get them in touch with you so they can recover them.
To the hospital. I'm going to take these pictures to St. Vincent's Hospital and leave them there. So if there's anyone who would like to come and get them, whoever it is that you have to go and find, they'll be there.
Thank you very much. Peter, back to you.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. From the Herculean effort on the ground to the security concerns for the nation as a whole, or for individual groups of people in the nation, both of those stories, both of those develops, these are more than just stories, are what we'll stay on for the next moment. But one thing about bomb scares. There have been a number of bomb scares around the country. You knew there was one in the Congress. Senator Biden referred to it a short while ago, and we happened to have cameras on in, I think it was the Senate at the time, maybe in the House of Representatives, and you could feel the tension suddenly go up like nobody's business, and people left the chamber very quickly. And after the Congress had represented itself so magnificently to the country in terms of unity, singing God Bless America on the steps of America, it was very distressing to see the Congress milling around on the front lawn while the Capitol Police decided whether or not this was a legitimate bomb scare. But today in New York City, Mayor Giuliani told us there were 90 bomb threats, and he wanted to reassure people that I'm sorry, let me stop for a second. Mayor Giuliani said there were 90 bomb scares in New York today, and none of them proved to be true. Mayor Giuliani, of course, has also convinced people to share and participate in the life of the community tonight. And this is Union Square in New York City, and this is a scene being repeated everywhere. We've been talking a lot today about how many American flags, or how American flags have been in demand all the way across the country today. So surely must be candles. And candlelight vigils for those people still missing are in constant evidence across the country. There was one last night right outside the White House. Not possible tonight because the Secret Service has expanded the perimeter of security around the White House, so it's not possible to walk past the north gates or the north fence of the White House tonight. But this is happening everywhere in New York City tonight. And while this may be two very different universes, the upper and lower New York, the crisis zone below and the fairly normal part of New York City above 14th Street, there is a sense of unanimity in the city, and we've talked about it so many times, which is moving every time you come upon it. ABC's Chris Como is with us, and he is, Chris, another of our reporters who has been out and about with the people today. Go ahead.
Peter, the friends and family that we met today and over the last few days say the most difficult part of this whole ordeal is not knowing. When will they know about their loved ones? Will they ever know? And as you'll see, their efforts in search of answers have been very moving. For friends and relatives, the waiting began just moments after the first blast on Manhattan's morning of terror. Has anybody been able to give you any information? But after 2 long days, and with thousands still missing, few are content to just sit and wait.
Right now we're trying to divide up the list of hospitals in the area so that we can go and give and distribute pictures of William Hunt.
With little information coming from the authorities, makeshift message boards have popped up all over New York City. The sides of buildings, bus stops, even a news van, all covered with flyers of names and faces, simply titled Missing.
I don't even know any of these people, but it's just so awful to think that someone is out there looking for them and may never find them.
At a local hospital in Lower Manhattan, the Wall of Prayers stands as a monument to the missing and to the families still hoping for a miracle. What are you seeing in the people who are coming here?
Devastation. Devastation. It's unreal. Words cannot express what these people are going through and what they're doing. It's unreal. I've never seen anything in my life. It's heartbreaking.
Volunteers like Raina comb lists of survivors for families who have come to the wall, desperate for answers. Sisters like Beata, looking for her brother Gennady Doyarsky, last seen on the 94th floor of Tower 1.
Only 11 were working that day, and they're all missing, all 11.
They could be anyone's family or friends, even my own. This is Sean Lugano. He's a good man. I know that because I know him. But what I did not know until now is that he's missing.
Hi, my name is Chris Como. I played rugby with your son on the All-American team. Jesus, I am so sorry.
I went to see the Luganos. Just blocks away from the wall, his family members are coordinating their search.
Every hospital has been covered. His picture is all over. And we're just hoping that that we'll find him.
Does looking for him and putting in the energy, does it help you to distract from just dwelling on it the whole time? Staying active?
You know,
Well, no, we don't think he's gone.
We don't think
He's
he's
not gone. He's still out there somewhere.
so right now, that's our energy has to go that way.
He might be unconscious. We can't get the list of people that are unidentified, the John Does of this world. All they give us is lists of people that are in the hospital and okay. We don't want that. We want to go to the hospital and look for him and find him. I know.
They don't know who he is, and you do.
Yes, right. There's got to be more John Does of this world.
Peter, Peter, as we can see, there is frustration. There's still some fear about the unknown. But all these families have one thing, and it's the most important thing. They have hope.
Thank you, Chris Cuomo, very much, and those families who've agreed to talk to us. I want to make one clarification in terms of our reporting of the 2 incidents today at Kennedy and LaGuardia Airport. Vice President Cheney did not indeed, as I said, move to Camp David in Maryland today. He moved to Camp David shortly after the president returned from his trip from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska and then back to the White House. So, as we pointed out earlier, Vice President Cheney, who's had a very low profile throughout the week, has been at Camp David before these events, or before the intelligence about these events was available earlier today. But we do have Lisa Stark on the phone again from Seattle, who monitors aviation. Lisa, have you been talking to aviation officials since we have reported this, and what's their reaction? Or did they know in advance?
Well, Peter, I don't know if they know if they knew in advance, and I have not had a chance yet to talk to any members of the industry, but I have talked to some government sources tonight, and what they are telling us is that there were discussions about the incidents between the government and the airlines. Folks are understandably concerned. I don't know if when those discussions took place they really had the level of detail about these incidents that we have been reporting tonight, but they certainly knew that people had been detained both at LaGuardia and JFK Airport. There was concern expressed, also relief to some extent that the system worked, if you will, and that some folks who may be suspicious have been detained. My understanding is there was no discussion about shutting the system down again, that there is this sense that the security measures are in place, that they are good security measures, and that the system will continue to be safe, and that they will continue to operate and ramp up in the days ahead. So at this point, I don't believe there are any discussions underway either about shutting down the system, about scaling back the system, or even, I understand now, about imposing additional security measures.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa Stark. Now I want to go back to Claire Shipman outside the White House to get one clarification about Vice President Cheney. Mr. Cheney, in fact, did move out of Washington, Claire, we were told, when the president returned from Nebraska, not today. And I believe I heard you say earlier today that he was not necessarily at Camp David, but somewhere near Camp David in a secure location. Some people were confused about why it was advertised that Mr. Cheney was at Camp David.
Well, I think what we've been told a bit about where he is he's physically spending the evenings at Camp David, but that working today, there is some sort of secure military facility near Camp David where he might be conducting his business, but he's certainly staying, for all intents and purposes, at Camp David. And we've also been told, Peter, that that situation could change tomorrow. They may feel more comfortable. They may decide that Mr. Cheney can come back and work from the White House if everything seems a bit more secure. But right now, he's at Camp David, and if he's doing any substantial work, we're told that he's going to this facility nearby.
Okay, many thanks indeed, Claire Shipman. Now let's go down to the north lawn of the White House and Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent. That confusion about Mr. Cheney arose in part, Terry, because if they moved Mr. Cheney to be separate from the president and said publicly that he was at Camp David, the question was what measure of security was that? I think maybe Claire has cleared that up, am I right?
Yes, one of the obvious things that the Secret Service is doing here is trying to keep Vice President Cheney, frankly, out of sight. He's not been heard from, he's made no public statement, and he has been almost entirely out of sight since these attacks, trying to keep the president and the vice president well separated for security reasons.
Now, I know that since we reported these incidents tonight, you have been working the phones and trying to get some response from people. What have you got?
Well, Peter, I've heard you asking for information from us, and I can tell you one of the reasons we're dilatory is there are two reasons. Is the White House is very, very stingy about information, probably more so than other agencies at this point. It's the nature of the kind of loyalty that President Bush insists on in his personal staff. But we have been told now that the president has been continually updated on this situation, is aware of it. He's here at the White House. So this is something that's obviously made it to his desk, and one White House official told me that this is something that did not come as a complete surprise to administration officials. They are expecting this to be, as this official said, a very long haul.
Okay, Terry, I just wonder whether or not White House officials, those you've been able to talk to, believe that the general security situation in the country has changed or not in the last several hours.
Well, in the last several hours, they aren't going there. But in the last couple of days, I can tell you that Press Secretary Ari Fleischer has changed his tone. Right the day after the attacks, he said that since the attacks were obviously carefully planned and planned well in advance and that they had been executed, the danger level was down. That was at a time they brought down the perimeter, that tourists were once again along the north fence of the White House, and they opened up the building for public tours. Ever since that time, the situation has gotten more strict around here in terms of security. Mr. Fleischer is not saying those kinds of things anymore about having the attacks having been carried out. Therefore, Americans can be confident that the situation is returning to a more customary degree of safety. And, as you know, the perimeter has been extended again. And I should tell you that tonight we've got the helicopters every once in a while who have been circling here since early this afternoon. Now, for the first time, with those searchlights that you'll see at crime scenes, trained on the streets below, sweeping the streets with the searchlights.
Which one could argue is common sense in a situation like this. You did say, we were talking a moment ago about the candlelight vigil outside the north fence of the White House last night, which you pointed out to us. How much larger now is the perimeter around the White House? Where does it end? How close can people get to the White House at this point?
Well, it is the exact same perimeter, as far as I can tell, that actually is not uncommon here at the White House when foreign leaders from countries where there is trouble show up and stay at Blair House right across the street. For instance, when leaders from the Middle East are here, Prime Minister Sharon's visit, they extend the perimeter across Lafayette Square here to Pennsylvania Avenue and all the way onto the east side of the White House as well. And so it is a secure perimeter, well large enough to prevent any kind of truck bomb or anything like that, but it is not unusually or extraordinarily secure. It is part of their regular order of business when there are security situations.
Terry, I know we worked your tail off today, and I know you need some rest because tomorrow is another day, but I wonder if we couldn't take a few minutes now to just review the President's Day for people who are not with us or anybody else as his day unfolded. The President had that very interesting conversation this morning with Mayor Giuliani and with Governor Pataki, and the President did say, and you told us, that he was going to go to New York to visit the people here tomorrow. I wonder two things. Is there any possibility that trip may change? And secondly, just take us through the day if you wouldn't mind.
Well, there's no word at this point that the President is changing any travel plans or any plans at all. He plans on attending the National Prayer Service that has been called for tomorrow. He's declared tomorrow National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, and that's very important to him, we're told. He personally has been planning that prayer service, and today was a day where his public role assumed greater prominence, where he was out answering questions for the first time from reporters. He was asked, is it safe to fly? If a member of your family wanted to fly today, would you tell them yes? He paused a moment, but he said, sure. If a member of my family wanted to fly, I'd say they should. He also went to a hospital, a local hospital where burn victims from the Pentagon have been taken. We're told he was very powerfully moved, and there were some still photographs released by the White House which show him and the First Lady very moved, obviously, by their visit. And he displayed that raw emotion in the question and answer session with reporters, as we've seen today. He is also once again on the phone all day with world leaders, and also in a sign of the kind of bipartisanship that has replaced the petty partisan rancor of a few days ago. The President had originally requested $20 billion in emergency aid. The congressional delegations from New York and Virginia showed up here today, asked for $20 billion more, and he said sure.
The President has spent part of the day trying to put together what was described to us by his spokesman, Ari Fleischer, early today as a coalition overseas. Now, we're not altogether certain what that coalition is at the moment, other than a public international demonstration of solidarity with the United States. But can you talk a little bit about who he has talked to, what kind of response he got from people, and what he may be trying to do, both in the short term and the longer one?
Well, he's talked to a wide variety of leaders. It is one of the things he's doing all the time. We're told that unanimously they are expressing outrage and support, and a senior White House official saying that one of the themes that runs through every foreign leader's comments to President Bush is, "We know it could be us." And so he is trying to tap into that sensibility and create this coalition. Now, is it just a rhetorical solidarity against terrorism? We're told by senior officials, no, they are asking specific things of specific nations. Very specific things of a nation like Afghanistan. We've requested to use their airspace and requested them to close their border with
Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Thank you, I had them reversed. But also we're asking other countries, apparently, according to a senior White House official, for them to take better control of their financial system, to shut down the money supply for terrorism. We're asking for military assistance from other governments. And so this coalition, while it is not a formal alliance along the lines of the Gulf War, is apparently developing into something more than just we stand united against terrorism.
And this emphasis on Pakistan today and its relationship to Afghanistan seems to keep in the public arena the notion, at the very least, that the establishment generally continues to look at Osama bin Laden, who has been given sanctuary by the Taliban in Afghanistan, as the principal suspect in these operations on Tuesday.
Absolutely, and as John Miller and others who are closer to the investigation can tell you, we are hearing from administration officials, not at the White House, that certainly Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect and will be named so in the near future.
You actually believe he will be named as the prime suspect in the very near future?
That is our understanding, yes.
It's interesting because the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, said late yesterday that they didn't know whether they had 40 or 50 or 60% of enough to say that Osama bin Laden was the prime suspect. You're making a very strong suggestion they're a lot closer.
It is the strong suggestion made to us by administration officials. Now, I should also tell you that a senior White House official says that they have not ruled out that there may be other terrorist organizations working in concert with bin Laden. They just are developing as much information as possible. And I should say as well that the commitment here for some kind of response extends beyond this attack. They intend, as they have said publicly, to take on terrorism not just from bin Laden, but from other cells, other organizations as well, root it out and try and stop it.
Okay, Terry, I'm going to let you go, but I just want to get in one last time. Is it your belief that the administration is not going to comment tonight on these two incidents today at Kennedy and LaGuardia Airport?
The White House sure isn't. At least nothing that I have been able to do with several different officials can get them to make any comment on this development in the investigation.
Okay, which I think, thanks Terry Moran very much, a great many people in the country will think that is completely and utterly understandable from the White House's point of view. Just to remind you that we are reporting that there are currently 10 individuals in custody between 4:15 and 4 and 4:15 this afternoon at John F. Kennedy Airport. 4 men were detained. They were carrying fake IDs, knives, flying licenses, and open airline tickets, and 1 woman was detained for aiding the men. And then between 7:30 and 8:15 p.m. this evening, we're talking Eastern time here now, 5 men were detained at LaGuardia Airport for carrying the same possessions. And we have not, I re-emphasize, we have not had anybody in the government tell us yet that this is untrue. Senator Joseph Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, acknowledged that he had heard it before, and other senior officials in the government who have been talked to by ABC News reporters acknowledge that this is the current situation in the United States. John Miller, I'll come back to John McCarthy at the Pentagon in just one second, but I don't know if this question has occurred to a lot of other people in the country. We talk constantly about Osama bin Laden being the most extraordinary elusive character, and the intelligence services and the military services of the United States, and for that matter other countries, have never been able to get at him. And yet we keep seeing pictures of him. I think once at his daughter or his son's wedding. And you were actually able to go to see him. I don't expect you to explain to us how you actually got there, but in some respects He's very visible.
Yes, he is, and I think there's a key difference. The reason I was able to go see him is twofold. One, it was while he was still suspected of being behind so many attacks against the United States on different levels, but before he had been publicly identified.
Remind us of the year.
This would be, I went to see him on May 28th of 1998.
Seems like a long time ago.
Yeah. And the second part of that equation is I was able to find Osama bin Laden on a mountaintop in Afghanistan at 1 o'clock in the morning because he wanted me to. His people carried us further and further, cutting the cord as they went of our communications to the point we were completely incognito, starting in Pakistan, traveling further and further into Pakistan, crossing the border on foot into Afghanistan, bypassing the Taliban checkpoints, who didn't want him speaking out at that time either. They know that when he speaks out, it makes trouble for them politically. So that's how that came to pass. However, I would suggest that since we put him on the map, so to speak, by that national broadcast on World News and Nightline, he reached the status where he no longer needs to import television reporters to send his message out. He makes his own videotapes in what I refer to sometimes as Bin Laden Productions, and sends them right out to Al Jazeera, which is the television network, the Arabic television network in Qatar, and they broadcast it, and we all pick it up from then. So basically, he's got his own propaganda machine now, and he tweaks the United States by using it. He does two important things. One, we can document that before each attack that the U.S. government is attributed to bin Laden or bin Laden forces, he sends out a videotape weeks or as much as a month ahead of time suggesting that we should prepare for something, including in this case.
Including in this case? Including
in this case. 3 weeks before, he sent out a videotape essentially saying America should get ready for the big surprise and the Muslim youth should get ready to go to war. Ticking backwards, before the embassy bombing, he did the interview with me, suggesting that it will be a dark day for America, and not just military, but civilians too will be attacked. 6 weeks later, the attack. Before the USS Cole bombing, again, 3.5 weeks prior to that, he sent out a video sitting with the son of the blind sheikh, Abdel Rahman, charged with inspiring the World Trade Center bombing.
In prison in the United States currently.
Saying that there should be more done to free his father from American jails, and that the time for talking was over, now was the time for action. Less than a month later, the bombing of the USS Cole. After that, he sent out, and this is what I mean by tweaking, a videotape of him celebrating the marriage of his son to the daughter of his military commander and operations chief for these terrorist acts. So that was essentially a message to his followers to say, despite what they say about the USS Cole and coming after me, I'm alive and well, I'm at a party. And his way of saying to America, and there's nothing you can do about it. 3 weeks before this incident, again, another communique from him. The old model was you would do the action and then claim responsibility. The bin Laden model is much more subtle, if you accept that he's behind all these, that he foreshadows the act with a communique essentially saying, get ready, and it's going to be me. And then in the aftermath, he's very coy. When we've confronted him through our communications channel with him, he said, that wasn't, I don't, in Islam, no one works for anyone. I do not order these attacks. We send out the call to our brothers, and they rise up and act.
How did he get the videotapes out of the country? Do they go to Pakistan and on from there? Do they go through Iran? Does he actually, is there a transmission from Afghanistan itself?
In the case of the wedding, an Al Jazeera cameraman, that's Qatar television,
in the Persian Gulf,
was allowed to go there and film it or shoot it, and they carry their own tapes out. In our case, they escorted us out with our tape.
Right.
In the other cases, I don't know how they get the tapes to Al Jazeera, but they do it within as little as 24 to 48 hours, or sometimes they'll just send a new tape that is undated.
Fascinating and terrifying. John Miller, nobody has followed this story more closely than John has, and we're very grateful to have you here today.
Thank you.
Osama bin Laden tweaking the United States, and by the way, not just the United States, but many other countries as well. ABC's John McCarthy at the Pentagon. John.
Peter, you've been asking all night why it is that U.S. government officials have not been denying the details of the stories that we have been reporting. The reason is several different officials have told me in the last hour it's because they are exactly accurate. What they fear is that they are only seeing the dim outlines, not the outer edges of whatever this total plan was. We have seen the destruction of 3 aircraft and a 4th one that went down. We are seeing the evidence at the 2 airports tonight of 2 possible additional fingers of that plan. The fear is that there are other fingers of it that are not going to be detected. That is why Vice President Cheney is at Camp David. That is why the perimeter has been expanded at the White House, and that is why a whole lot of other measures are being considered tonight.
John, forgive me for asking, but phrases like dim outline and not the outer edges of this, these are your phrases or their phrases?
These are my phrases as I piece together conversations from people who are privy to some of this information.
Okay. John McCarthy, thank you very much at the Pentagon. Now let us continue with the wait, and the wait is principally in New York, though it also occurs at the Pentagon. We know at the Pentagon that they have identified most, if not all, in individual terms of the people who perished at the Pentagon. And we know numerically, though I am embarrassed to say I cannot put my fingers on it exactly at the moment, how many people were lost from the Army and from the Air Force. And I believe none were lost from the Navy. And am I right, John? Army losses and no airfare losses, no Marines. Have I got that right?
That's correct. Army, Navy, and other agencies, which means the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Okay. And am I correct in saying that while they have not been able to identify everybody who is missing and in many cases presumed to be dead, they believe they've come very close?
They believe they are close. As Secretary Rumsfeld said tonight, it could be higher than 200. The number is currently 190 right now. It could go as high as 250. There are still some people in critical condition and still some other people who may turn up missing that have not reported in yet.
And do we believe that the families of all the individuals involved are party to the condition of their relatives?
They are, the way the military handles these things as they do crises is pretty amazing. They assign individuals to each family, and they talk to those family members constantly, keeping them apprised of what the prospects are and what the options are as they move into this period of great uncertainty.
Thanks very much, John. It is, of course, a much greater challenge in New York City, and among other things, there are various websites in New York City where people can dial in and see whether or not people have been accounted for. But the mayor tells us today, and there's been no change in these figures, that 4,700 approximately people are missing. And by the way, if you go to abcnews.com, you get a very good handle. You can make connections to all of these websites in New York and in Washington. The FBI website, all of the emergency websites in New York as well, in which people who are searching for people can at least make a very tenuous connection with what is going on. And as families all over the country, family and relatives all over the country continue to search for other members of the family, other relatives, close friends, at least they can get some indication, if they do not know at this point, whether or not those people have been accounted for. But it does lead us in the direction of this report, and will make it, I hope, more understandable from John Quinones, what it's like to spend a day in the life of those who have lost their loved ones.
Please, any information, we appreciate it, please. It was in Building 1.
They just will not give up hope. The families of the missing still handing out pictures, plastering them all over mailboxes, on walls, even vans, clinging to the thought that their loved ones just somehow might have survived the catastrophe.
Right now, we don't even want to assume the worst. You know, my husband's a very big athletic guy, and he's a fighter, and he would fight to come home to us.
James Carson worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, the brokerage firm that lost some 700 employees in the World Trade Center. James was working on the 103rd floor of the North Tower when the second airliner slammed into the building. His wife, Debbie, immediately called his office.
And I just kept screaming in the phone, you know, is Jay Carson there? And someone screamed back, yes. And then the phone went dead.
It's been 2.5 days now, and Debbie, who is pregnant, has heard nothing.
He's a great guy. He's a wonderful husband, a great brother, a terrific uncle. He's going to be a father soon. And, you know, we just want to know something.
Something, anything. But with each passing hour, hope for more miracles is dwindling.
One woman said to me today, even if it's only 2 more hours that I can hold on to this hope, I'm going to hold on to those 2 hours.
Father Walter Smith is a Catholic priest offering grief counseling to the victims' families.
You can't be in this and not be affected by it.
Jacques, bring in the truck of potatoes and hand them their peelers.
Among those still waiting, the family of Paul Beattini, 40 years old, husband of Susan. Tomorrow is their 10th wedding anniversary.
He's a wonderful man, loving and supportive. He was just the kind of guy that I think all my friends wish that they could find.
The couple has 2 daughters, 3-year-old Daria and 5-year-old Julia. The girls Paul calls my little princesses. On Tuesday morning, Paul, who hardly ever goes to the World Trade Center, was attending a business meeting on its 104th floor. It was also orientation day at his little girl's preschool.
His eyes were filled. He was just about to cry because he couldn't go to nursery school on Tuesday morning, and he was just talking about he had to get up early because he had this meeting in the World Trade Center.
From the World Trade Center that morning, Paul called home at 8:04.
He simply asked to speak to Daria Lee, and I put her on the phone, and he said that she should remember that that day was just really orientation, and that the first day was really Thursday, and that we would all go together and take pictures, which is today.
As he left his home in Park Ridge, New Jersey that fateful morning, it was the usual routine.
He kissed me on the cheek like he did every morning when he left. He never left his house without kissing me on the cheek and telling me that he loved me.
Less than 3 hours later, Paul disappeared in the rubble of the Twin Towers.
What has this been like for you?
You know, it's almost impossible to describe how you go from telling your husband that his tie might not be the one that he should wear that day and what you're going to do for dinner that night to phone calls and cell phones and people coming to your house and just insanity.
It's now been more than 60 hours of deafening silence.
I know that everyone is talking about hope and holding on to hope, and I'm not saying people shouldn't do that. But in my heart, when I close my eyes and I try to be with him, I don't feel. And I think he's gone. I think he was in that building when it collapsed.
For Paul Beattini's parents, Doris and Mike, the shock and the grief is now giving way to anger, targeted at whoever committed this heinous assault.
I don't know what kind of a God they got, but it's not ours.
So we are peaceful people, but something must be done to stop this.
And what have they done to this family?
Oh, my God. What have they done? You cannot imagine. All my children are wonderful. Everyone. But Paul everyone has something special. And Paul was the big moose.
Is that you, Bill?
The big loud person.
Above all, he was a family man who loved his time with his little girls.
And what's that one?
Dad teaching us how to ride a bike.
Those little girls who have no idea why Daddy has not yet come home.
My thoughts are 2 months from now, 3 months from now, on Christmas Eve, or Christmas morning when our kids wake up. And he's not here, and, you know, Halloween costumes and trick-or-treating and all those wonderful treats that life has for you. or what I'm going to do without him.
That's the U.S. flag outside the Pentagon tonight, and you can see a fireman coming down the ladder because a short while ago we reported that fires had broken out at the Pentagon. Again, ABC's Sean McCarthy, this said this has been going on fairly steadily from the beginning. This is a very difficult building in which to get fires under control. We do not know. Can I stay with the Pentagon for just a second, please? We do not know precisely how much damage those fires are doing. We do certainly know at this point that those fires threaten no individuals, because that part of the building has been completely emptied, and the rescue workers, and those fires are out currently, and the rescue workers who have been in that particular part of the building, to which has been such extraordinary damage has been done by the aircraft which crashed into it. But we also do not know whether or not the mood in the country has changed, particularly among those who have been watching ABC News tonight, because as you well know, we are and have been reporting about two very troubling and yet in some respects reassuring incidents at two airports in New York tonight, because the system worked in that a number of people between, I beg your pardon, not between, 10 individuals were picked up at Kennedy Airport and LaGuardia earlier today who were trying to get on to U.S. aircraft which were going elsewhere in the country, and they were wearing fake IDs, and they were carrying knives, and they had multiple false identifications with them, and a couple of them had flying licenses and identification certificates from flight instruction schools in Florida. Very similar to that which the overall investigation has revealed to the country as a whole for those 16, if I remember, terrorist hijackers who took the 4 planes to their fate on Tuesday, and which resulted in so many deaths. 18 people, not 16, in the original 4 aircraft. But the country, therefore, and I think this is particularly true for those of you who are with us, is swinging wildly, as we see in that report from John Quinones, between hope and despair and confusion and determination that the country will get through this. And I don't think in anybody's mind we've talked to anywhere in the country in the last couple of days there is any doubt about that, from the political establishment to the citizen in any town and community in the country. But there is a wildly ambiguous situation tonight, made more palpable by the situation at those 2 airports tonight. And I repeat that nobody in government has done anything other than confirm our reporting tonight, and the White House and the FBI and the Justice Department in general have hewed to the line which the Attorney General and the President established today. They were simply not going to talk about security measures. We also know that throughout the world today, via U.S. embassies and in a bilateral way between the intelligence agencies here and abroad, there has been tremendous cooperation in trying to ascertain whether this plot, and it clearly was a plot to attack the United States, has got, thank you, tentacles out around the world. And there has been terrific cooperation by U.S. embassies overseas with the intelligence and police agencies in other countries. And then we swing back to hope all the time. And can I just ask what this precise... Okay, well, then this is absolutely appropriate, because when we talked to the Secretary of the Treasury today about whether or not the country would get through this in an economic way, putting aside the enormous cost of the country, the answer from everybody involved in the financial and economic situation in the country says yes, it is astonishingly difficult for many companies. But it seems absolutely appropriate at 5 minutes to 11 Eastern Time, 5 minutes to 8 in the West, that we hear and see this report from ABC's Bob Brown.
This image, lowering a giant American flag near the wounds in the Pentagon, was one of the first to invest the flag with the weight of this new crisis. We've been moved to extraordinary emotions by the symbolism behind these events. 2 nights ago, we saw a flag that someone had hung in the best way possible over the ruins of the World Trade Center. And then this morning, this image. Firefighters finally raising a flag upright over the area in what some compared to the image of Marines raising the flag over Iwo Jima. As that was happening, momentum was also building among people who were removed from the scene, who found hundreds of ways to show the flag or express unity, and if they couldn't help directly, to applaud those who were there making a sacrifice. These people on the West Side Highway of Manhattan cheered rescue workers as they moved to and from the scene. By today, those displays had extended themselves well beyond New York and Washington to locations around the world. And the line at the Apollo Cards and Flag store in Wayne, New Jersey was stacked up all the way out the door. The store owner says he has temporarily sold out. 25,000 American flags were sold yesterday, 27,000 today. Karen Beyer has a son in the Army.
And I'm just very grateful that everybody's out showing support for the country.
We're all Americans. We want to do something at a time like this. You know, we're raising our children in this world, and we want to show that people can unite. And by hanging a flag or giving blood, you know, it makes you feel like you're doing something.
And imagine standing in front of Buckingham Palace in London this morning to watch the guards march by. When they stand at attention, the anthem played is the Star-Spangled Banner. And one spectator was literally wrapped in an American flag. There were events like that throughout Europe. A moment of silence at NATO headquarters in Brussels, also observed by the people of Germany and in Russia. In Ottawa, Canadians set up a memorial of cards and flowers and toy symbols of the rescue and the flag that grew throughout the day. To our American family, said one message, we stand together as one in our moment of grief and chaos. Flags were not the only symbols people used to express their unity. Police and firefighters in Green Bay, Wisconsin wore black mourning bands over their badges.
Pennsylvania should be proud that 4,000 Pennsylvania firefighters and over 3,500 doctors and nurses and emergency medical personnel thus far have volunteered.
There was an enormous turnout today for a prayer vigil in Philadelphia. Many cities are holding or have scheduled candlelight vigils, and a grassroots movement has been underway to have a special Flag Day tomorrow. Back in New York, one of the locations where people have congregated to express their feelings is Union Square, which sits near the line of demarcation between the city that is open again and the southern end of Manhattan that has remained closed in the wake of the disaster.
We're accepting food, clothing, medical supplies.
Here, a group of students spontaneously set up a collection of supplies for relief workers. People within hearing distance ran to stores to get the items, which were then carried on to an armory to donate to the relief effort. Over the years, patriotism's reputation changes with the times. Bad when scoundrels hide behind it, and good when it is a cradle of common values. The stunning displays of patriotism throughout this country and the actions of the people behind them leave no doubt about where its reputation stands today, and no doubt that the simplest forms of expressing patriotism are always the most eloquent, as are the voices that speak without pretense of the sorrow and gratitude and pride they feel.
God bless all the victims and families. May this never happen again.
Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, think on these things and the God of peace will be with you.
May all who have lost those they love find peace. We will not forget.
God bless us all, the fighters, the survivors, the lost. You are all in our prayers.
Good evening. It's day 3 in the wake of the terrorist attack.
Todd Connor, who's out at the airport. Todd, take us through this now. Guy had phony ID. What was he trying to do?
Well, Bill, as far as we know, he was trying to board a flight. We're not sure where. He had fake identification. He was trying to get through security and get onto a flight. We have heard, in fact, that he was dressed in a Delta pilot's uniform. We have heard some other reports, however, that he was trying to board a United flight. So a little conflicting information there. Also, sources have said that he had a ticket dated this past Tuesday, which of course we all know is the date of the terrorist attacks. And we are also told some of those in custody tonight were carrying knives. At this point, all of these people are just down the road from us under heavy guard as police interrogate them. Over at LaGuardia Airport, 3 people were taken into custody for trying to pose as airline employees. And then at Newark Airport, just across the river in New Jersey, 2 people who apparently were on a Saudi airliner were taken off that flight because they appeared on an INS list, an Immigration and Naturalization Service list. Something interesting to point out about that, Bill, not too long ago, the FBI gave the INS a list of people to be on the lookout for. The INS looked at that list and actually realized that a couple of those people had already come into the United States, so it was a little late to stop them at the borders. Again, as I said, just down the street, at least 1 person under arrest, several others being questioned by authorities at this time. Under heavy guard, Bill, this place, we've had trouble all night long trying to get our live shot up because they really didn't want the media out here.
Right, and there are no planes flying. They've grounded all the planes again. But this is very troubling, Todd, obviously. You have this guy dressed up in a pilot's uniform, and he's got a phony ID. And are these all of Arabic descent? Did you get that information? Are they all Middle Eastern people?
I don't have it that specific as of yet. We are hearing Saudi nationals among this group who was taken into custody out here at JFK. But as far as all of them go, I really can't be certain on that, Bill.
All right, Todd, thanks very much. We appreciate it, and keep us posted. If anything happens during this hour, Todd will come back. We also have some breaking news from the scene of the attack at the World Trade Center. Let's get the latest from Fox News' David Lee Miller, who's been down there ever since this tragedy began. Now, David, I understand they found a part of the cockpit of one of the planes that smashed into the Trade Center. What was in that cockpit?
That's right, Bill. They found it on top of the Marriott Hotel nearby, and they say in the cockpit were human remains, and they believe the human remains that they found were the remains of one of the hijackers. And the reason that they say this is because the corpse was wearing regular street clothes. There was no sign of a uniform of any type, suggesting that whoever this person was, they certainly should not have been in the cockpit. So that is, at this point, we're told by law enforcement sources, a significant development in this case. And Bill, they also say that they found a flight attendant, her remains, and that her hands were tied behind her back using wire. So 2 significant developments discovered here today. Bill?
All right, David, thanks very much. And David will be out there as well throughout the hour. In the personal story segment tonight, there would be more people missing or dead if not for a lot of the very courageous people who at the exact moment of impact, when those planes crashed into the World Trade Center, did the right thing and ran in and helped people. One of them is Jose Ramirez, an old friend of ours. He's a security guard. He used to work here at Fox News and then was transferred down to the World Trade Center. He raced into the towers after the attacks. Mr. Ramirez joins us now. Well, I always knew you had it in you to be a hero. I mean, that's for sure. And your guys are telling me you saved hundreds of people. How did that happen?
Well, that's all part of the job. It's not saving people, it's knowing what to do in the crisis of an emergency.
But you had to sum it up real fast. You had to see what was happening really quickly, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. So you ran into the towers, right?
Correct.
And what confronted you? What scene confronted you when you entered the towers after the planes had crashed in there?
A sense of an eerie feeling. I mean, there was a shadow of destruction inside of 2 World Trade Center when I went in. I was looking for the rest of the security staff that was not accounted for. Unfortunately, I didn't find anyone. I left the building quickly after I arrived there. I was there for maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Upon leaving the scene of the accident, I heard a volcano eruption of 2 World Trade Center when it collapsed. I raced for dear life, and I jumped over parked vehicles. I just went headfirst dove and landed under some scaffolding.
So you just escaped all the cascading debris?
Correct.
Now, you were in the building before it collapsed for how long?
Approximately 3 to 4 minutes.
3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And in that time, how many people did you get out of there?
I've got several people out, they were leaving, but I was over at 5 World Trade Center prior to that. I evacuated everyone from the various floors.
Because you know, part of the problem of this, or we're just learning this now, is that there were conflicting reports inside the World Trade Center. Some people said, you got to get out. Other people said, hey, don't worry about it. We got it under control. Stay at your desk. What were you hearing, if anything?
I heard the first transmission over the air to make an evacuation.
All right, so you heard the word evacuation,
Correct.
get everybody out of there.
Correct.
So you got all your people out, hundreds of people, right?
Yes, sir.
Were the people screaming and running, or what were they doing?
There were mass confusion. People didn't know what was going on. There were a lot of confused people as they were departing the area. I informed them not to run.
Did they listen to you?
They did. They knew that I had everything under control. We used every exit available at 5 World Trade Center. People departed the area quickly, orderly, when they all left.
Right. You know, this is a question I always ask people who are on the scene of a tragedy. You got up that morning, Jose, right?
Right.
You did what you always do. You had a cup of coffee, maybe a donut, you go into work, it's going to be another day. I've had a million days like this. And all of a sudden, planes are smashing into buildings. What goes through a person in your mind? I mean, were you frightened? Were you scared? Were you worried for your family?
This is something that is surreal. Nothing like this would ever, it's unimaginable. What goes through someone's mind is, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? So, no one expected this.
Of course.
Absolutely not. So, we've trained over at the Port Authority and with the Morgan Stanley Security corporate staff, trained for evacuation of emergency situations that in the past has happened back in '93 because of the World Trade Center.
So your training kicked in?
Yes, it did.
All right, and you just did what you had to do, then you heard the rumbling, the volcano as you put it, and you got the heck out of there.
We got as quickly out of there, orderly fashion.
All right, and a lot of your guys didn't make it, right?
I don't know that for a fact right now, so we're still looking into the matter. All of my men on my side made it out.
Okay, but I understand there were guys up on the 85th floor and people like that you're still looking for, right?
There are officers that are not accounted for at this time,
Right.
but we're assuming that they are well at this time, so
okay.
we're taking
Jose, thanks very much. We appreciate it, and
Thank you very
congratulations
much.
to you.
Thank you again.
All right, now let's go to Washington, where right at this moment in the Pentagon, plans are underway to take some action against terrible terrorists who did this to the United States. Now, what action that is going to be kept very silent and quiet until it's taken. Obviously, we don't want to tip anybody off. Joining us now is retired Major General and military analyst Paul Vallely.
Evening, Bill.
How are you? I guess this is really the talk of the whole military community here. The Defense Department came out today and said there's going to be sustained military action. What exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means, Bill, is that we are going to go to war here, and we need to do that. What the military is going through right now is developing a campaign, and from that an operational plan. And the basis of all that, of course, is all the evidence and intelligence that's being developed right now. That's the basis of the campaign and operational plan, is strong intelligence.
When they say sustained, I never heard that word before, sustained military campaign. That means that they believe there's going to be enough targets and enough action to bring in all branches of the armed service to make a big coordinated effort. It's not just going to be an extraction of an Osama bin Laden or one or two others.
No, that's exactly right. A sustained campaign in this particular situation means that we are going to identify targets, go after those targets, and continually go after those targets until they're eliminated. And so it could be weeks, it could be months, and it could be years, because we're looking at a long-term thing here. So sustainment is over a period of time, not clearly defined. It depends on the situation and how much of those forces are committed to take out the enemy. And the enemy in this case are the international terrorists.
All right. Are the enemy, in your opinion now, General, I'm asking your opinion, I know you're not speaking for the Defense Department, the people who harbor the terrorists as well as the terrorists themselves. We have 6 nations that have historically done this: Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, North Korea, and Afghanistan. Those are the rogue nations. Those are the nations that we know have training camps. Terrorists go in and out of there all the time. Do you think that those nations are at risk here?
Absolutely, Bill, and they are part of the enemy. Recent information I received today is that over the last 18 months, what we're looking at is a multi-state organization that's been developed by the terrorists and includes all of those countries. Good information came in, I think, today also that Saddam Hussein probably is funding this organization along with some other countries. So we're looking at a different situation right now where we do, in fact, have an organized multi-nation, multi-state type effort, and their enemy is the United States.
Now, we are also hearing Saddam Hussein may be involved in this terrorist activity by either financing, training, or helping with logistics. Was it a mistake not to remove him, in your opinion, again, during the Gulf War?
Absolutely. I was very surprised when we halted outside of Baghdad. We had the capability to take Saddam Hussein out at that time. The Israelis with Mossad had people in Baghdad. We had special operations forces. We should have taken them out at that time. And when we don't complete a war successfully, Bill, it lingers, as was the case in the Cold War for over 50 years. Korea is a good example of that. When you go to war, Bill, you've got to finish it.
All right. Now, I have said that this is an opportunity for the United States, probably once in our lifetime, General, where the world, the civilized world, is behind us. We've already gotten signals from Putin. I haven't heard anything from China. They may give us a little trouble, but I don't think they'll give us a lot. But everybody else, even France, is going to say, do what you have to do. And this is really the time to end as much of this as possible, is it not?
Absolutely. It's a shame that it had to come to this, but this war has been going on, and we haven't done much about it. You remember when we sent the cruise missiles in to get bin Laden, and then we sort of dropped it. We forgot about it. We just moved on. We didn't have any sustained effort to really take him out. But now, with what's happened here in the United States and the homeland, the Americans will be behind our military forces to go in and do what needs to be done.
Right, and the rest of the world will be as well. I mean, there are going to be dissenters and things like that, but this is probably the time in history, and I just hope we don't make any mistakes. You know, we don't want to kill innocent people. We don't want to overreact. We want to be surgical and methodical.
That's correct.
My last question is, are you confident that we have enough intelligence to really get the people that need to be gotten?
Well, Bill, I don't know what's happening inside, but I certainly would have human intelligence capability right in with General Mossad in northern Afghanistan. I'd have him in Pakistan right now. I would be getting all that intelligence information on the ground to build the campaign plan right now. I hope that's going on. And I hope that we build up our human intelligence again, which has been depleted, as you know, over the last 2 decades.
Well, I think a lot of things are going to be changing, and particularly with the borders situation, which has got to be getting under control. Hey, General, we appreciate it. We hope you'll come back and keep us up to date on probably what is the big story to come here, the United States reacting to this terrible terrorist attack. Thanks again, General.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, now, not everybody agrees with me and the General. Most Americans support reprisals against the enemies of the United States, but not everybody. Some want to see more evidence before they support action against terrorists. I spoke with law professor Francis Boyle from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign earlier today. The United States now has to take action against certain segments in this world who we know have been harboring people like Osama bin Laden. That's going to happen. How will you react to that?
Well, first, I think you have to look at the law involved. Clearly, what we have here under United States domestic law and statutes is an act of international terrorism that should be treated as such. It is not yet elevated to an act of war. For an act of war, we need proof that a foreign state actually ordered or launched an attack upon the United States of America. So far, we do not yet have that evidence.
All right. Now, why are you taking this position when you know Forces have attacked the United States. Now, maybe they don't have a country, but they are forces. They have attacked the United States, all right, without warning, without provocation, civilian targets. They've done everything that an act of war does. So I'm saying that because we live in a different world now, where borders don't really matter, where terrorism is the weapon of choice, that you would declare war. If I were President Bush, I would declare war on any hostile forces. Notice those words, Professor. Hostile forces to the United States. I would have a blanket declaration of war so I could go in and kill those people. Would I be wrong?
Well, Bill, so far you'll note Congress has been unwilling to declare war. And indeed, this matter is being debated right now. Under these circumstances where we have 5,000 Americans dead and we could have many more Americans killed in a conflict, we have to be very careful, Congress and the American people and the President, in not to over-escalate the rhetoric here.
Are you and others like you going to say, oh no, we shouldn't do this, even though we have proof of the man's mastermind of the bombings in Africa and the Cole testimony in Yemen? Are you going to still say, even after the authority is granted by Congress, which it will be, no, don't do it, let Afghanistan handle them? Are you going to still do that, Professor?
Second, like his father also got authorization from the United States, the United Nations Security Council under Chapter 7 of the United Nations
Oh, you want to
Charter.
go to the UN now? You want the UN involved now?
It's exactly what his father did.
So
That's
what?
exactly right.
His father made a huge mistake by not taking out Saddam Hussein when he could have.
His father adhered to the required procedures under the United States Constitution and the United Nations Charter that is a treaty and the supreme law of our land. I expect the current President Bush to do exactly what his father did before he starts engaging in a massive military campaign in Iraq or against other countries.
All right, I don't know whether he's going to go. I know he's not going to let the UN dictate. He might go for a consensus. He's already got it with Putin and all of our NATO allies. He's already got that. Whether he goes, I think it'd be a mistake empowering the UN in this situation. The United States must make a response to this. And I'm agreeing with you in a sense it can't be a knee-jerk. It's got to be done in a methodical way. Congress will go along, they may debate it or whatever, but they will go along in either a War Powers, Special War Powers Act or a declaration of war against forces hostile to the United States. Then they will go in and they will take it. This man you're looking at on a TV screen is a dead man. He should be a dead man. You don't do what he did and be allowed to walk around this earth. Now, I'm distressed, Professor, by your reliance on the strict letter of propriety when we've got 10,000 people laying in the street about 22 miles from me right now. I want deliberation. I want methodical discipline. But I also want action. We know who this guy is. We know the governments that are protecting him. We know the other rogue states that have terrorist camps there. They all have to be dealt with, in my opinion. I'll give you the last word.
If we go to war in a hasty manner here, we could see thousands of U.S. military personnel being killed without proper authorization by Congress or by the United Nations Security Council.
Thank you for your point of view. All right, well, you can make up your own mind. More new information coming into the Factor. Let's go back to David Lee Miller in Lower Manhattan, standing by. David, what do you got for us?
Bill, an incredible development. We are now getting word that as many as 10 police officers are alive and trapped under the rubble of the World Trade Center. With me now is Neil Sarganow. He is an iron worker, and you just left the scene. Tell us what you know about these men who are trapped and what's being done to get them out.
I'm a volunteer rescue worker, and we had a woman, I believe the wife of one of the officers, who received a cell phone call instructing her or talking to her was her husband, who was stuck underground, the second floor below, subfloor below the tower number 1, with 5 Port Authority cops and 5 New York City cops. They're all okay, I believe, and We're in the process of looking at floor plans on how to access them. Unfortunately, part of the facade of one of the buildings started to come down on us just as we were looking at the floor plans, and so you know, people were scattering from that, but I'm sure they're working on organizing how to get to them at this moment.
Now, Neil, you say they're in level 2. How difficult is it, based on your experience, to get to the men at that location?
Well, from what I've seen, I've been through crevices and tunnels and digging my way through a lot of stuff tonight. So I'd say it's extremely difficult. It's hard to move anything. A lot of wrought iron and concrete everywhere. It's going to be extremely difficult. Hard to get any hard-moving machinery in there. So they're going to try to find some way underneath it, I would imagine. But you know, remains to be seen. They're looking at the plans as we speak.
And again, you said that the facade began to crumble again, so this job is dangerous for the rescuers as well.
Right, there's still concern also that One Liberty Plaza was going to come down. There was some misunderstanding as to whether it would come down or not. I believe the NYPD thought that it was, you know, safer to evacuate, while the fire department thought that it was safe to carry on working. So there's some disagreement as to whether that building's going to come down.
And one last question, Neil. This is almost day 3 now since the attack. Any word on the condition of these men?
I don't know how long they've been down there. I don't know if they were part of the first team in or whether they've been down there from the beginning. I mean, we didn't get that far and before some of the building came down. The wife had just come over to the station, right in the center of the chaos, and as the building started to come down, everyone scattered. So I didn't hear any more than that, unfortunately. So I don't know how long they've been down there.
Neil, thank you very much for joining us. Get some much-deserved rest. And Bill, be mindful of the fact that a few hours ago we got a report that authorities heard some tapping coming from underneath the rubble. So now it seems certain that there are people who are still alive. The question now, can we beat the clock and get them out? Bill?
Okay, David, thanks very much. Once again, we'll recap that. That's an incredible development just happening. 10 policemen are supposedly alive underneath 2 floors down from the main floor of one of the World Trade Center towers. The reason we know this is that one of them got a cell phone call through to his wife, and rescuers right now are fighting shaky debris, things falling from above to try to get to those men. 10, 5 Port Authority police, 5 NYPD. So, of course, our prayers are with them to get them out as soon as possible. All right, now it's time to hear from you. Let's put up the phone number there. You can call us, and we're going to bring in our 2 experts for the next 35 minutes. Joining us from Washington, a former House Speaker and Fox News analyst, Newt Gingrich, and Jeane Kirkpatrick, the former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Welcome, both of you, and thank you for staying up late for us. We had a great time last night in the sense that we had excellent questions from around the country from Factor viewers, and they range from all over the place. So we're going to do the same thing this evening, and then I'll shuttle them off. But before I get to that, I want to start with you, Mr. Kirkpatrick, because you have been on the Factor. You haven't been on the Factor for a while. I just finished interviewing a professor. I don't know whether you heard the interview, who is reflecting a very small minority of American people who want to be deliberate in our response. They want overwhelming evidence. They want to have Congress pull back from any kind of a quick reaction. How do you react to his stance?
I think there are some professors who think like that. I'm a professor, by the way, at Georgetown University. I don't think like that. I believe that we are dealing here not with crime, where due process is appropriate. We're dealing with war, where warlike response is appropriate. I think he was just wrong.
Okay, so do I. I mean, I agree with that, but his opinion is not widespread, but it's out there. Now, Mr. Speaker,
it's out there.
Mr. Speaker, President Clinton was down in the area today, and one of our reporters asked him, "Hey, you had 8 years to get this guy, bin Laden, and you lobbed a couple of missiles at him, and you almost got him. I guess that's what Mr. Clinton says. But the fact remains that he has had arrest warrants out for a long time. Was it your responsibility not to get him?" And Mr. Clinton says, no, we tried. Do you buy that?
Bill, I don't think that looking back is appropriate right now, except to learn some lessons. The lessons have to be that firing a few tomahawks, dropping a few bombs is totally inadequate. Going through the criminal justice system is totally inadequate. As Ambassador Kirkpatrick just said, this is a matter of war. Americans are very successful when they focus on prosecuting the war decisively, when they use all of their power to get the job done, and when they accept nothing short of victory. And I think President Bush should learn from the lessons of the last 8 years, not go back with recrimination, but recognize that the Clinton policy failed and that we have an obligation now, having lost thousands of Americans right here at home. We have an obligation across the planet to do everything we can to eliminate terrorism as a form of trying to change policies.
All right, you were in the House and very, very powerful when the World Trade Center was bombed the first time around, and they did catch the guys who actually did that bombing. We had the FBI agent on earlier today who gave a harrowing description of how unrepentant and how fanatical, and you can't reason with them. But I think it is a legitimate question, Mr. Speaker, and I think many, many Americans want it answered, to the fact that our government seems to have not been aggressive enough in protecting us and the poor people who perished in the bombing. We weren't aggressive enough. Is there validity to that thought?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Let me just say, you are absolutely right. We weren't aggressive enough in pressuring Afghanistan. We weren't aggressive enough in taking on Saddam. We weren't aggressive enough in the Sudan. The fact is, as recently as this March, I was part of a panel which reported, the Hart-Rudman Commission, that Americans have to expect a weapon of mass destruction, more than we've had this week. That we have to recognize that the world is dangerous, and I think that we have to be much more proactive in aggressively going after terrorism across the planet,
but you know,
not just bin Laden.
In March, when you issued that report, there was a big yawn from the press, from we're responsible for that too, from the American people and from Capitol Hill. Well, you know, we don't really care.
So the question is, are we now going to take this as a wake-up call? Are we going to do what we did after Pearl Harbor and truly prosecute the war? Or are we going to gradually, over the next 5 or 6 months, go back to business as usual?
All right.
And by the way, the President said today, and I take him at his word, this is now the #1 assignment of his administration.
Oh, it has to be.
Successfully wage war.
Absolutely. I mean, this is World War III. I mean, you may not call it that, but that's what it is. We're going to get to phone calls in a second. I have one more question for Ms. Kirkpatrick. The United Nations has been a thorn in America's side, in my opinion. They have been hostile to us. They haven't been sympathetic to our needs or to our point of view. Do you think that's going to change it all here now, since we took this terrible blow?
Well, look, one has to face the fact that the United Nations makes decisions reflecting the views of its members. It's the members who make the decisions, and it's the members who have the bias. And the members have generally had a kind of an anti-American bias, I think. It's not a bias, it's a position. And they had it for, you know, during this Cold War, the Soviets had the UN really wired, and they control the majority all the time. And the non-aligned movement has a very, very large portion of followers in the UN. Are they going to, you know, be less hostile to the U.S. and more ready to see us act forcefully, effectively, against terrorism? I hope so. There was some action in the Security Council and there was some action in the General Assembly. I would not, under any circumstances, want to see us, however, tied down by UN decisions.
That's for sure. I mean, we can't empower them. We've got to do what we have to do to protect the people of the United States.
I think that's what we have to do, and that's the President's responsibility.
Let's hear from Factor viewers all over the world. Delonda from North Carolina. You are on with Newt Gingrich and Jean Kirkpatrick. What say you this evening?
Thank you very much. What I say is that Dr. Bull had it wrong, and during the Gulf War, we were invited in by Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. This time, they've brought it to our front door and have violated us. We take it right back to them. And if we had the choice to punish them, maybe we should punish them in accordance with Muslim law, as they would for murder.
Well, you know, the other conundrum here, Mr. Speaker, is that these people don't value their lives. They, you know, they think they're going to heaven if they commit suicide and kill innocent people. So even though we're going to get them, there are so many of them that it's going to be a long, long siege.
But I think the trick is to focus on taking apart the organizations, not just individual members, not even just the current head of it, but recognizing that these are networks of people. You don't train over 50 people for terrorist activities. You don't train people to be pilots. You don't coordinate seizing at least 4 airplanes, and I think they were trying for more. Those things take a real structure and a real organization, and what we need to do is to wipe out the organizations, not just go after random individuals, but recognize these things are effective and frightening because they are organized efforts to destroy civilization, and civilization has to fight back.
All right. Joe from Ohio, you're on The Factor. What say you this evening?
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Basically, Bill Clinton's policies not only failed, but they also caused the problems that we have today. The act of war that we committed by launching those missiles, trying to knock out that factory, and by trying to get bin Laden, united the Arab world, the radical Muslim world against the United States. So now we basically are facing a war on many fronts. This could be potentially a world war that we're looking at, all because of Mr. Clinton's policies.
Yeah, but he had to respond, did he not, Joe, from the embassy bombings? So you just can't let that go, can you?
Well, you can't let it go, but I believe that once again, it needed to be a calculated response that was, not going to unite the radicals. The radicals were already upset that we're still in Saudi Arabia, that we're still hanging around over there on their ground, and they don't want us there. They think that we're only there basically to get their oil and to use their country.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's any way to appease those kind of fanatics. Ms. Kirkpatrick, does this all stem from the United States support of Israel? Is that the genesis of this whole thing?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think that this is, in a very real sense, it's a clash of civilizations. There was a headline in Le Monde, an editorial in the French newspaper Le Monde yesterday, which said, which was pretty good for France and Le Monde, it said, "We are all Americans." And it quoted John Kennedy saying, when he was in Berlin in the Cold War, saying, "We are all Berliners. I am a Berliner. We are all Berliners." I believe that this is a much broader fight, and that it's going to require a broader response because it's a much broader fight. And I don't criticize Bill Clinton for having hit the Sudan, and when he did, in fact, in Afghanistan. It wasn't effective. You can say it's easy to criticize. I was sorry when the first Bush administration didn't go into Iraq at the end of the Cold War.
Yeah, get Saddam. I mean, I thought that was a major mistake as well.
I
but as you said,
at the time too. But that's. There are mistakes and mistakes. We don't know how to deal with these problems very well, and we have to learn by trying.
Okay. Let's go to James from Connecticut. You're on The Factor tonight, James.
Yes, I'm a surgeon here in Connecticut, and under the Clinton administration, the last 5 or 6 years, we've been getting memos from the Department of Justice and the Office of Inspector General that the physicians being accused of Medicare fraud was like the primary focus, and that a whole bunch of FBI agents were assigned to go after doctors. And I spoke with a congressman from Connecticut and a U.S. attorney from Connecticut to say that this should not be the priority. We should be more worried about drug dealers bringing drugs and terrorists, and it fell on deaf ears.
Well, that's an interesting point, James, because I've been saying here that we are not protected enough. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have been saying on The Factor for years we need the borders to be manned by the military. We need to control illegal immigration in here. It's too easy to get into the United States, and as you said, run an organized terrorist campaign for more than a year with nobody knowing about it. Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy, but I think that it is more than just being defensive here in the U.S. I think that the distinction has to be between what we've done in the past and where we are now, that we need to systematically go after terrorism everywhere it exists and put it on defense, and we need to be chasing it over there.
Would you violate sovereign borders, though? Would you, for example, would you go, if you knew there was a camp operating in Syria, would you put the Delta Force in there and just invade their territory?
No,
would you do that?
If you knew there was a camp, I'll give you my answer, and then Ambassador Kirkpatrick is more of an expert than I am, but my position, my recommendation would be to say to the Syrian government, you have a terrorist camp on your territory. We expect you to expel that camp, to eliminate it, and if you don't, we will take actions to replace you with a government which is willing to do that. I don't think we should tolerate any sovereign government which protects and harbors terrorists. And if you've been listening to Secretary Colin Powell, he's been saying, we're going to go after people, we're going to go after the terrorists, and we're going to go after the people who harbor the terrorists. So
all right, but that's
I think
an interesting
we ought to say it pretty bluntly.
But Mr. Kirkpatrick, how difficult is it, though, to undermine a government like Syria, which is primarily a dictatorship?
Well, let's get a couple of things straight to begin with. There isn't one terrorist group operating in Syria, harbored by Syria. There are, you know, half a dozen terrorist groups harbored by Syria, protected by Syria, and supported by Syria, armed by Syria to a very significant extent. And we know that, and we've known it for many years. And it's active from time to time against Israel. And against others. The first threat, the first acknowledgement of responsibility for the bombings of the World Trade Center came from an organization called the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the DFLP. And that organization is a terrorist organization which actually acknowledges violent attacks as well as carries them out. What should we do about Syria? I think we should give Syria an ultimatum. And I think if we, I think we should insist that Syria roll up those terrorist groups.
Yeah, but if they don't, if they don't, then what do you do? See, if you bomb them, do you go?
To take action.
Well, what kind of? Well, what do you do? Do you bomb them? I mean, see, you should take action.
Bill,
you have to undermine. It's very difficult.
Bill, let me try to be.
Go ahead.
Let me try to be very clear about this. But let me try to be very clear about this. And again, Jean may not agree, because she's been in a position with the Reagan administration, so she can reflect on this. One of the virtues of being in a state of war, whether you do it by formal declaration or you do it by empowering the president through a resolution, is you can blockade Syria. We have the power to do that. You can cut off all travel. Right. You can do a variety of things. But here's the key threshold. Thousands of Americans were killed in our own country this week. Now, either we're going to tolerate countries like Syria, dictatorships, supporting terrorism, or we're not.
All right. Listen, I'm with you. I'm just trying to figure out if it'll be effective. We tried to blockade and all of that with Iraq, and it looks like this guy Saddam Hussein had a hand in this now. I mean, at least financially speaking. At least financially speaking. All right, let's take another call. Faye from California, what say you this evening?
Good evening. Thank you, Bill. I have a comment for the various people who've criticized our intelligence agencies for not releasing information. If they release that to me or to them, they're also releasing it to the man with the false airline uniform and ID and the detainees who were found to have knives on them. And I don't think we want them to have it.
We sure don't. And I wholly agree with you that nobody should ever be criticized for not releasing to the public broadly and to the media intelligence information which can be more usefully used if it is held close to the executive establishment.
Yeah, but what they're doing now, I think you both understand, is psychological. That the FBI, it lifted everybody's spirits to know that they tracked these guys down so fast, that they had clues. That today out at JFK, they got this guy who had the phony ID. This raises people's confidence because people are frightened. People are frightened. The government, which we all had confidence that were going to protect us, we now see is vulnerable. Changes are going to have to be made, but the government knows that it has to have the confidence of the people. So, at least for the foreseeable future, I believe the more information they can give us, the better. Ryan from Utah, what say you this evening?
Hi, thanks. We've heard the reactions from many different countries, and even Russia has now joined NATO in condemning these attacks, but I've noticed sort of a loud silence from China. And have we heard anything, and if not, what does that mean?
I haven't heard anything. Have you, Mr. Speaker?
I haven't offhand, but my sense is that the Chinese have indicated support. I think they voted for a resolution in the Security Council today, but Jean, you may know more than I do about this.
Well, they didn't veto it. They didn't veto it, and that's important for the Chinese because they frequently veto such resolutions. But I think I don't think they voted for it. I think they vetoed it.
All right, is China our enemy, Miss Ambassador? Is China our enemy right now? Can we count on them to back us up, or are they our enemy?
I don't think we can count on China to back us up, but I don't think China is our enemy. And I think if we manage it, really well and have some luck besides, China won't become our enemy.
All right, Laura, in California, you're on the O'Reilly Factor this evening. What say you?
Yes, thank you for taking my call, Mr. O'Reilly.
Pleasure.
And my soul is wrenched. And I'm sure every American in this country is also, their soul have been wrenched. Excuse my voice, but I get a little upset. But also, more basically, my soul has been wrenched for our weak American society that I have been anguishing with for the past decade. I emailed you about 1 year ago. I'm a mother of two, calling for the reinstatement of the draft in this country. Can you imagine if every 18-year-old boy and girl went in for at least 1 year into our military? Can you imagine what our 18-year-olds, if they were taught honor, country, respect, and duty? Can you imagine how it would change our country? Can you also imagine, my husband was in special service forces in in Vietnam. If there were at least 10 men on that airline, like my husband, that had been taught what he was taught in the military, I would put everything that I owned that this 70% of what happened with our airline would not have happened.
Well, that's an interesting point, Laura. Let me ask you, Mr. Speaker. We had Bill Bennett on last night, and he's very concerned about the will of the American public to be engaged in this terrorist war in the long run. Everybody now is emotionally involved, patriotic, and on board in the sense that we're all Americans and we need to pull together. But he had severe questions on how long this is going to last because we have become a selfish society. What do you think?
Well, frankly, I trust the American people a lot more than I trust the American elites. I think it was the college professors like you just had on a little while ago. It's the various columnists and commentators and some of the people in the bureaucracy and the political structure that are going to gradually start explaining why we can't be tough and we can't really put this much pressure on and we can't focus this much. I think the average American is tough. I think the average American is deeply hurt right now. I think the average American will support the president in taking remarkably strong position. And again, Ambassador Kirkpatrick served under President Reagan when he was prepared to defeat the Soviet Empire, and most of the elites were attacking him, were reviling him, were repudiating him, and he was right and they were wrong. President Bush will have the American people with him long after many of the elites have gotten tired of this serious effort.
All right. Richie from Mississippi, you're on the Factor this evening. What say you?
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. I wanted to comment on your brief conversation with Mr. Husseini. I applaud you for cutting him off as quickly as you did. My comment is, if no doubt there's going to be casualties, civilian casualties in a bombing campaign. However, if this had been United States citizens that had committed these acts against their country, and any American that they could have got their hand on over there, they would have slaughtered them in the streets, put them in total scrutiny of their whole country, and this, that, and the other. And the United States is not like that. We're not trying to target the people of the Muslim religion or...
No, we're not. We're not. And I appreciate your support on that, Rich. I want to tell people who didn't see it, we had an interview earlier on the Factor at 8 o'clock this evening where we had a spokesman for the National American Arab League who, in my estimation, was just distraught. And in this time of very high emotion, I got to have rationality on the program. I can't have somebody who's just losing it, and he was. So we removed his microphone. It's only the third time in 5 years I've done that. And we had to go on to a more rational discussion. Christina from California, what say you this evening?
Good evening, gentlemen. Professor. Mr. O'Reilly, you were commenting earlier, and the general earlier was expostulating on the fact that President Bush Sr. had made serious mistake in not pursuing the Gulf War into Iraq and finishing things up then. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that 60% of the Gulf War was paid for by the Saudis on the specific stipulation that there be no invasion of Iraq.
Well, you know, we are aware that there was sensitivity in that. Well, let me ask Ambassador Kirkpatrick to comment. I thought it was a major mistake that Saddam Hussein was not removed in that war, because he has been a thorn in the world's side ever since. And the evidence that we're seeing here tonight, Ms. Kirkpatrick, is that he very well might have had a financial hand in this terrorist attack. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's quite likely. I believe that it's a mistake for us to give all the credit to Osama bin Laden, because I believe that it's almost surely the work of a number of people and groups, and Osama bin Laden may well be the leader.
Okay, but on the subject of Saddam Hussein, he should have been removed, should he have not?
That Saddam Hussein had a role, an important role.
All right. Do you concur with that, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I think that he should have been removed then. He should be removed now. This is a man who has spent the last 10 years repudiating the United Nations, putting his people through enormous pain. For what purpose? For the purpose of creating nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. Now, when a dictator goes through a defeat and 10 years of privation in order to get nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, you have to assume it's because he wants to use them. And I think the United States policy should be to replace that regime as rapidly and as decisively as possible. And I think the world will be remarkably safer the morning after it happens, partially because we have to have, I think, the courage to communicate that if you are dedicated to terrorism, we're dedicated to your being replaced, and civilization will win under those circumstances. Other countries will fall in line the minute they see that the United States is serious in this kind of effort.
But to replace him would require American ground troops to go in, and, you know, a lot of bodies on our side.
It might or might not. I mean, if you go back and look at the last campaign, there were remarkably few casualties. They were people we didn't want to lose, but we lost far fewer people in the last war with Iraq than we lost on Tuesday. And I'm just suggesting to you that if he gets nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons, we will pay a dramatically greater price than we would pay right now if he was no longer in charge.
Mike from Maryland, you're on The Factor. What say you this evening?
Hello, Bill, Mr. Speaker, and Ms. Ambassador. Just a couple quick comments here. We are already at war. It has been declared upon us by the international terrorist groups. To think that tens of thousands of civilians and U.S. military personnel aren't already targets is naive. Our own declaration of war, as you suggested earlier, Bill, declaration of war kind of at a force at large, so to speak, by the U.S. Congress would only show the world through an important formality of our complete resolve to eradicate the threat of terrorism. Also, for Mr. Husseini earlier, the big difference between us and terrorists is that terrorists intentionally target innocent civilians, whereas the United States might mistakenly have some collateral damage, so to speak, but we're not going out there intentionally targeting civilians who aren't our objective.
All right, two good points. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate them very much. Amy in Oklahoma, you're on The Factor.
Hello?
Amy, go right ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. I had a couple of comments to make. One was we should have gotten rid of Hussein the first time whenever we were in there, and since then, you know, obviously he has been a problem. But, you know, I mean, for these people who think that we can sit there and have our people slaughtered in our country and not expect to have, you know, some of our people also lost, you know, fighting against that type of terrorism, you know, I mean, how can they not think that we're going to possibly lose some more of our people in that process? You know, war's not pretty. And it's not, you know, I mean, if they, over in those other countries that are harboring these terrorists, if they lose some of their women and children, okay, accidentally, because we're trying to eradicate those regimes, then, you know, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know what else they expect us to do. And I also had a problem with the comment that Peter Jennings made about President Bush and the way that President Bush handled the situation whenever it was happening. I felt like it was very unpatriotic what he said about President Bush, because obviously President Bush, he's our commander-in-chief, and, you know, he has to be kept alive. And we need him to lead this nation, and if he's not flying around in Air Force One being safe, then, you know, I guess, you know, it's like that puts our country.
Yeah, I think most people feel the way that you do, Amy, that so far, I mean, everybody's willing to give the president the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to ask Mr. Speaker and Ms. Kirkpatrick this question because I think this is an interesting point. I believe that Osama bin Laden or Saddam Hussein or the rest of these thugs who are involved in this kind of thing and other things in the past would relish a war. They want a war. They want the United States to bomb Kabul or to go to Baghdad and level it. This is what they're after. I really believe that. What do you think, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I think that they relish Americans trying to punish them because that just increases the casualties, that increases the anger. But a war which defeats their regime, a war which would eliminate Saddam's dictatorship, a war which would force the terrorist camps out of Sudan by replacing the government if necessary, none of them relish defeat. And that's the difference. We've had people fire Tomahawk missiles in the past. We've had people drop bombs in the past. What we have not had is the serious intention to say to countries, either you get rid of the terrorists or we will get rid of your government and replace it with a government that favors civilization. I don't think Saddam looks forward to being replaced, but he wouldn't mind a few more bombs because that would just frankly strengthen his dictatorship.
Do you see it the same way, Ms. Kirkpatrick?
Oh, more or less, yes. I think that, look, another assault on the U.S. that hasn't been mentioned here tonight is, of course, the attack on the coal, which was off the coast of Yemen, which a number of Americans were killed.
And nothing was done about it. I mean,
and nothing was done about it at all. That's
testimony said Osama bin Laden financed the operation.
All that was done about it is that we had another attack on us, which was more deadly and on our own soil.
Right.
And I think we cannot tolerate this. I really think we cannot. And I think we would become demoralized and ultimately defeated, as America, with our spirit and our success.
All right. If
we tolerate this,
what you're both saying,
we may have to go to war.
If what you're both saying comes true, America is going to be profoundly changed in the next year. We are going to be a nation really at war, and we will suffer casualties, and other things will happen. You know, we all live comfortable lifestyles here. We've had a sustained period of peace, Mr. Speaker. Are we ready for the consequences of what may happen?
You know, Bill, the difference between a democracy and a dictatorship is democracies almost never choose to go to war. We are at war. We lost several thousand Americans on Tuesday. The enemy bombed New York and Washington. What more would they have to do to convince us that we are at war? We have no choice. As Gene said, we were at war for the last 10 years, and we kept taking more and more casualties, and we were remarkably ineffective in our response. Now, that war has left Saudi Arabia, it has left the Yemen, it has left Africa, and it is here. How much more punishment do we need to be convinced the time has come to roll up our sleeves, as we did after Pearl Harbor, and win the war?
Let's take a few more calls. John in California, you're on The Factor.
Hey, Bill, damages. I'm astounded that no one seems to be addressing the subject of damages. You know, this revenge bit is all well and good and appropriate. We'd be far better off, it seems to me, to go after damages. By my calculations, somebody in the Mideast owes us about 1.5 billion barrels of oil.
No, I don't think you're going to get it, though, John. You have to deal in reality, you know.
Well, why don't we? If Iraq is involved in this, why can't we go get it at current prices? That would give us 20 billion to rebuild New York.
You know how it is on the international community. If we're going to have to go in there, it's going to have to be another consensus thing. We're going to have to get all the allies together. It's going to be the same thing, but this time we'd have to take them out.
May I say something, please? Yeah. This sounds too much like the arguments that were made against actually opposing aggressive actions by the Soviet Union in the long years of the Cold War. And there were so many reasons that were always offered for not taking any kind of determined response.
No, it's absolutely easier to sit by and do nothing, which is what happened in World War II. Lance in California, you're on The Factor. What say you this evening, Lance?
Basically, if we only take out the leaders, this is going to continue for a long time, and their family and friends are going to carry on their battle. Women and children are going to die. Our servicemen are going to need lots of support. This is a dirty job. we were short in Nam and Iraq by not finishing the job. We better be ready to enable the FBI, the CIA, and the military to do the whole job.
Well, I think the will is there now. Mr. Speaker, do you see a vast realignment of how our security agencies are run, our intelligence agencies are run, our borders are patrolled? Do you see that vast change coming?
I think it's very likely that there's going to be a very significant change, but I want to pick up on what Gene Kirkpatrick just said for just a second. If the United States is determined to replace the Iraqi dictatorship or is determined to force the Sudanese either to expel terrorists or have a new government, the United States can achieve that. We'd like to have allies, we'd like to have a coalition, but let's not kid ourselves. In the Second World War, we didn't stick our finger into the wind and say, gee, I wonder how people will like it if we beat the German Empire, the Japanese Empire, the Italian Empire. We said, we just got bombed at Pearl Harbor, we're going to win this thing, and we went out to win it. And I think we've got to have the attitude this week that this is about America's spiritual future. This country will not survive hunkered down defensively, waiting in fear for the next terrorist attack. This country will only survive spiritually by going across the planet, defeating terrorism, and proving that civilization can be safe.
All right, take one more call. Chad from Indiana, you're the last caller on The Factor this evening.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight?
Everybody's okay, Chad. What say you?
Basically, just that this is all brought on, I think, by our own inability to act over the last 10 years. We've always given these little pinprick attacks and everything is serious, and I think it's time to get hard again.
Well, that's what the Mr. Speaker is saying. Ms. Kirkpatrick, have we been the Chamberlains? Have we been the appeasers of terrorism? Have we acted the way Europe acted in the face of Hitler in the 30s?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, we live in this world, after all, and we have, first of all, we successfully completed the Cold War. That was a very significant achievement. It wasn't a Chamberlain-like achievement. Second, we successfully carried out the Gulf War, which was a really major victory, I think. You know, we didn't solve the problem forever. That's true, but then that's life, you know. Problems keep recurring. You deal with them and then they come back. I don't think that we've been milquetoast. I think we, as a matter of fact, have been quite strong and quite successful in the last 50 years. But I believe that we have to go on doing it if we are going to be free and enjoy the benefits of freedom so that we can travel when we want to and won't find our airports closed at all times and we not risk being blown to kingdom come. I believe that we're going to have to run some risks.
All right, and Mr. Speaker,
I think the President can do that.
I think that if Don Corleone were around, you'd be the wartime consigliere, whatever he is.
Whole new attitude, and authorities say we want to underscore this for domestic flights for the time being. You should get to the airport 2.5 hours ahead of time. For international flights, get there 3.5 hours ahead of time. I know you're saying, "Whew, it's a lot of time." That's the way it's going to be, folks, for at least a while. Peter Van Sant has more on this story.
How many people going out? One person. Okay, there's no curbside check-in anymore. You have to go inside to check in.
Please empty everything out of your pockets. Keys, change, cell phones, pagers, pens.
After closing the skies for more than 2 days, the government today allowed limited airline flights to resume amid the tightest security in U.S. history.
Anybody who would say they're comfortable is a nut.
I'm leery, but I really want to get home.
But getting anywhere in America is going to take time and a lot of patience.
Can I just sit this one on the floor behind me?
In Seattle, Delta Airlines employees began random searches of individual suitcases.
Okay.
This is just one of a series of new security measures, which include a ban on carry-on knives, no matter how small, no curbside checking of bags, boarding areas restricted to ticketed passengers, and a thorough search of planes before anyone gets on board.
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would, if a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
And the person sitting next to you may soon be a sky marshal. Armed, plainclothes officers will be boarding many flights. And there's even more security. Sources tell CBS News that more than 800 federal agents are patrolling 17 airports around the country.
I'm all in favor of it. Beef it up, search my bags, search me, search everybody.
Is this a new day?
It is definitely a new day.
Barry Schiff is an aviation safety consultant who was a captain with TWA for 34 years. We brought him to a mock-up of a modern Boeing cockpit.
Do you support placing air marshals on airplanes today?
I absolutely support air marshals. To have plainclothes personnel on board an airplane is going to be intimidating to anyone who thinks he's going to be able to hijack an airplane.
But the last time air marshals rode into the skies, back in the 1970s, there were concerns.
Well, I found that it's a fairly boring job for them. And they get a little frustrated, a little impatient. They wanted something to happen. I had the feeling that they had itchy trigger fingers, and perhaps they could at times create more of a hazard than they were worth.
Schiff believes one way to prevent future hijackings is to turn the cockpit door into a bulletproof, knockdown-proof barrier.
I think we're going to have to isolate the cockpit from the cabin, if that's at all possible. After all, cockpit doors are not like bank vaults. You can crash them down if necessary.
It's clear with the new threat, we need stronger doors, we need...
Captain Dwayne Worth is president of the Airline Pilots Association, representing thousands of pilots.
We need bolts on the doors, be able to control access to the cockpit more securely, because some of those doors are simply too flimsy.
Protecting the door is critical because once inside the cockpit, there is little a pilot can do.
Why wouldn't the pilot have, the expression is float these guys, put the plane into a dive where there's zero gravity on board and these guys are floating up on the ceiling, ask the passengers then to help subdue these guys?
Well, they could do that, but then you tend to agitate the hijackers, and they could do things you don't ordinarily want them to do. You don't have any idea as a pilot that they're going to use your airplane as a guided missile.
On the ground, safety experts say the U.S. must immediately retrain and hire new screeners at airport security checkpoints.
We're going to need to pay more to attract the highest caliber people possible.
They're minimum wage personnel given minimal training. In many cases, they're criminals themselves. Not all, of course, but some. I participated in a test some years ago and was able to bring on board a .45 caliber gun.
Schiff believes, and this is hard to hear, that no matter what we do, there are no guarantees that a determined terrorist will always be stopped.
So we will never really be 100% safe.
There's no such thing as perfection.
The Airline Pilots Association would like to see the federal government take over airport security to ensure that personnel are properly trained and, if need be, properly armed. Peter Van Sant, CBS News, Los Angeles.
And speaking about airplane and airport security, one interesting story after another is coming to light now as the days go by about events surrounding Tuesday. And Anthony Mason, you have a very good example of this in a story that came to light today.
Yeah, the Associated Press, Dan, is reporting, citing a law enforcement source, that the FBI is investigating whether an altercation which occurred at Kennedy Airport on Tuesday may in fact have been another aborted hijacking attempt. Now, this Tuesday incident occurred about 9 a.m., which was the same time, of course, the two planes slammed into the World Trade Center towers. Apparently, a United Airlines plane, Flight 23 bound for Los Angeles, was boarded. Passengers on board were told they were not going to take off. And 3 males traveling on this plane refused to disembark. The Associated Press says the argument with a member of the flight crew became so heated, the crew member called airport security. But by the time security got there, the 3 men had vanished. As I say, the FBI is reportedly now investigating this whole incident, which occurred at Kennedy Airport roughly at the same time as the other 2 attacks, and whether this, in fact, may have been a hijacking as well.
Well, Attorney General Ashcroft said today the FBI has more than 1,000 leads. Who knows, this may be one of them. Although my sense was he was talking more about leads of people who said, you know, I really know something that you need to know. I thought it was especially interesting, Anthony, that the Attorney General, he wouldn't give a number of the people who might still be at large, that is, people who didn't get aboard the hijacked planes, but in some ways were part of the conspiracy. And it's a hunch, and you say, well, don't report your hunches, but when security got heightened around the White House today and when some airports were shut back down, you had to think that part of that was because they were still hoping to catch some of those people still at large.
Well, it's very clear. I mean, in the city today, in New York City, in Staten Island, which is, of course, one of the boroughs and is, in fact, an island, they virtually sealed off Staten Island for a period of half an hour to 45 minutes today, trying to find a car and somebody in it who they'd been chasing. I mean, there are clearly little pockets of people they are looking for around the country, and periodically they seem to zone in on them, and you get these clampdowns.
Well, I thought former New York Police Commissioner Kelly made an interesting point today. You know, he had charge of not only the Secret Service, but the Immigration Service, Border Patrol, and that sort of thing. He said, listen, for years, everybody in the federal government has known that we need to tighten up on such things as the immigration and customs, because they check people's visas and whether people really are entitled to come into the country. This comes to mind because the indications are that some of these people involved in crashing some of these aircraft had deep ties to radical movements in Saudi Arabia and Egypt, and some of them may very well have been operating on you know, false papers, as it were.
Well, I think one of the questions that ultimately will be asked is were authorities aware of the identity of these men to start with? Had they been identified in some fashion? And if so, why didn't they know more about what they were up to?
And we haven't even touched on the subject in the course of this conversation about the abject failure of U.S. intelligence, a $25 billion a year budget, to even get a hint of this coming. All of that in the mix, and there'll be a lot of talk about it as the weeks and months go by. At the Manhattan disaster site, searchers in the untold tons of debris are themselves in mortal danger at every turn. There's mortal danger all over that scene in Lower Manhattan. Lee Cowan is there.
At least half a dozen buildings around the site are as shaky as the nerves of the rescuers working near them, and with good reason. This is the lobby of what used to be one of New York's finer hotels. In an instant, the ground floor became ground zero as the South Tower collapsed right across the street. From behind the reservation desk, computers still glow. Around the corner, elevators sound a faint alarm, just like the one at the security desk. Its urgency a flashing understatement.
There are a host of eerie scenes in the wake of this disaster, but perhaps no place really describes how sudden it all happened than here. This is the restaurant in the Hilton Millennium Hotel at the World Trade Center. At the time of the blast, it was breakfast time. Coffee cups still filled with coffee, breakfast plates now covered in dust. Still hanging on the walls, a reminder of what used to be, while out the next window, the reality of what is now. After 3 buildings collapsed during the first day, today, new signs that other buildings are beginning to fail as well.
I just worked the night shift overnight, and they pulled us out because the fire department said it was structurally unsafe.
Throughout the day and night, volunteers like Don Boyd were evacuated from the site, for fear searching through the rubble might bring down some more. And at every turn, the ghosts of those who were here still remain.
They were going about their business, and the next thing you know, their lives changed forever.
This home video taken by Boyd shows what was left behind by those who fled this nearby atrium. Scattered on the floor, the remnants of a morning that started like any other.
And there were menus blown out into the area. There was people's identification. There were books. There were pictures. I mean, these are lives. I mean, they represent lives all over.
Just to the left of that gaping hole in the building's side is one of many makeshift morgues.
I mean, a police officer that I was talking to he was bagging and tagging fingers and hands, just taking fingerprints. Is this one person? Is this 2 people? I mean, is this 3 people? And I mean, the guy's like, these are our own, man. I mean, you know, what are we gonna do?
In so many places tonight, it's up to the firefighters alone to comb through the wreckage, while the helping hands of volunteers remain idle, waiting for the all clear to return.
You want to go back in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. If they call me right now, I could do another shift, without a doubt.
And call they did. Working on no sleep and a lot of faith, Boyd joined up with another group of strangers to head back into hell.
Lee Cowan. Joining us now live in our broadcast is Dr. Alan Schneider, Director of Psychiatry at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles and an expert in post-traumatic stress. Dr. Schneider, what are the symptoms of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Well, first of all, Dan, to talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, we have to look at what causes it, and it's usually an exposure to an intense kind of trauma as existed in the events of Tuesday, watching the building collapse, being in the building as it collapsed. And then after that, about 50% of the people who are exposed to that kind of an event, whether it's the people who survived it or the rescue workers who went there, would experience such things as intrusive recollections of the event, nightmares, flashbacks, difficulty with concentration, problems with sleep, and a kind of numbing where they would withdraw from friends and families, very similar to what one sees in depression.
By the way, Doctor, I know that it used to be called post-traumatic stress syndrome. It's now called post-traumatic stress disorder. Before that was called battle fatigue. Before that was called shell shock. But post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, who are the people that are primarily at risk with this?
Well, we think that there's a dose-response effect, meaning that the people who are exposed to the highest doses of trauma would be those that would be at the greatest risk. That would be the rescue workers, the police and fire personnel, individuals who are standing at the scene. But this is a very unprecedented event in the sense that so many Americans witness this on TV live that it may affect thousands or hundreds of thousands of Americans.
Are you suggesting or not that you could get post-traumatic stress disorder from watching television, a heavy dose of watching the events live on television?
Yes, in fact, we know that exposure to these events via the television could in fact cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
Doctor, I recognize this is not your area of expertise, but I want to call on your general knowledge. What do we tell the children? I mean, can children have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, children do develop acute stress reactions, and it depends, of course, on the age of the child. Children from 0 to 3 might show things such as confusion, difficulty with sleep, separation anxiety from their parents. They may have aggressive behaviors. They may start to bedwet or suck their thumbs, whereas they had normally not done that. As children age, the reaction differs. In school-age children, it might be a sense of anxiety about separation. It might be behavioral problems, conduct problems. And then finally, in teenagers, they may show reactions very similar to what adults see, or they may actually have risk-taking behavior as a consequence of this. And what we tell them really depends on their age. I think the thing that we need to instill in the children is that events like this do occur, but that we're in the process of rebuilding and that we're trying to ensure safety.
Now, for children who, rank and file families, far removed from the worst of the disaster, I come back to just if you have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old, what does a parent, what does anybody tell the child when the child has questions about such a horrific event?
I think the most important thing is honesty at a child's level, that they can understand that bad things do occur, that we certainly have very strong feelings about this, but to reiterate to them that we're in the process of rebuilding, reconstructing, and that we're trying to ensure safety.
Has there ever been an event, well, let's say in the last century in the United States, in which so many people will be at risk of post-traumatic stress disorder?
No, I really don't think so, because unlike the events such as the Coconut Grove fire, the attack on Pearl Harbor, people really were not able to witness that so directly as we were on TV the other day. And so many children who saw this, I think that it's going to really raise the number of people who will develop acute stress reactions, which will hopefully resolve quickly, but then some of them will go on to more chronic post-traumatic stress disorder.
And if you have someone in the family, an adult, that you think is becoming a victim of post-traumatic stress disorder, how can you help?
Well, first, I think it's important to get people to ventilate, to speak about their feelings, and this can be done really on the family level. If it appears that somebody's going on to develop more acute symptoms such as difficulty with sleep, irritability, concentration problems, or in more severe cases, flashbacks, then they really need to seek professional help as quickly as possible.
Anthony Mason has a question.
Dr. Schneider, you described some very visible signs, but I imagine with a lot of children in particular, you're not going to see visible signs, yet they're obviously going to be upset by something like this. How do you detect something like that, and how do you react to it?
Basically, you look for changes in behavior patterns in children. For example, children might become more clingy than usual with their parents, afraid to go to school. My daughter in particular spoke that morning about what would happen if her building fell in, and that requires a degree of reassurance that they're okay, that we won't allow these things to happen to them.
Dr. Alan Snyder, thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
You may have noticed since the attack against the USA that there has been an explosion of red, white, and blue. American flags are popping up everywhere. Maureen Maher reports on a country showing her true colors.
Across the nation, flags have been flying off the shelves.
I've probably gone to 8 or 9 places. There are no flags.
Walmart sold 200,000 yesterday and put more on order today.
This is probably the most direct way for the common citizen to go show his support.
I knew some people on those planes, and I feel like I have to do something.
Ever since the disaster, a wave of patriotism has been spreading across America.
America is united. We are strong. We are stronger than ever.
From blood drives to passing out freedom ribbons.
If it's anything red, white, and blue, it's going to sell.
At times like this, it's what we do in America. We, the people, pull together, and united we stand.
We cease to be New Yorkers and Texans and become Americans really, really quick when the need is there.
The first question comes up.
At this New Orleans Army recruiting office and others, the young and the brave are preparing to defend the land of the free.
I have confidence that our government will take the necessary action to see that justice is done.
You want to be a part of that?
Yes, sir.
This country has to take care of itself. Nobody else is going to.
That attitude has helped to more than double sales at B&S Guns and other shops since Tuesday's attack.
This gun has no safety at all.
Why are people coming in, do you think?
The first day they were buying ammunition, and now they're beginning to buy defense guns of their own. They don't know how far this goes.
For this man, it only goes as far as trying to vent his frustration out at a paper target.
I've been antsy. I've run every emotion there is since Tuesday, and I thought, well, this is something I can do that's harmless.
Across the country, from dusk to dawn, young and old, the emotions have run the gambit.
These terrorists did what no politician, no speaker, no anything, nothing else, no one else could do, and that is bring Americans together.
But the sentiment and the symbol are the same. Maureen Maher, CBS News, Dallas.
And now we pause for another moment from this attack on America.
We have gathered here today as communities of faith to unite our prayers, our hopes, our support, to express our grief, to remember all the victims of these attacks, and to pray for the ongoing rescue efforts. May our unity in heart and prayer be a beacon of light in a darkened world.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountains, majesty of all the rooted plain.
This is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. We pick up our coverage now, CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather with Anthony Mason at CBS News World Headquarters in New York. At this hour, 12:30 in the Eastern Time Zone, these are among the more important headlines. The FBI is now holding a man who allegedly tried to use a fake pilot's ID and a ticket for a Tuesday flight to board a jetliner Thursday at New York's just reopened Kennedy Airport. After the arrest, JFK and the other 2 New York airports were shut down again. Weary search crews carry on for a 3rd straight night in the shattered remains of the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon. The flight data recorder was recovered from the hijacked jet that crashed in Pennsylvania. Searchers are tracking a signal being sent out of another flight data recorder at the Pentagon. The nation's airlines are slowly, very slowly, returning to service, but the number of flights is still far below normal. Defense officials are asking President Bush to authorize calling up 30 to 50,000 military reservists. The president will visit New York on Friday on what he calls a national day of prayer and remembrance. At the World Trade Center disaster site, rescue teams worked through the night, still looking for victims. The belief runs strong that some people are still alive in the debris. CBS's Byron Pitts reports from the scene.
This is Ground Zero. What you're watching is a videotape shot by a fireman. TV cameras were not allowed this close to the scene, but I managed to make my way in.
You can begin to hear, Dan, hopefully those will fall.
At that moment, I was reporting by cell phone the successful rescue of one firefighter. Pulled to safety, then walked through a gauntlet of applause as grown men cried.
They're shaking his hand. I believe the man himself is crying. Right now, they're trying to get a medic to him. He says he's okay. He's telling everyone he's okay.
It was one of those moments these rescue workers live for. For nearly 48 hours, men and women, cops, construction workers, and firefighters have scratched and pulled and cut their way through a mountain of rubble that was once the World Trade Center. 1,600 volunteers called in. Thousands more just showed up.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys! Buckets!
In the midst of it all, reminders of reality. Inside that orange body bag, one of too many victims. Today, for the first time, rescue teams reached the bottom of Tower 1. These are the first images out, taken by a rescue worker, of the dark and deadly corners that must be searched. Surreal, quiet images, stillness that often ends suddenly.
Excuse me, sir, have you heard what happened?
Twice today, rescue workers were ordered to run when it was feared another building was about to collapse. Besides the 2 World Trade Center towers, at least 4 other buildings have fallen, and portions of at least 8 others may go next.
We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list.
Today, the mayor of New York City and the governor of New York State took a call from the president.
We will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Aid by the truckload is still pouring into New York City, but anguish is never far behind. That fire department chaplain who died Tuesday was killed as he gave last rites to a firefighter laying at his feet.
Yeah, this is what Michael Judge was all about. He said, Lord, take me where you want me to go. Let me meet who you want me to meet. Tell me what you want me to say, and keep me out of your way. That was Michael Judge. He had sick time.
Now we go to Harold Dow. He has some of the remarkable accounts of those who know that they've cheated death.
People come from all over the world just to go see those towers.
It showed New York as a superpower, super city.
Just 2 days ago, 42-year-old Phil Bachman and 27-year-old Anthony Christopherson worked together for Bank of America, high above Manhattan, in World Trade Center Tower 1.
In July, we moved up to the 81st floor, where helicopters would actually ride underneath us.
They both came to work early this past Tuesday, where it was business as usual.
It's early this Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, 2001.
But not for long.
8:50 or so, I heard a boom.
Together, Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have.
So when it hit, first thing I did was, I got knocked down.
Anthony jumped back up and looked out the window. What he saw horrified him.
Some people, debris falling, a lot of ashes, a lot of fire, a lot of smoke. That was so scary. That's when I started, panicking.
Everyone on the 81st floor ran for the emergency exit and started down the stairs. At first, they made steady progress.
We're on the 50th floor, the 40th floor, the 30th floor. But as we're going down, we're seeing firemen resting. The sweat is dripping off their face, and they're carrying oxygen tanks. And you start to think, are you going to make it?
Just a few blocks north, Phil's girlfriend, Helen Orloff, was at work, watching TV and wondering the same thing.
I became hysterical, and I tried to call him, and I couldn't get him, obviously. kept saying that my heart is in that building.
Phil finally made it to the lobby of Tower 1. He was just about free of the building. But then...
What's the other jet doing? Holy f***.
Dad! Oh my God!
That's when the second plane hit Tower 2.
All over.
Lights went out, 3 cops jumped on top of me. One guy gave me his helmet, and I covered my face, and they just said, remain calm.
They were in darkness, the air thick with smoke and dust.
And the cop said, let's get out of here, and he started feeling his way around. Once we saw that bit of light, I don't think anything would have stopped us. I walked out, it was literally a war zone. There was ashes all over. Right. There was small balls of fire. There was concrete, glass as far as you can see.
Everywhere.
As far as you can see.
Anthony came out a few seconds later. Again, everyone seemed to be safe. But then...
Oh no! Oh no!
Maybe 15 seconds after I walked out, that's when the second tower came down.
And I just turned around.
That's exactly what I did.
And you could actually see it come down. They kept telling us, go north, keep going north, don't look back.
That's when I ran, and if I hold my hand in front of my face, I would never be able to see it.
Come to the light!
It was so horrible.
I got 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and the first building went down.
News photographer Don Hallisey was covering the disaster for the New York Post.
Of course, everybody's running away from it, and I'm a press photographer, I'm running to it.
Hallisey ran towards the wreckage of Tower 2 and started shooting photos, getting closer and closer to ground zero.
And then we heard like this growing, rumbling, and it sounded like an avalanche.
It was Tower 1 coming down.
It was this blast of warm air. It wasn't hot, it was warm. And it picked me up and threw me up against the wall of the building that was...
You were picked up off the ground?
Physically picked up off the ground. And I'd say like from here to... I was about from here to the end of the partition here.
Yeah.
And I'm screaming, anybody out there? Anybody alive? And my voice was the only voice out there.
How did you get out of this?
Well, I started walking around like in very short steps because I didn't want to trip over anything. And as I said, after about 20 minutes or so, it started to settle and the sun came out. It was like the weirdest thing.
By this time, Phil and Anthony had finally run far enough to be out of harm's way.
And then I finally collapsed, and the EMS was so good. You know, they treated everybody. They just said, sit here. They gave me oxygen.
Kept getting phone calls at my desk, and I got this message, and you keep deleting because you can't, and all you kept praying is, come on, God, let me hear his voice, come on, come on. And then I got, Helen, it's me, the building fell down on me. I'm sorry, don't be mad, I love you, I'm on my way home.
I couldn't see anything. Nothing.
And my whole department started to cheer.
Look at it now. It's just like, it's like nothing was there. Think how many bodies are still there.
But as for Don Hallisey, he's left with anger.
I've never had this kind of hate before. Never. Those son of a bitches. I was saying there better be a hole in the ground somewhere. Because if Bush doesn't do something about this, I mean, this is not terrorism. This is an act of war.
Harold Dow's report. We're going to be talking about some of the economic aspects to this current situation in a few moments. But first, let me remind us all that events of the last few days have already changed so much for so many. Life as we know it may never be quite the same. With that thought in mind, here's Bill Nagatuda.
As Americans went about their business today, took their kids back to school, resumed their routines, there was an almost universal refrain. First, defiance. We will not let terrorists dictate how we lead our lives.
If that happens, they've won. I'm not going to leave New York. I'm not going to run.
Then, reality. Some things will have to change.
Do you think that things are different from this moment on? I definitely think things are different from this moment on.
Definitely be more aware of my surroundings and individuals that are around me.
December 7th, 1941.
This is not the first time horrible events have changed our society. Pearl Harbor showed us how suddenly an enemy can strike. In the early 60s, we learned our leaders could be taken. In the 70s and 80s, that our jetliners could be hijacked. In the 90s, that terror can come from within. Then, this week. Do you think that this is a moment that has changed everything?
No, I think absolutely.
Dr. Harold Koplowitz is a New York City psychiatrist.
I think there are certain moments in history that make us think differently. I think that Pearl Harbor did that. I think the Holocaust did that. And this kind of evil does that to us also.
If, from this week forward, our way of thinking, our mindset has changed forever, if this was a watershed event, then how do we begin to prepare the next generation of Americans, our children, to live in a different, perhaps much less carefree world?
Just seeing so much smoke and so much flames, and these people jumping out of the Twin Towers was, I think, one of the most horrifying things that I saw all day.
15-year-old Jane Sussman was at school just 4 blocks from the World Trade Center when it was attacked on Tuesday.
Do you think that you've changed forever, having seen what you've seen?
How could I not? It was awful. I don't think, as a person viewing America, viewing other countries, I'll ever be the same.
That concerns her mother, Ruth, a criminal court judge.
I hope that the kids can get back to, having fun and just having the carefree, innocent existence that they should have at this point.
Parents just have to bring the topic up. They have to discuss it somewhat, and maybe it's in a small little bite-sized piece, maybe it's a longer conversation, but the kids have to know there's a safe place for them to discuss and get honest, true answers.
For the future, will a show of guns on the streets be the norm? How much security will we tolerate? Jeffrey Lesoff, a lawyer.
I'm sure we're going to have to give up maybe certain of our rights just to make sure that we're safe.
Susie Whiting is a mother of 7 from Utah.
When they told us today that we needed to be at the airport tomorrow 3 hours early so that they could do a security, a more intense security check, we were more than happy to say, you go for it.
So far, there's been a surge in patriotism. Military recruiting stations are seeing people walking in and saying, sign me up. Men like Dennis Martinez.
It's emotional just to think that it happened here. To see those firefighters go down like that, I want to go.
And Herbert Jones just wants a piece of the enemy, whoever that turns out to be.
Vietnam, I just feel, was my fight or the Gulf War, but when they come to New York City, then it's everybody's fight. And once it hits home, I think every man, woman, and child should be armed and ready.
And then there is Zdenka Kalbo, one of the newest Americans, a citizen for only 5 months.
Do you worry that things are changing in this country?
No, I love this country and I will love it forever. No.
Some people may be afraid of being at America's landmarks, like the Empire State Building. She is not.
We still came today, and we wanted to go on the top of Empire State Building, to see the only one what we have left. We have no fear from that.
Bill Lagatuda's report. Dateline Washington, White House and congressional bargainers, as expected, have now agreed to $40 billion as a sort of opening payment for anti-terrorism, and part of that to help rebuild New York. The major U.S. stock markets closed most of the week, will be closed again tomorrow. They will be up and trading again Monday. Everybody connected with the markets assures us. CBS News business correspondent Anthony Mason has been reporting on the economic impact of the terror attacks. Anthony?
Dan, the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ say they intend to conduct a complete test of their trading systems on Saturday. If there are no significant problems, they intend to reopen the markets on Monday at 9:30 a.m. For the bond and futures markets, well, they went back to business today, but it was not business as usual.
On the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, traders tentatively returned to work Thursday.
It was just a
I don't know, kind of like going into a dark room and then turning the lights on and looking and seeing what was there.
But there was no panic, and at exactly 11 o'clock, trading calmly came to a stop for a moment of silence. The exchange closed early, but trader Jeff Carter said,
"It was good for us to open today. I think it's a good sign for the rest of the world that, yeah, we can do it. Pretty soon Wall Street's going to be there for them."
After 4 dark days, the markets, said New York Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso, will reopen Monday.
As to our facilities, neither the marketplace itself nor our technology centers, which are split, sustained any damage.
But economists say there could have been damage to the economy if the Federal Reserve Bank had not been aggressive during this crisis.
Just the fact that the lender of last resort is there tends to calm a lot of nerves and make these things turn out to be not as bad as they might be.
Soon after the attack, the Fed made billions of dollars available to banks. So if there was a run on cash by businesses or account holders, the banks would have the money. The Fed's done that before, after the 1987 stock market crash, for example.
What is a little different this time is the speed and the size of the effort and the fact that it's being coordinated on a global basis.
Many foreign banks also had offices in and around the World Trade Center. The Fed has offered help to them, too.
Essentially what the Fed has said is that the financial institutions have a blank check.
And in a crisis like this, that is absolutely critical to maintaining confidence and keeping the economy going. And Dan, most analysts expect that within a week, perhaps as early as Monday, the Fed will follow that up, probably with another rate cut, perhaps even half a point, just to tell investors, to tell consumers, it's okay.
Now, we were told for some time the markets definitely would reopen on Monday. I note the latest information is, well, they're going to have a tryout, going to have a practice Saturday, and now we're told if that practice goes well, they'll reopen on Monday.
Well, I think they're telling us they're going to open Monday. That's the plan. I think the reality is if they conduct a test on Saturday and they've got major problems, they're going to have to reevaluate everything. Their intention is we're opening Monday.
You know, we've tried very hard to keep our focus on the human part of this story and make it clear that the point of this story, up to and including now and certainly through tomorrow's day of prayer and remembrance, is on the families of the victims and the search for whomever, if anybody, may still be alive in the debris. We want to talk a little bit now with Anthony Mason and with Tom Calandra from CBS Market Watch about what's happening and may happen with the economics of the country. Tom, thanks for being with us. Tom Calandra writes a column for MarketWatch.com, writes a daily internet column about U.S. investment trends, helps run the whole Market Watch operation. Tom, what's your read on this? Is it inevitable now that the U.S. economy will go into at least a short recession?
I think, Dan, that you really have to look at what had been happening before the attack. There was very, very little good news on the economic front. I mean, we had the slowest growth probably in 8 years. The economy grew 0.2% in the second quarter. We have manufacturing declining. We have inventories building up. And to have this at a time seems almost too unreal. So I think on the economic front, you have a hope that the U.S. can get out of this, but consumer sentiment, as we saw today, hit a new 8-year low, and you just have to hope that there's a recovery down the road, probably 3 or 6 months.
What about the theory that goes along these lines? Well, yes, South Florida went into something approaching recession after Hurricane Andrew and the $15 billion plus loss in that one region, but because of insurance payments and federal help and so much investment for reconstruction, it not only came back, but it came booming back pretty quickly.
Dan, we have several people now, economists, starting to talk about what I call the Schwarzenegger effect. Nobody wants to say that there's going to be a war or a military action, but you only have to look at the London Stock Exchange, for example, today. BAE Systems, a defense contractor, and one of the largest in the world, certainly in the UK, was up 13% in share price. And a number of other defense contractors have been up sharply. So I think your question is well put. It applies certainly to the defense industry, and certainly with this liquidity that the Fed is providing and other central banks that Anthony Mason pointed out, we will see probably in the short term a pretty stable stock market. I think, though, the investors will be reluctant to buy anything but things like defense contractors.
Anthony Mason, he raises a good point that, look, in wartime, certain people make a lot of money. Now, the military, people who produce military products up, what, 13%, this one outfit on the London market. Construction, be need for a lot of equipment, everything from bulldozers to concrete, once the rebuilding process really starts here.
Well, Tom alluded to it, and there are a number of economists who are now starting to postulate that all of this additional government spending on defense, construction spending, all of that could end up providing an awful lot of fuel for this economy, and that maybe it could pull us out of a recession, which even some of them suggest is inevitable. It could pull us out of a recession pretty quickly.
Tom Glenda, what did we learn as we went through the Gulf War at the end of the 1980s, start of the 1990s? The Gulf War was widely believed to have touched off a recession.
You know what, though, Dan? When you look at the invasion of Kuwait and then the U.S. reaction that January, I think it was January of '91, the Persian Gulf conflict interrupted what was the beginning of a bull market. And I remember sitting at my desk, I was working at the San Francisco Examiner at the time. You couldn't find anyone on Wall Street or anywhere in the country who thought the stock market was going to go up when the U.S. became involved that January. And sure enough, not only did the market go up, but it was up about 30% in the ensuing months after the U.S. activity. Here we have something a little bit different. We've had 18 months of a bear market. We've had the beginnings of a very serious economic slowdown. And for this to happen at the same time is very, very serious. And I think that most investors are hoping and praying that the stock market goes the same way the bond market went today, which is up. But you have to remember, in the long term, not 7 interest rate cuts, not any amount of liquidity will help the stock market unless the economy bounces back over the long term.
Anthony?
Tom, what do you think the impact of a 4-day delay in opening the stock market is? I mean, do you think, some people have suggested to me that it's gonna mitigate the shock, or do you think it's just gonna, do you think we're gonna have a little bit of a shock on Monday and then prices will drift down?
I'll tell you something, Anthony. I don't think we're going to see a shock at all on Monday. I think this is a wait-and-see market. Never in my 20 years as a financial journalist, as a reporter, have I seen investors, economists, strategists, and money managers so split on which way the stock market is going to go on Monday. And I know that the world markets feel the same way. For example, this evening in Japan and in Taiwan, the markets are relatively unchanged. Yes, Tokyo and Hong Kong did have sharp falls earlier in the week, but right now you're seeing a world equity market that's looking for the U.S. for direction, and not to have had it for 4 days is very frustrating. I think that because of the liquidity that the Fed's providing to the financial system, and because most investors are used to 18 months of falling market right now, this could be a short-term opportunity to buy stocks, not to sell them.
Tom Glenda, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Dan and Anthony.
There were some signs today that the financial world was regaining its footing. The bond market opened and investors began looking to the future. But for some firms like Cantor Fitzgerald, a major player in bonds, the human suffering was still overwhelming. The company had 4 of the top floors in the first tower that was hit, 1,000 employees. Only 300 survived. Leslie Stahl spoke this afternoon with the chairman.
Howard Lutnick would normally have been at his desk when the plane hit, but on Tuesday morning he was taking his 5-year-old son to his first day of kindergarten. Most of Lutnick's employees at the World Trade Center are missing, including his own brother, Gary.
I'm missing 700 families, 700 people, 700 people.
You're missing more than 2/3 of your company.
700 people. And it's worse because I don't know of any, not a single person who got down from the building, not a one. And that is just the most brutal statistic, and I'm the one who has to tell everybody. And I tell it to them, and I tell it to them, and I tell it to them. And
Yesterday, you set up a
center for the families in a hotel here in New York. What did you say? What happened in that room?
They're all looking for answers, and they look, as if somehow I can know the answers for them.
You're the company that when you ask, was anybody completely wiped out? You're the name. Cantor Fitzgerald, the company. What happens to the company now?
Our business is the bond exchange of the world. And
you may have had the largest stake in American Treasury bonds.
We're the market that all the banks and dealers and all the big names, they go to buy and sell their bonds. I mean, last year we did $50 trillion in business.
So the bond market opened. How does it open without you?
I got my people together. There are 275 people who survived in New York. We have 1,000 people in London. And we got them together, and I asked them what they wanted to do. That this is what the Treasury wanted to do, and this is what the Fed wanted, and the Treasury said it would be important for America to reopen.
So you're opened. Your company is operating.
At 7 a.m. this morning, I had 260 people. They never slept. I don't know why they did it. I don't know why. They voted that they wanted to open the market, and they stayed up all night, and they worked every second of every minute. So instead of worrying about the person to the left and the person to the right, at 7 a.m. New York time, they opened the bond markets of the world because they wanted to.
Like so many other Wall Street firms forced out of their headquarters, Cantor Fitzgerald survivors are working in a temporary operations center. Theirs is in New Jersey. Is there any sense in your mind and their minds that this is a way to fight back? I mean, to say, you didn't cripple us, you didn't destroy us, we're not going to let you succeed?
I think there's a little of everything. I think everybody's different. I think some people want to don't let them get away with it. And some people said, I cannot be at home. I cannot be at home. Other people said, I can't think about it. So I think it's everything. I think it's amazing human spirit.
Cantor Fitzgerald's people helped make today's trading orderly, almost ordinary. William Donaldson, former chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, watched the day unfold. The bond market today, apparently there was a lot of volatility, but at the end of the day, things settled. Do you take this as a positive sign, a negative sign, a sign of hesitancy, a sign of lack of confidence?
I think it's a natural sign. I think as I think back onto other crises we've had, I think it's quite natural when there's uncertainty, there's a flight to certainty, which short-term government bonds represent, short-term securities.
The head of NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange announced that the stock markets would remain closed tomorrow for an unprecedented fourth day in a row.
To resume trading 9:30 Monday morning.
But even a Monday opening is iffy. There are questions about whether the downtown area will be safe enough by then. Not only are some buildings still in danger of collapse, but there have been bomb scares around the city. And the markets themselves are still rebuilding their computer systems.
From just a technical point of view, a need to make sure that once the infrastructure of the marketplace is open, that it works. Because nothing could be worse than to open it prematurely and have some sort of system or power failure.
On Saturday, NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange will conduct a full-scale computer stress test. Only if the system works will the Monday opening go forward. If the market's open, what do you think is going to happen? In past crises, people pull their money out.
If we follow past patterns, again, I refer to Cuban Missile Crisis and so forth, there's been a precipitous decline and then a reversal.
At least on the internet, there's already a backlash against the conventional wisdom that Monday will see a big sell-off. Stock market chat rooms today were filled with gung-ho, bullish cheerleading. Please don't sell. If you sell, bin Laden will buy American shares. Invest in America. Even if the markets do open down on Monday, as expected, the mere fact that they're open will be seen by many as a victory.
The major firms of the world, the biggest banks and dealers, they all have issues. Downtown Manhattan is not a place where people are going, and it's not business as usual. The big banks, they all have issues. They're in the disaster sites. So they're, I think Bank of New York lost its main site and its disaster site, so it's in number 3. So I mean, these are not the kind of business conditions where people are going to go out and try to do a lot of business. What they're there to do is to show that the American financial system is bigger and when anything than anybody else can dish at it, and that the collective group of all the banks and dealers and firms like ours of the world can pull together, and they will make it work.
So many people in the investment community are anxious to send out reassuring signals that the system is sturdy and resilient. And yet, the whiff of pessimism about the economy is in the air, a fear about a ripple effect. There's no question that whole sectors of the economy are already affected, like the airline business and tourism. But mainly there's concern about consumer confidence, which has been the one bright light in the U.S. economy. A fear that people are less likely to go to the mall, for instance, certainly this weekend. Most analysts feel there is bound to be a psychological hit. So the question becomes, what is the half-life of fear? 2 weeks? 6 months? Nobody knows. Dan?
Leslie Stahl, thank you. As we've been trying to do right along, we try to bring you up to date on late developments at the half-hour mark, roughly, and then at the top of every hour. So it's time for me to say again, Dan Rather at CBS News World Headquarters in New York, and this is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. And here are some of the latest headlines. The White House and the congressional leadership agreed late tonight, actually early Friday morning in Washington, on details of a now $40 billion package to fight terrorism and pay for recovery from the terror attacks on New York and the Pentagon. The confirmed death toll is approaching 500. That includes at least 266 on the 4 crashed airplanes, includes 126 at the Pentagon, and a confirmed 94 dead in New York. But nearly 5,000 people are reported missing in and around the shattered World Trade Center. A flight recorder has been recovered now from the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh, and searchers are tracking what they say are signals from another flight data recorder in the rubble at the Pentagon. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell has named right out Osama bin Laden as, quote, the prime suspect in the attacks. U.S. Defense Department officials planning retaliation are now asking the president to okay calling up to 30,000 to 50,000 reservists. The United States wants Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan and to permit U.S. military flights over its territory. Airline service in this country is slowly resuming, but foreign carriers are still banned from U.S. airspace in most cases. And President Bush is preparing to visit the disaster scene in New York City tomorrow. He is designated, well, actually today now, Eastern Time, on Friday, and the president has designated Friday as a national day of prayer and remembrance. When terror struck this week, thousands of Americans were stranded in transit. John Blackstone now with the story of how some are beginning to get where they were going in the first place.
As they waited in Honolulu, a stranded hula group could at least keep other marooned passengers entertained. At airports across the country, countless would-be travelers have the same goal, to be someplace else.
All they want to do is get out of San Francisco. You know, they don't care how they get out of San Francisco.
But as the aviation system creaked back into business today, there was plenty of confusion. An Italian airliner cleared to San Francisco was turned around twice before finally being allowed to land.
They told us that it was an administrative misunderstanding.
Uncertainties in airline schedules are expected to stretch well into next week.
Has it been damaging? It's been incredibly damaging.
Aviation consultant Michael Boyd says for many, air travel may never be the same.
Nothing. What we're going to find is a propensity not to travel, and that's going to really hurt whole sections of our economy.
With some 40,000 flights a day canceled, the shutdown could cost the airline industry internationally as much as $10 billion. And the losses don't stop with the airlines.
Between mail not getting through, between passengers not getting through, between important documents not getting through, air cargo not getting through, factories having to close, it's significant.
With planes grounded, the post office and other express carriers have been loading most of their shipments on trucks.
when you get at the southern end of St. Louis, you want 44 all the way.
In fact, across the country, Americans have been rediscovering the highways. For air travelers in Chicago with other places to go,
Anyone here going to Philadelphia?
Kansas City, Buffalo,
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Long Island, New York.
Philly.
the rental agents at Avis became matchmakers of sorts.
Boston or Seattle? Anybody going to? Oh, yeah. You, come with me.
Joe Rudolph suddenly found a traveling companion.
Hi, how you doing?
So you two are going to drive together. You've never met.
Never met. I'm Terry.
I'm Joe.
Joe, nice to meet you.
For a 2,000-mile trip to Seattle.
Yeah, we were separated at birth.
Okay, is my crew ready here?
And the kindness of a stranger may get Diane Sawicki and her colleagues home.
We know each other, but we're going with another gentleman that we don't know to Cleveland, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm going to drop them in Cleveland on their way back to Buffalo.
James Daly has decided this won't be an inconvenience, but an adventure.
I've tried Amtrak, I've tried the Greyhound stations. You can't get through to any of them, so we're going to try the old Great American Way, hitting the road.
One group of travelers launched on a cross-country journey by this tragedy made it to St. Louis today. Sherry, Jeanette, Jerry, Ned, and Doug worked together at a foundation in San Francisco.
Well, we're about a third of the way across the country so far.
They were at a meeting in Washington, D.C. when the terrorists struck and they couldn't fly home.
You know, it felt really good to get out of D.C. Started hitting some countryside, those rolling green hills.
I think part of the reason we got in the van to go was we just couldn't take sitting there and feeling like, you know, we weren't in control in some way of what was happening to us and maybe, you know, to our country as well.
Yeah, I think it's reassuring.
As we drive and look at the scenery, I start thinking about how we've taken our freedom for granted. I mean, something like this happens, and all of a sudden it changes life as we knew it.
To be free enough to do that, to be free enough to get in our own vehicle and to head out, despite all of the tragedy and all of the uncertainty and all of the concerns about security, we're still free enough in this country to do this. Every state we come to, Ned knows the state song.
So what is the state song for Illinois?
1818 saw your founding, Illinois.
At other times.
John Blackstone, reporting from the West Coast. Well, a possible significant breakthrough in the story of the attacks on Tuesday. A man who tried to use a fake pilot's identification to get past security at John F. Kennedy International Airport has been arrested, and 5 other people have been detained at city airports by the FBI and Joint Terrorist Task Force. The incident about this man who used a fake pilot's identification to get past security caused the 3 major New York airports to close again Thursday shortly after they'd opened. The airports remained closed as we went into the early hours of Friday. Now, a source quoted by the Associated Press as being, quote, knowledgeable of the workings of the airline industry said the man was arrested at Kennedy Airport. That man was checked in sometime between noon and 4 p.m. today. The man was trying to board American Airlines Flight 299 bound for San Jose, California. The man had been scheduled for an earlier flight on Tuesday bound for Los Angeles. Now, we reported this incident before this evening. But that flight, the one on Tuesday, which was due to take off around 9 o'clock in the morning, New York time, the flight was canceled after the terrorist attack began on the World Trade Center. Now, a subsequent strip search of this man is said to have found a pilot certificate from a Florida school. Now, Anthony, you have some other information on this?
There's just a couple of other details here. I mean, there's several reports on this incident, Dan. This is the New York Times interviewed another passenger, Mike Glass, 43 of Seattle, who was also searched. He described how the officers scrutinized the identifications of all the passengers, and this is a quote from this one passenger: anyone with dark skin or who spoke with an accent was taken aside and searched, and then they went to any male with too much facial hair, which included me. As I said, that's Mike Glass of Seattle describing the search that ultimately led them to pull this man aside. The police commissioner of New York was quoted this evening as saying he has no idea whether the man arrested or those detained were connected to the terrorist attacks on Tuesday.
But certainly one could understand why the FBI is very interested in a man who has an altercation on the plane if the reports are correct, an alleged altercation of
That's a separate incident we're talking about, Dan, that occurred on Tuesday on a flight that was scheduled to go to Los Angeles, but was canceled because of the attacks on the World Trade Center. It was roughly the same time, 9 a.m. 3 males on that flight, United Airlines Flight 23 bound for Los Angeles, refused to get off the plane. There was then an argument in which a member of the flight crew became so heated with a member of the flight crew that became so heated he called security. By the time security got there, the 3 men had disappeared. The FBI, according to the Associated Press, is now investigating this incident to see whether it may have been an aborted hijacking.
Well, one can see why the FBI and other law enforcement agencies they'll be busy for a long while trying to sort out all of these things. And mark well, so far as we know, none of the people we've been describing here have been charged with any crime whatsoever. We haven't used any names, but these are interesting situations and give a little insight into how complicated trying to untangle this whole case can be. Now let's shift gears and go to a discussion of some of the military options President Bush could consider to retaliate for the terrorist attacks. And join us for that is retired U.S. Army Colonel Mitch McConnell, a CBS News consultant and our old friend from the Gulf War. Thanks for being with us, Colonel. I want to come back to this business of the reserves being called up. Now, it seems pretty obvious that the Defense Department's requested 30 to 50,000 reservists being called up, probably going to be approved by the President. Is this just the beginning of the call-ups, or is it likely to be this and nothing more?
I think this is the beginning, Dan. Of course, they're mission connected, so when the missions become better defined, then we'll know what reserve units we need to call up. They are the lifeblood of combat operations. They support them. They're mostly logistics people. They set up our airfields, they build things, they get supplies to where they need to be, and we don't fight a war and win a war without our reservists. We never have in the history of this country. So this looks like a serious, serious measure.
Now, NATO passed this resolution to support the United States. Are we not likely to see some NATO troops, even in a token basis, involved in whatever retaliatory measures are eventually taken?
More than a token basis, I would suspect, Dan. You know, we're serious when we say we want to build a coalition against terrorism. We want to give them no place to hide. And the only way we can do that is to get our friends and allies to join us in the effort, and not with just token forces, but with overwhelming force. And when I talk about our friends and allies, I mean also some very strange bedfellows. Muslim countries, we expect those who find these terrible acts of terrorism just unconscionable should be joining us in the fight, because they could be the targets as well.
Colonel, taking all of that into account, a country such as Egypt, the leadership, Hosni Mubarak, would certainly want to sign on to this. On the other hand, he has a very active, very dangerous situation in Egypt in which Muslim fundamentalists of the radical and violent sort seek to overthrow him. And in Saudi Arabia itself, Osama bin Laden wants to overthrow the royal family in Saudi Arabia. As a practical matter, given their political situations, how much can they help?
I think they're going to have to make decisions, Dan. They have these opposition groups. The opposition groups will be going after them no matter what. The question is whether they want to work in concert with a coalition to defeat them, or whether they want to work alone. I believe that President Mubarak will come in on our side, and he'll come in very strongly.
Now, the situation with the Iranian-supported terrorists is a highly complicated one. Outline that for us.
Well, the Iranians have done several things. They've given haven to terrorists, and they've also provided that state sponsorship that we've been talking about all along. They provide logistical support, they provide technical support, and they've actually bought weapons to give to terrorist organizations. All of this, now with people saying that the Iranians say that they are not going to be involved in any acts of terrorism against the United States, is suspicious to me. They have to prove themselves over time.
Well, one can understand what used to be the Soviet Union and Russia, and Russian President Putin saying, listen, we're all in to fight terrorism, we'll help you, as long as we're talking about Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. But if it broadened out to include Iran, because Iran supports terrorism, Hamas comes to mind, Would the Russians be likely to join in?
You know, it depends on what ties the Russians have with Iran. There's more than just a military situation here. There are economic interests as well. And Russia has some economic interest in Iran, and they have some connections. And so if that is more important to them, they may want to back away. But I think we would welcome Russian support anywhere they'd be willing to give it. You know, we don't always get along with them. They were our allies in World War II and some of our most important allies, but we didn't like them very well, and we didn't like their policies. Nevertheless, we'd much rather have them on our side than against us. And I think that's going to be the case now. We'll be glad to have their support.
Mitch Mitchell, retired Colonel, U.S. Army, thanks for helping us.
Thank you, Dan.
Now, from New Yorkers who watched in stunned disbelief as the World Trade Center collapsed before your eyes, to the millions elsewhere who followed the ongoing tragedy on television, the past 3 days have been a national trauma that will require some genuine recovery time for many Americans. CBS's Bill Whitaker has some of their stories tonight. Bill?
Dan, it's important for Americans to get back to normal, to show the world and to show ourselves that we haven't been hobbled. But while the intense desire is there, getting back to normal isn't going to be easy. Just how difficult? Phoenix Airport was one of the first to reopen today with new beefed-up security, which 3 Northwest Airlines employees promptly and deliberately breached. One cleared security without proper ID. The others got through with a knife and corkscrew. A not amused company spokeswoman said for the most part, security worked.
This is a indication of what is being confiscated at the security checkpoints. This was confiscated in a 3-hour period for 2 departing flights. Recovery's not possible when the shocks keep coming. Pilot Jim Bagley of 29 Palms, California, was stunned by the terror, then stunned again when he learned the Florida flight school where he trained apparently was the training ground for terrorists too.
There's no doubt in my mind that the air crews were replaced by terrorists who were trained to make this suicide mission.
The FBI has tied the terrorists to several Florida flight schools, including Flight Safety International, where Bagley was certified. Reportedly, some of the suspected terrorists were learning to fly commercial jets there at the same time Bagley was.
But certainly somebody coming out with the commercial level of experience from one of these training programs could very easily navigate that jet after commandeering it and take it back and put it into the World Trade Center.
And when the plane slammed into the World Trade Center, San Francisco businesswoman Melissa Hughes was meeting on the 104th floor of the North Tower. She called her husband of 1 year, Sean, and left this message.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off, we don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and I just wanted you to know that I love you always.
He's called 40 New York hospitals and victim hotlines, but has heard nothing of her since Tuesday morning.
I just wanted to wake up and just somehow just have it not happen, have it be a bad dream.
But this nightmare was real. Wishing not to compound the pain, the fantasy makers of Hollywood are showing restraint.
We do not tolerate attacks on our citizens.
This new Schwarzenegger movie about Colombian terrorists has been shelved for the time being. Even professional sports is stepping up to the plate. Out of respect and solidarity, Major League Baseball has postponed all games through Sunday. So has the NFL, college football, and NASCAR. All to give the nation time to heal. In West Hollywood tonight, coming together for support and unity was a natural part of the healing process. Now, the governors of Oregon, Washington, and California are to lead a minute of silence tomorrow up and down the West Coast, followed by a minute of ringing bells. Dan?
Bill, before you go, what are some of the really significant changes we're going to see in and around airports with this tightened security?
Well, Dan, I think it's fair to say that traveling in and out and through airports is not going to be what we have up until now considered normal. We have just heard just tonight that federal agents, some 800 federal agents from Customs, from INS, and federal marshals are to be placed at 17 major airports around the country tomorrow as a very strong show of security. Dan?
Bill Whitaker in Los Angeles, thanks. A big part of this story concerns the heroic firefighters, those who ran straight toward the scene of a hellish tragedy. Aaron Moriarty has this account about that.
I can see the light. Come to the light. Hello? Anybody in the street? Hello? Anybody?
Those wonderful young firemen, Christian and his colleagues, I know that their first thought was not for themselves, but to save these people, to help these people, to try to save lives.
It was Christian Regenhardt's first big assignment.
He just graduated a few weeks ago. We just had the graduation ceremony. We're all so proud of him.
Stationed at this firehouse in Brooklyn, Christian was one of the first sent to the scene of the World Trade Center.
Would that be like your brother, to go right to ground zero and try to help?
Yeah, he'd want to be on the front lines.
Sally Regenhardt is his mother, Christine, his older sister.
You know, life was not a spectator sport for Christian.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about your brother?
Right now, it's where is he and when will I see him again?
Christian is missing. Shortly after the second tower collapsed, he and 4 of his comrades disappeared in the dust and the smoke.
We're hoping that maybe he's in a hospital, but maybe he's not able to speak. Other people who were termed missing did show up in other hospitals, so that's what we're hoping for.
Just 28 years old, Christian is an athlete and a former Marine. A man, says his mother, who isn't afraid of anything.
He survived typhoons. He survived very dangerous areas.
It was a time when he got caught in a storm and he had to spend 2 nights on the side of a mountain.
Yes, yes, he...
That's why you haven't given up any hope.
Exactly.
Right. But time is dragging on.
The longer we go by without having any word from him, experts, give estimations of how long someone could survive under the rubble, under those conditions. That's the darkest time.
Reports that several firefighters have been found alive in the rubble gives the Regenhardts hope.
We made several attempts to find out who they were. We're still hoping that someone who is connected with Bellevue Hospital can call us and tell us, one way or the other.
Just moments later.
Hello? Yes.
That call comes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless. Bye. They checked the list at Bellevue and Cabrini Hospital. He's not on their lists.
Christian remains on the missing list.
The numbers kept going up about how many firefighters were missing.
Yes.
It was so hard.
We were shocked.
It started with 200, and then it went to 250 and 265, and then 300.
Then over 300.
It just, the despair that you feel.
Yes.
It is a despair felt all over this city. To give you some idea of the scope of this disaster, consider this. More than 300 New York firefighters have died in the line of duty in this city since the department was established in 1865. On Tuesday, in one horrific event, nearly that same number may have been lost.
He was exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he wanted to do. There was no other place for him to be.
There's no more waiting for the Theans. Their father, William, was one of the first firemen killed.
Did you know he'd be there?
Yeah, I knew he was there. My one focus when I got there, as chaotic as everything was and everything that had to be done at that point, all I kept asking the guys who were with me is, help me find the command post. So I knew he was gonna, I knew that's where he'd be.
Even though John's dad didn't even have to be there.
In his position as first deputy fire commissioner, he probably didn't have to be there. To be Bill Fee, and he had to be there.
In his 41 years on the force, William Feehan held every rank possible.
I just love it because it just shows everything going wrong around him and him just being right in the middle, very calm, very cool, and taking care of business, which is what he did.
And if Bill had ever survived this tragedy, the fact that he might have had to bury 200 of his men would have killed him.
They found my father quickly in one piece, and we know what happened to him.
William's daughter,
we also feel
Tara.
lost in this, so we consider ourselves lucky because there's a lot of people out there who are suffering just as much or more than we are because they're waiting, or more than one person in a family, perhaps.
Waiting to hear is probably the worst.
All right, thank you for coming. Thank you. What's your name?
No one knows that better than the Regenhards.
You know, I'm concerned about my son, and I'm concerned about the other members who are...
Andy Sarah works with Christian in the same firehouse.
All his
we love him
friends.
there. We got to know him. Always got a smile on his face.
Why did you come today? Here.
This is, Christian is one of us. Anything we can do for him, we know. His family needs us right now.
But he doesn't have what Sally Regenhard really needs. News about her son.
We haven't had any word yet. We're hoping they're in a hospital in Jersey, maybe, or because guys were taken all over the place, wherever they could get them out.
I'm not giving up hope.
He's not a person who ever gave up on anything, and we're not going to give up on him.
I miss him so much.
The last time I spoke to the Regenhards, there was no news, but still much hope. As we've seen for the past 2 days, there are thousands of people like this hoping for some word about their loved ones. What complicates the matter is that there are 21 hospitals where survivors were taken, and it is very difficult to get through. I had some idea of what the Regenhards have been going through when I decided earlier this evening to start calling around looking for Christian. And I ran into overloaded phone lines, or when I did get through to a hospital, I was put on hold indefinitely. I never did talk to anyone. To give you an update, there are still somewhere between 300 and 350 firefighters missing from New York. And I don't want to forget the police officers. There are an estimated 40 New York police officers missing. For 48 hours, I'm Erin Moriarty, CBS News.
The Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, revealed that there were 18 hijackers aboard the suicide planes. I talked with the Attorney General earlier this evening. Now from Washington is the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft. General Ashcroft, thank you for taking time to talk to us. In your opinion, what is the most important thing, the most important news you have for us at this moment?
Well, that the investigation is perhaps the broadest investigation in history, and that it's moving forward, that we're isolating on the individuals, learning about the individuals that were involved, developing leads in regard to associates, those who may well have participated with them.
Are any additional attacks imminent? Do you have any indication that other efforts are underway for additional attacks?
We have no indication that there are additional attacks imminent, but we are on an elevated effort to make sure that our airlines are secure. And of course, on the day of this occurrence, the 11th, we asked individuals who are responsible for main infrastructural components of the country, both in the private and public sectors, to be on a state of heightened alert. A free society like ours obviously has to be vigilant to avoid disruption by those who would try to deprive us of that freedom. I don't think there's a reason for America not to be America, and we're not going to let that happen, but we've asked that people be careful. And obviously, when we assigned several hundreds of other officials to safeguard the airports and the air transportation system out of the U.S. Marshals Service, the U.S. Border Patrol, the Treasury Department's Customs Service, this is all designed not just to make air travel safe again, but to assure the public that we're going to be able to have the kind of air transportation system that provides and supports the freedom which Americans deserve.
General Ashcroft, it is true, is it not, that we have now asked Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan, seal it tight, and allow us to overfly Pakistan?
Well, I'm not prepared or in a position to make announcements. We will welcome the cooperation by all kinds of countries. You know,
various countries lost citizens in the World Trade Center. In almost an irony, this wasn't the American Trade Center, it was known as the World Trade Center. So citizens from Britain, Australia, Japan, Korea, Germany, these countries all lost lives here in this assault on humanity. And I believe we have a right to ask countries around the globe to participate with us. Our president has said very clearly we want to be the leaders in a victory for the world. And it would indeed be a victory for the kind of peace that the world craves if we were able together to work to root out this kind of senseless and vicious terrorism.
General Ashcroft, your predecessor and the previous FBI director were very critical of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Pakistan for not giving full cooperation in trying to track down terrorists such as those that blew a hole in the USS Cole. Is there any indication that you are in the process of changing that?
Well, I believe that so far the world has understood, as a result of the magnitude and nature of this savage attack on human dignity and on civilization, as well as on America as a country, that this vulnerability is a vulnerability of every nation, and that there is good reason to unite, to work together, to make sure that this is not allowed.
General Ashcroft, you said that there are 18 known killers on the various planes, but how many people involved in this country in this operation? I've heard 50, I've heard 40. Do we know how many were involved?
I think it would be improvident to try and speak a specific number. We are working diligently in regard to literally thousands of leads regarding potential associates and certainly anyone who might have been an accomplice. From the nature of these acts, it's clear that they were coordinated, and it's hard to believe that there wasn't some level of ground support and cooperation by individuals in assisting them. It is stunning to know that these pilots, a number of them were trained in the United States of America, and we are working very carefully to try and make sure that we understand what kind of people receive training and for what purposes.
General Ashcroft, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
By way of update, here are some of the more important headlines of the morning and the late evening. Congress and the White House have agreed on a $40 billion package to pay for fighting terrorism and recovery from the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. The FBI now holds a man who tried to board a flight to California from New York's JFK Airport using a fake pilot's ID. There are indications this man might be connected to Tuesday's attacks. Defense officials are planning what they say will be a sustained military campaign against the terrorists behind the attacks. The Defense Department has asked the President for permission to call up between 30 and 50,000 military reserve troops. The search for victims goes on through the night in the rubble of Lower Manhattan and at the Pentagon. Hope fades of finding anybody alive at the World Trade Center. None are expected to be found alive now at the Pentagon. And President Bush will visit the disaster site in New York City on Friday. He has designated Friday a day for national prayer and remembrance. Secretary of State Colin Powell has named wealthy Saudi exile Osama bin Laden as, quote, a prime suspect in this week's attacks. But what to do about it? We take you to Mark Phillips at our bureau in London.
Little by little, in symbol and in fact, the groundwork for the retaliation for Tuesday's attacks is being laid. Today's changing of the guard ceremony at Buckingham Palace, with its unprecedented playing of the Star-Spangled Banner, was the symbolic expression of the international effort that is being discussed. Just as the laying of flowers at the U.S. Embassy in London is an expression of the sentiment that the U.S. does not stand alone. But while there is a will to retaliate internationally, a way must still be found.
It's a war.
Here, too, there may be calls for quick and decisive action.
There is a need for an immediate kind of blow that they should get in few weeks.
But in Europe and elsewhere, the form of any potential American-led retaliation is far from agreed. While everyone is pointing toward Islamic extremist elements, particularly those associated with the Afghanistan-based Osama bin Laden, the argument is over whether striking out would reduce the terrorist threat or make it worse.
I think it's a very bad idea, very unwise, and everything we know about previous retaliatory acts suggests that they are often ineffective and usually inappropriate.
Beyond the question of establishing a provable link between bin Laden and the attacks is the equally difficult problem of finding him. All of the latest satellite and listening surveillance technology has been unable to pin him down. And the last attempt to use cruise missiles to target him after the car bomb attacks on U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania was singularly unsuccessful. And Abdul Bari Atwan knows why. When he was allowed a rare interview with bin Laden 3 years ago, it took place in a remote mountain cave in Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden knows how not to be seen.
And if there is a highly advanced network of communications, it will be his assistants and his aides who are really doing this. But himself, Osama bin Laden, never touched a satellite phone. He never used any electronic equipment because he knows that he will be detected, and he knows that the American device system is all over Afghanistan trying to spot him.
And even if bin Laden could be targeted, what would eliminating him accomplish? Not necessarily much, says Simon Reeve, who has written on the new breed of terrorists that bin Laden represents. He calls them the new jackals. Even if he could be located, targeted, and eliminated, what would that result in? What would that solve?
Well, I think that could be very dangerous, because I think it would inspire more of his followers to commit extreme actions.
Whatever retaliatory approach is decided on against whatever target, the general consensus is it will take more than air power to get at it. General Sir Michael Rose commanded NATO forces in Bosnia.
If you just go for the military solution delivered from the belly of an aircraft, you're never going to win. You're just going to add armies to the people who are already supporting these terrorists.
Boom! And others wonder if, even after the scale and treachery of this week's attacks, Americans have the stomach for a protracted campaign.
Maybe the American public will stomach 200, 300, maybe 1,000 casualties simply because they are now affected by what happened on the World Trade Center and in New York. But after that, I believe, it could be a civil war. It could be, a war of attrition against these American troops. Taliban will join. I'm not surprised if other Islamic countries will join. I mean, Islamic people, Pakistani people, they may join this war.
Resisting an
American. Oh yes, resisting American.
Mark Phillips in London. The hammer to the heart events of this week, the awesome destruction, the sudden death of so many, has drawn expressions of sympathy from old friends and old adversaries alike around the world. But today, as CBS's Richard Roth reports, the long-standing special relationship between the United States and Great Britain was on striking and moving display.
The music was by order of the Queen, a gesture that broke tradition at Buckingham Palace during the traditional changing of the guard. The Star-Spangled Banner was one symbol of an outpouring of sympathy, an ocean away from the scenes of horror.
15,000 families or more than that are just destroyed for no reason. I mean, it's just real hard.
The American embassy today was a cathedral of tears. Another symbol of the pain here has been the silence. Today they paused in London's financial centre too, but the British aren't just mourning an American tragedy, they're also counting their own loss. A special team at Scotland Yard is compiling information long distance for what's turned out to be the worst terror strike against British citizens too. 100 known dead, according to authorities here, and several hundred missing in the attack against America.
The suffering of families facing the uncertainty about what's happened to their loved ones is absolutely dreadful.
There are still clear worries about security as well, and though officials in Europe have reported no major threats, the controls help to counter another enemy called fear.
That makes us feel pretty good. It's at least they're doing something for security.
Britain's off-duty parliament has been called back into session Friday, and the government has announced that British intelligence has been ordered to step up cooperation with the U.S. in its investigation of the attack. What's happening now is both specific and symbolic. In the morning, the Council of Europe, 43 nations representing 800 million people, will lead 3 minutes of silent tribute across the continent. Richard Roth, CBS News, London.
Here in New York at the anchor desk at our World News headquarters, Anthony Mason joins me now to talk about the economics of this. We continue to emphasize that on our coverage we want to keep first and foremost concern for the families of the victims and the rescue. Yes, it's still called a rescue effort around the New York World Trade Center in the desperate hope that some may still be found alive in the rubble. All hope fades for that. And then the retrieval, the burial of the dead. The human aspects of this are important, but sooner or later the questions come around to a broad picture about the economy. Now, Congress and the White House agreed tonight, Anthony. They started the day talking about a $20 billion package to try to jumpstart the war on terrorism and help rebuild New York. They wound up with a $40 billion package, and the question is out there, can we afford this?
Well, Dan, in the end, $40 billion ultimately probably goes back into our economy. That's government spending. That helps stimulate the economy. We already have a tax cut at work, which was put in place to try to give Americans money to spend. Now the government looks like it may be spending more money. The combination ultimately could be powerful for the economy itself.
No question that the president will have to dip into this so-called Social Security surplus now. There was a big debate about that before all this happened. He'll have to go into that, don't you think, or do you?
Well, I can't say I'm an expert on government spending, but I think, there are a couple things at work here. You're cutting taxes and you're increasing spending. At some point, something's got to give.
The deficit bound to rise. You can't spend this kind of money and not have at least short-term rise in the deficit.
I think that's correct.
Anthony Mason. One of the most dramatic and apparently heroic chapters in this week's events is emerging from the aftermath of United Airlines Flight 93. Steve Hartman has details about that.
First, it was the symbol of America's financial might. Then the symbol of her military might. But it's that last plane, the one that crashed here on a reclaimed strip mine 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, that remains a mystery tonight. What stopped United Flight 93 from obliterating the White House, the Capitol, Air Force One, whatever was the hijacker's target? Or perhaps, a better question, who stopped United Flight 93?
He said to me, I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb.
Shortly before the crash, Alice Hoagland got an airphone call from her son, 31-year-old Mark Bingham, a 6'5" former rugby player at Berkeley, who one time, according to his family, actually wrestled a gun away from a man trying to mug him.
You notice that Mark's flight was the only one of the 4 hijacked aircraft that did not make it to some intended target destination. We gather that perhaps the passengers were able to thwart these people in some way. I hope he took an active part in thwarting the hijackers.
It's a theory that plays out like this. United Flight 93, on its way from Newark to San Francisco, reverses direction somewhere near Cleveland. Shortly after, Bingham calls his mother. Several other passengers call home too, and learn what has already happened in New York.
He went down fighting. I know he did. His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
Dina Burnett says she got 4 calls from her husband, 38-year-old Thomas Burnett. She says she tried to tell him to sit down and not draw attention to himself. But in the end, Dina Burnett says her husband left no question as to his intentions.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
As for how it all ended, here's what we know. Flight 93, now headed straight toward Washington, D.C., crashed just over this hill here in rural Pennsylvania, 140 miles outside the nation's capital. All 45 people on board were killed. And although the plane was pulverized, a former investigator for the National Transportation Safety Board says there's one clue out there you can't miss.
The fact that this aircraft came down in such a concentrated area suggests that
something happened aboard that flight that caused it to crash. That could well have been some activity in the cockpit, a scuffle.
Ira Furman believes there is a strong possibility the passengers and crew prevented the flight from reaching Washington.
I think they knew what they were in for and made a determination that their lives were ultimately going to be lost, so they should do the right thing and try and prevent further loss of life.
Late this afternoon, the plane's flight data recorder was recovered from the crash, but crews failed to locate the most crucial piece of the puzzle, the cockpit voice recorder. Investigators hope that tape will tell them what brought down Flight 93. And perhaps, were there indeed heroes on board?
I think that his last thoughts were of trying to help and save the people on the ground.
Everyone keeps asking, when is America going to fight back? Well, it may be that we already have.
Steve Hartman in southwestern Pennsylvania. The past 48 hours have brought plenty of sorrow and worry for the whole country to bear. Russ Mitchell has the story of one particular place that's dealing with far more than its share.
In the town of Bedford, New York, 45 miles from the World Trade Center, these 4 women are missing their husbands.
That's my husband. We just got married in June.
All 4 men worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, a bond trading firm, on the 105th floor in Tower Number 1.
I know they're together. I know they're together.
These wives are not just linked by this tragedy. They are friends. Their lives are intertwined.
There's been great times, you know. My kids grew up here. They love it here.
They have a past together, and they want a future together.
Very caring people.
They are gathered at Robbie Morell's house, a sort of emotional command post.
Can I have the Cantor numbers?
Every time that phone rings, what goes through your head?
Good information.
Good information.
Robbie Morell last spoke to her husband George Tuesday morning.
My husband called me on my way to work on my cell phone at 10 of 9.
10 of 9.
10 of 9.
Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. He said, there's been a bomb, and I may never see you again, so I want to tell you I love you.
What keeps you optimistic? What gives you hope?
Because I know George is a survivor, and if there was any possible way to make it down, and he did it before.
In 1993, George Morell survived the first World Trade Center bombing by walking down all 105 flights to safety.
It's just a picture that was in the New York Times the following Sunday, I believe.
Which, in a way, keeps Robbie going this time.
It's got 9 lives.
Something else that is bringing hope to this house is a list found on the internet.
Somebody's got to go get me another copy of this list.
Okay.
On it are the names of possible survivors.
And they did see Tommy's name.
Lisa Palazzo's husband, Tom, is on the list.
Come on, you know Tommy and George are going to be together, right?
With newfound hope, Lisa takes the lead in encouraging her friends.
They're together. Don't be silly. We're going to get the list. She's bringing it down right now.
Julie Burke and her husband, Tom, have 4 boys.
8, 6, 2, and 10 months. So I've kept them home from school and kept it pretty close to the cuff with them because I don't think it's time to tell them yet what's really going on. They're asking, but I can look them in the eye and say I really don't know. And that's better than the worst case scenario right now.
She has heard nothing from her husband. All she has now is the name of a friend who worked close by.
O'Neill's name is on the list and he's fine.
Oh my God. Sean O'Neill?
His buddy's name turned up on the list. He sits right next to him, so it's really encouraging.
This is a list and it's hopeful and I'm excited about it, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions till I have more confirmation.
Holly O'Neill is Sean's wife.
I just want to see him. I just want to see him.
Holly is expecting their first child in March. On a day where the news is mostly all bad, these women must rely on the slimmest of hopes. And this list is all they have.
As soon as we find out, we're going to find a way to go down. And try to get him out of there and bring him home.
But there is really nowhere to go.
Describe to me what the waiting is like.
How can I describe that? It's pretty indescribable. Especially when you glance over and see the building falling in and everything else. Right now, I don't care who did it. I just want to find George, and that's really the only thing I'm thinking about.
But as the digging continues around what used to be the World Trade Center, the wives of Bedford are looking with less and less hope at their internet list.
What did I just say?
Just tonight, Robbie Morrell sent her husband's dental records to authorities in New York.
Russ Mitchell. One of the stories, really the story of this terrible, still unfolding tragedy, the missing. Ed Bradley has more about that.
Last thing he said was he loved me and he'll call me. We think that maybe he may have gone back to help somebody because that's just the kind of person that he was.
All night, all day, they've stood vigil, searched, and hoped.
Just, you know, keep strong and keep sending out emails. We'll find him.
They are the families and friends of the disappeared.
And he's a lot of fun to be around. He absolutely loves Christmas.
Those lost, injured, may be killed when the Twin Towers crumble.
We've been trying his cell phone, and it rings 4 times, and then we get his answering machine. So I just left a message saying I love you, and we want to find you.
We're going to go down to Bellevue because that's pretty much where the big list is.
Since Tuesday, too many have made this miserable trek.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
From hospital to hospital.
You let them know you went to new school, and they have something set up there with a list of names for family members.
They have an up-to-date list?
They're updating it as we speak. All right.
In search of any information.
We have a glimmer of hope. Glimmer.
We just want to find him.
Any sign of their missing loved ones.
I don't even know if there's a point of this, showing this, but you know, we love him and we have all these pictures.
Each inevitably carries a favorite photo.
He's a loving person, the best big brother I could ever have. He was able to answer his cell phone only to say, I'm trapped on the 94th floor and I can't breathe. And then the cell phone went dead. And we haven't heard anything else.
Each inevitably has a story to tell.
You know, this guy was a partier. You know, actually, I choose to believe he's still a partier. They just need to find him.
And each story, inevitably, is heartbreaking.
She's my best friend. Please give us...
We are 9 sisters and brother, and Rosa, wherever you are, please, Rosa, come to us. And if you are in there, please survive for us. Come to us, come back, please.
I'm looking for my sister-in-law. Her name is Clarence Schwartz, and she was on the 100th floor of Tower 2. And here is her picture.
Take a good look. Both of them. Brother's 27. He's gonna get married next summer, July. His wife's 4 months pregnant. It's messed up, ain't it? He's a good daddy. He's a good husband. He's a good brother-in-law. He's a good person.
Dawn Chiarenza carries a list of 22 hospitals.
We already gone to St. Vincent's and checked over there.
She says she'll visit every one.
We're looking for my brother-in-law. He called my sister. He was stuck in the stairwell. He called her to tell her that he loved her and to give the kids some love and that everything would be okay. We're at Lenox Hill and we're gonna try and see what we can find out here.
Visiting?
According to them, no, they don't have anything. The next stop is, they gave us some possibilities. They have some unknown males at St. Luke's Roosevelt. Is this your new
That's our newest list. Everybody has a name.
They say they don't have any unknowns, and we just got off the phone with Cornell, and they say they don't have any unknowns. Hey, we got word that they brought some people over to Jersey City Hospital. So, no, get call or go or whatever. We are running into dead ends here, and we're just going to keep going.
So far, sadly, no sign of Dawn's brother-in-law.
We're doing it on our own, and it's hard for us to get to each hospital, so we'll be back again tomorrow, and we'll hit all the hospitals that we possibly can again.
It is a sentiment shared tonight by so many of these friends and families.
He's my cousin. He's on the 84th floor of 2 World Trade. We're doing everything we can. We're not going to say that he's not around until it's confirmed.
Not near ready to give up looking.
Just gotta hope, right? I mean, there's not much else to do.
Unwilling, unable to give up hope.
To see all these pictures of all the people that are missing and to see all the families walking through the streets looking for people, it's just unbelievable, and how the city's come together. It's truly remarkable.
In the past few days, the nation, indeed the world, has been witness to the courage and heroism of ordinary Americans, so many of whom are now in need of healing. They began last night in Boston.
We have gathered here today as communities of faith to unite our prayers, our hopes, our support, to express our grief, to remember all the victims of these attacks, and to pray for the ongoing rescue efforts. May our unity in heart and prayer be a beacon of light in a darkened world.
Oh, beautiful, oh, spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountains, majesty of the rooted plain. America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
It's nearly 2 a.m. in New York, here in Washington, D.C., and all across America in whatever time zone. The end of another day endured in the shadow of Tuesday morning's murderous calamity fostered by people who hate all we stand for. A few miles south of this studio, at the tip of Manhattan Island, the search goes on. Weary firefighters and others combing through enormous mounds of steel, glass, concrete, and dust. Endless dust. Their work fueled only by the slim and fading hope of finding survivors. A few hours from now, the sun will rise again on a day that President Bush has set aside for prayer and remembrance. And we will once again wake to the changed world, born in the fire and smoke and terror of September 11th. A world in which we must now fight to preserve the freedom from fear itself. Now, for most of you on the West Coast, your late local news is next. For the rest of you, our CBS News coverage of the attack on America continues with Melissa McDermott. Tomorrow morning, we invite you to watch the early show with Brian Gumbel and Jane Clayson, and we'll be back on the air all day with coverage that includes a national prayer service in Washington and the President's visit to Ground Zero in New York City. I'm Dan Rather. You're watching continuing coverage of the attack on America on CBS.
María llena de gracia, Madre de misericordia.
This is CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America. I'm Melissa McDermott. Here are the headlines at this hour. The White House and a united Congress have agreed to a $40 billion bill to combat terrorism and rebuild New York and the Pentagon. President Bush has declared this a national day of prayer and remembrance. He'll visit Lower Manhattan today to see firsthand the devastation and rescue effort at what was the World Trade Center's Twin Towers. You are looking now at a live picture of what is left of the Trade Center's towers. The digging continues, although there was rain moments ago. Rain today is expected to complicate rescue efforts, but right now they continue. The New York area airports were closed again after a man trying to use a fake pilot's ID to get past security at JFK. The man had reportedly been booked on a Tuesday morning flight to Los Angeles, which was canceled because of the attack. On Thursday, he was trying to fly to San Jose. Now, some of the day's other key developments. Our coverage begins with CBS's John Roberts at the White House.
Dick Cheney is now up at Camp David, where he will remain until the weekend. Aides say it is purely a precautionary measure, but it certainly appears to be a sign of increasing tensions in the nation's capital as the president prepares for what administration officials said late today is a campaign that could be measured in years.
The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
From the Oval Office today, echoed in the scarred canyons of New York, the drumbeat of war spread across the nation and around the globe. In Congress, President Bush sought authority to commit the American military into harm's way. And he is working the phones, as his father did 11 years ago in the Gulf War, to build a global coalition against the terrorists who shattered buildings and stole lives.
We have just seen the first war of the 21st century, and there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
Around the president, there is now a heightened state of alert. The motorcade route to a Washington hospital today, lined by police with automatic weapons. The security cordon around the White House again pushed back. Pennsylvania Avenue now off limits to anyone without a government pass. Mr. Bush would not talk today about what administration officials say is growing evidence that alleged Saudi terrorist leader Osama bin Laden is to blame for Tuesday's attacks. But the White House did give more information about the threat against the president's life aboard Air Force One, saying the Secret Service received a telephone call in which Air Force One was specifically targeted. Even the aircraft's military code name was used. That explanation helped to dampen criticism that the president was seen as hiding by rushing to a bunker in Nebraska rather than return immediately to Washington. The elder President Bush, once the target of an assassination attempt in Kuwait, today admonished his son's critics.
I've got to confess to being a little annoyed at the attacks on him for following security procedures, not rushing right back to Washington. But as you've seen in today's paper, there was some credible threats on the life of the president, indeed on the White House itself.
The president has made every effort to be visible in the past 2 days, visiting victims of the Pentagon bombing in the hospital today after seeing the devastation for himself last night. And even as he sought to place America on a war footing, Mr. Bush became visibly upset about the monumental challenge confronting his young presidency and the nation.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Senior administration officials said late today that while Osama bin Laden is a suspect, they do not want to act prematurely. There may be other organizations involved, they said, adding they want to understand all the connections, not just one.
As often happens in a time of national crisis, the public is rallying around the president. A new CBS News poll finds 76% of Americans approve of the way he's handling the crisis. His overall job approval rating has jumped 22 points to 72%. The flames have now been extinguished, but fire flared again last night at the Pentagon. Flames leapt from the remains of part of the building, damaged Tuesday when terrorists plowed a jet into it. 190 people are still missing after that attack. At Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, Mayor Giuliani said more than 4,000 people are missing. That's more than the tolls of the Titanic, Pearl Harbor, and the worst plane crash in history combined. There was a rescue on Thursday. Byron Pitts has details.
This is Ground Zero. What you're watching is a videotape shot by a fireman. TV cameras were not allowed this close to the scene, but I managed to make my way in.
You can begin to hear, Dan, hopefully those will fall.
At that moment, I was reporting by cell phone the successful rescue of one firefighter. Pulled to safety, then walked through a gauntlet of applause as grown men cried.
They're shaking his hand. I believe the man himself is fine. Right now, they're trying to get a medic to him. He says he's okay. He's telling everyone he's okay.
It was one of those moments these rescue workers live for.
So I just figured he was one of the guys helping out. I didn't think anybody was going to come out here was going to walk out. I figured they might be alive, but certainly not able to walk out.
For nearly 48 hours, men and women, cops, construction workers, and firefighters have scratched and pulled and cut their way through a mountain of rubble that was once the World Trade Center. 1,600 volunteers called in. Thousands more just showed up.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys! Buckets!
In the midst of it all, reminders of reality. Inside that orange body bag, one of too many victims. Today, for the first time, rescue teams reached the bottom of Tower 1. These are the first images out, taken by a rescue worker, of the dark and deadly corners that must be searched. Surreal, quiet images, stillness that often ends suddenly.
Excuse me, sir, have you heard what happened?
Twice today, rescue workers were ordered to run when it was feared another building was about to collapse. Besides the 2 World Trade Center towers, at least 4 other buildings have fallen, and portions of at least 8 others may go next.
We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list.
Today, the mayor of New York City and the governor of New York State took a call from the president.
We will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Aid by the truckload is still pouring into New York City, but anguish is never far behind. That fire department chaplain who died Tuesday was killed as he gave last rites to a firefighter laying at his feet.
Yeah, this is what Michael Church was all about. He said, Lord, take me where you want me to go. Let me meet who you want me to meet. Tell me what you want me to say, and keep me out of your way.
All told, 6 rescue workers had to be rescued, men who had been trapped beneath the debris for several hours. As for those buried since Tuesday, the search goes on. Byron Pitts, CBS News, New York.
As Byron said, most of the rescues today were fruitless. All were fruitless when it comes to rescuing victims who actually went under when the buildings collapsed. It was also a day of bomb scares and people still looking for loved ones. Since Tuesday, the streets of Manhattan have been dotted with people waiting for news, thousands of them trying to keep hope alive. CBS's Ed Bradley has their story.
Last thing he said was he loved me and he'll call me. We think that maybe he may have gone back to help somebody because that's just the kind of person that he was.
All night, all day, they've stood vigil, searched, and hoped.
Just, keep strong and keep sending out emails. We'll find them.
They are the families and friends of the disappeared.
And he's a lot of fun to be around. He absolutely loves Christmas.
Those lost, injured, may be killed when the Twin Towers crumble.
I've been trying his cell phone, and it rings 4 times, and then we get his answering machine. So I just left a message saying I love you, and we want to find you.
We're going to go down to Bellevue because that's pretty much where the big list is.
Since Tuesday, too many have made this miserable trek.
Sorry, but I'm sorry.
From hospital to hospital.
You let them know you went to new school, and they have something set up there with a list of names for family members.
They have an up-to-date list?
They're updating it as we speak.
In search of any information.
We have a glimmer of hope. Glimmer.
We just want to find him.
Any sign of their missing loved ones.
I don't even know if there's a point of this, showing this, but we love him and we have all these pictures.
Each inevitably carries a favorite photo.
He's a loving person, the best big brother I could ever have. He was able to answer his cell phone only to say, I'm trapped on the 94th floor and I can't breathe. And then the cell phone went dead. And we haven't heard anything else.
Each inevitably has a story to tell.
This guy was a partier. Actually, I choose to believe he's still a partier. They just need to find him.
And each story inevitably is heartbreaking.
She's my best friend. Please give us...
We are 9 sisters and brother, and Rosa, wherever you are, please, Rosa, come to us. And if you are in there, please survive for us. Come to us, come back, please.
I'm looking for my sister-in-law. Her name is Clarence Schwartz, and she was on the 100th floor of Tower 2. And here is her picture.
Take a good look. Both of them. Brother's 27. He's gonna get married next summer, July. His wife's 4 months pregnant. It's messed up, ain't it?
He's a good daddy. He's a good husband. He's a good brother-in-law. He's a good person.
Dawn Chiarenza carries a list of 22 hospitals.
We already gone to St. Vincent's and checked over there.
She says she'll visit every one.
We're looking for my brother-in-law. He called my sister. He was stuck in the stairwell. He called her to tell her that he loved her and to give the kids some love and that everything would be okay. We're at Lenox Hill and we're going to try and see what we can find out here.
Visiting?
According to them, no, they don't have anything. The next stop is, they gave us some possibilities. They have some unknown males at St. Luke's Roosevelt. Is this your new
That's our newest list. Everybody has a name.
They say they don't have any unknowns, and we just got off the phone with Cornell, and they say they don't have any unknowns. Hey, we got word that they brought some people over to Jersey City Hospital. So, no, get call or go or whatever. We are running into dead ends here, and we're just going to keep going.
So far, sadly, no sign of Dawn's brother-in-law.
We're doing it on our own, and it's hard for us to get to each hospital, so we'll be back again tomorrow, and we'll hit all the hospitals that we possibly can again.
It is a sentiment shared tonight by so many of these friends and families.
He's my cousin. He's on the 84th floor of 2 World Trade. We're doing everything we can. We're not going to say that he's not around until it's confirmed.
Not near ready to give up looking.
Just gotta hope, right? I mean, there's not much else to do.
Unwilling, unable to give up hope.
To see all these pictures of all the people that are missing and to see all the families walking through the streets looking for people, it's just unbelievable, and how the city's come together. It's truly remarkable.
Ed Bradley with that report. One more story of anguish. A daycare worker at the World Trade Center daycare takes 6 children home. She rescues them. No one's come to get them yet. Now, from the heart-wrenching sadness to the anger for justice, now to the hunt for the people who did this. In a sprawling criminal investigation of the coordinated suicide attacks, investigators have made quick work of identifying the hijackers. CBS's Jim Stewart is tracking that part of the story.
The terrorists who seized controls of the planes all attended aviation school in the United States, some as recently as a year ago, and FBI agents were busy today searching the former apartment of 2 of the suspects who were at the controls during the World Trade Center attacks. Using airport surveillance video, credit card receipts, and the passenger list, the FBI believes it has identified all the hijackers on the 4 flights.
Unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate, 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
What is not as clear, however, is whether the dead hijackers left behind some live colleagues who may have attended the same aviation classes. Sources say the flight school records are being closely examined.
We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
In other developments, sources say there is no evidence thus far that any other nation was involved in the attack. Some of the hijackers had lived in the U.S. for more than a year, say sources, and others were associated with the Islamic fundamentalist group believed to be responsible for attacking the USS Cole. Meanwhile, the collection of physical evidence continued, with agents recovering what reads like a suicide note from the rental car of one suspect, while in Hamburg, Germany, police raided an apartment there based on an FBI request. There were also some dramatic arrests like these at Newark International Airport, where 4 people were taken off a Saudi Arabian airliner, but it remains unclear whether they were associated with Tuesday's attacks. What is also not clear is just how much help the actual hijackers had, although agents assume it was a sizable network both here and abroad.
The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number.
But what's got them all antsy is not a network of associates who may have provided food, lodging, and funds to the hijackers, but comrades of theirs who are as well trained as the dead hijackers were and may have the same intentions. Are any still out there? Frankly, it appears that investigators just aren't sure. Jim Stewart, CBS News, Washington.
The United States is asking Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan and permit U.S. military flights over its territory. CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi is there.
Good morning from Pakistan, Melissa. Pakistanis woke up here today to the news that their government has pledged itself to cooperate fully with the United States in its search for the terrorists who committed the atrocities in New York and Washington. That, of course, probably means Osama bin Laden. Pakistan is key to getting bin Laden because obviously they're right next door, but also the Taliban is in effect almost a creation of Pakistan. It was formed in the Pakistani refugee camps, the refugee camps of Afghan refugees in the Pakistan-Afghan border. That's where they began in their schools, and ever since then, Pakistan intelligence has kept very, very close tabs on the Taliban and, perforce, on Osama bin Laden. Now, Pakistan has already said it will allow its airspace to be used should America use it. They need to use it. There's also talk that they might be allowed to put ground forces in here, American ground troops, possibly in Pakistan. But that does create a problem for Pakistan in that there is a large fundamentalist movement here, and the Pakistanis have to worry about a groundswell of public opinion against helping America should they go after bin Laden in a serious way. And in fact, the GHQ, which is roughly the equivalent here of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was already in session trying to work out both how to cooperate with America to the best advantage of both Pakistan and the United States, but also how to deal with any popular groundswell that might come up. So Pakistan is now in a delicate balancing act. They've been squeezed by the United States to come on board. You're either with us or against us. Pakistan has decided, obviously, they are with America in the fight against terrorism. Now they have to decide how they can convince their own people that they haven't gone too far. It's a delicate balancing act, but there's no question now that Pakistan is going to be a key ally in the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Melissa?
And Alan, the reasons you just listed, though, about their ties with the Taliban, can we really ever trust them, even if they do give their word?
Oh, yes, I think this country, like any country, would act in its own best self-interest, and its best self-interest lies in being a friend of the West. The United States has made it clear if Pakistan's not on side with Washington, then Washington will just give more support to India. Pakistan and India have serious differences over Kashmir. America siding with India would be a serious blow to Pakistan. Plus, Pakistan wants sanctions against it lifted. It wants more investment in here. The U.S., again, is key to that. And Pakistan has a lot to offer because their Central Intelligence Agency, the equivalent thereof, is almost an autonomous unit here. It's a law unto itself, and it's deeply entrenched in Afghanistan. They know what's going on better than anybody else, and if it serves their interests to help America, then America has a powerful ally here. And America has a lot of powerful tools to get that ally, so it looks like we now have a partnership of convenience at least, Melissa.
And Alan, you would say their intelligence then is the best resource they have to offer us?
Certainly their intelligence would be the best resource they have on the ground because the State Department has said that it wants help in finding out about terrorist cells, terrorist networks, terrorist support systems. Well, Pakistani intelligence knows a lot about that. And of course, they're right next door, so if there was a need to put U.S. ground troops in the area, this would be the logical place to put them, it being the most friendly country around. And so if the Pakistanis are willing to go that far, that's two major things they can offer. They've got airspace that's necessary, they've got ground space if it's needed, and they've got intelligence on the ground, Melissa.
Alan Pizzi, thank you very much. Alan Pizzi reporting from Islamabad, Pakistan. To help us understand more about the international dynamics at play, we turn once again to Professor Fuad Ajami of Johns Hopkins University. Thank you again for being with us this morning. I saw you nodding a lot as you were listening to Alan Pizzi's report. Why?
Well, Alan is a great reporter. I mean, he sketched this landscape with remarkable clarity. My one footnote to all the above, my one query is, in the end, whatever General Musharraf tells us, this is a man who came to power in a coup d'etat. He's illegitimate. He's got problems with the street in his own society. Pakistan has always been unkind to its rulers. One of them was hanged in prison, and that's Prime Minister Bhutto. One of them died in a plane crash that was sabotaged. One of them was in prison recently. And will the promises that he has made to the Bush administration, will they hold? Can he really maintain those pledges against the anger in his own street and against the people in his own country who will be second-guessing him that he's identifying with the foreigner against a Muslim neighbor? It remains to be seen.
That said, how is the best way for us to retaliate?
Well, I think that's fundamentally, first of all, we have to retaliate. We cannot, we have no exit. Once we say this is war, and once these people did to our country what they did to our city where we now sit, what they did, there is no choice. And we must try to work with the Pakistanis, because there is Afghanistan. It's a landlocked country. We need airspace. We need the flights over